Chapter 2663. Ing Fei and Shi Lei's mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. How could they not know what was going on when they saw this scene? Xie Wuwei was really Yang Kai's soul slave and had been branded with the divine soul brand. But when did this happen? The three monster kings had been together all this time, but they didn't find any clues. Xie Wuwei put away the golden light and chuckled. When young Master Yang entered the ancient land last time, I had already submitted to him. My life and death are all in young Master Yang's hands. If anything happens to young Master Yang, I will definitely die. So, I am loyal to young Master Yang. How can the two of you compare to me? As a demon king of a generation, Xie Wuwei had become the sole slave of another, yet he seemed to be proud of it instead of ashamed. If other people that didn't know the truth were to see this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. But when this fell into the eyes of Ing Fei and Shi Lei, they could only curse in their hearts. Xie Wuwei and Yang Kai had such a relationship. If he really had to leave someone to protect him, there was no doubt who that person would be. For a moment, Shi Lei and Ing Fei were full of unwillingness as they looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Last time in the ancient land's all-spirit tomb, he had no choice but to take Xie Wuwei as a soul slave. He only wanted to borrow his strength. At that time, Xie Wuwei was very unwilling. Later on, after leaving the all-spirit tomb, he was even more distant from Yang Kai. He looked as if he was afraid that others would look down on him if they knew about his relationship with Yang Kai. But now, he actually took the initiative to reveal such information. He only wanted to take the initiative. It had to be said, this change in mentality was quite comical. However, Yang Kai couldn't be said to be eager for quick success. After all, these monster kings had no way to improve their cultivation. Their only hope in this life was the secret of the blood door. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, who wouldn't want to fight for it? Just as Xie Wuwei was feeling smug, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. A golden light shot out from Xie Wuwei's forehead and returned to Yang Kai's body. Xie Wuwei's complacent expression suddenly froze. Out of nowhere, he felt as if his shackles had been removed. However, what followed was not joy, but rather a crying face. Young Master Yang, you... Now that the soul brand had been taken back, it meant that the connection between him and Yang Kai had been severed. He was no longer Yang Kai's soul slave and had regained his freedom. Xie Wuwei had never thought that Yang Kai would actually make such a move, and in such a decisive manner. If it was an ordinary person, how could he be willing to let such a powerful soul slave go? Most likely he was supposed to keep him by his side and wait for orders. But when he came to Yang Kai, he casually abandoned him. How could an ordinary person compare to this kind of magnanimity and attitude? Ha ha! Ing Fei and Shi Lei laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. Their eyes were shining brightly. How could they not know what had happened? They were secretly cheering in their hearts. Xie Wuwei, who asked you to show off? Sure enough, karma came quickly. You deserved it. Young Master Yang, you can't do this. Xie Wuwei felt wronged and looked at Yang Kai with a resentful expression. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned him. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, Go, go, all of you go. You really have to go. Shi Lei's face was bitter, somewhat unwilling. Yang Kai said, Don't blame me for driving you away after I've used you. It's just that you are the monster king of the ancient lands after all, and there are 3 Saint Venerables above you. If I take you away without telling them, I won't be able to explain it to them. How about this? It's very convenient for me to enter and leave the ancient lands now. If there's anything good next time, I'll call you over at any time. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the 3 monster kings' expressions became much better. They nodded and said, Young Master Yang, you have to keep your word. When the time comes, just call the 3 of us. Don't call the others. In the ancient lands, There were 32 monster kings and 8 saint emissaries. All of them were first-class powerhouses, so the competition was a bit too much. They didn't want the other monster kings and saint emissaries to have too good of a relationship with Yang Kai, so they didn't want to leave. Got it. Yang Kai agreed and kept waving his hand to urge them, as if he was shooing away flies. Only then did the 3 demon kings slowly walk onto the spatial array. Yang Kai casually inlaid source crystals on the side. After a while, he glanced at the 3 and said, "Are you ready?" They nodded and cupped their fists together. "Young Master Yang, take care." Ooh. Their words were full of reluctance, as if they wanted to part with Yang Kai forever. Yang Kai responded and said in a low voice, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he poured his emperor's chi into the space array. Strangely, the space array didn't move. Yang Kai and the 3 monster kings stared at each other for a long time with strange expressions on their faces. Ha! Yang Kai was stunned. He scratched his head and tried again, but he still couldn't activate the space array. The 3 monster kings looked at each other, and their minds became active again. Ing Fei smiled and said, "It seems that even God doesn't want us to leave." Xia Wei immediately agreed. Yes, young Master Yang. Since God wants us to leave, don't force us. What's going on? Yang Kai was confused. He walked around the space array and observed it. Although he had just set it up, there shouldn't be any problems. After some inspection, he confirmed that the space array was in good condition. Shilei reminded him from the side, "Young Master Yang, last time we were directly teleported from the ancient lands to Ice Heart Valley. Is this space array unable to connect to the ancient lands?" Impossible. Yang Kai shook his head. The space array he set up could connect to each other. In other words, the space array in the High Heaven Palace could not only connect to Ice Heart Valley, but also to the ancient wild lands. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the space array. Then 2 figures suddenly appeared from the space array. They took a closer look and saw that it was Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army. The 2 of them seemed to be a little dizzy after being teleported, but Ji Yao immediately came back to her senses. The Southern Gate Army, on the other hand, was a little slower. After all, his cultivation was weaker than Ji Yao's. "Brother Yang, I've brought him over." Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded and looked at the Southern Gate Army. The latter also happened to look at him. When he saw Yang Kai, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang, I heard that you were looking for me?" Ever since he saw the space array arranged by Yang Kai had risen to the level of a generation's array grandmaster in his heart. Yang Kai was even more powerful than him. "There is something—" Yang Kai nodded and asked suspiciously, "But didn't I tell you to repair Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array before coming over? Why are you here so soon?" The Southern Gate Army said, "It's already been repaired. When I heard that Grandmaster Yang wanted to see me, I worked day and night. I finally finished my work just now and rushed over without stopping." When he spoke, he had a flattering expression on his face. "You didn't just deal with it casually, did you?" Yang Kai looked at him in disbelief. Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array was a huge project, so how could it be repaired in just a few days? The Southern Gate Army said in horror, "How could I dare?" Grandmaster Yang's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays are also very profound. How could this one show off his slight skill in front of an expert? The reason why I was able to repair it so quickly was mainly because this one had carefully studied Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array a few months ago. Moreover, this one was also the one who provided the method to break the array this time, so naturally it was repaired quickly. So that's how it is. Yang Kai did not doubt him, but he still said seriously, "I will go to Ice Heart Valley to check it later. If you dare to replace it with a shoddy one, be careful of your head." The Southern Gate Army said confidently, "Grandmaster Yang, You can rest assured. After a pause, he said, By the way, Grandmaster Yang, why did you call this one here in such a hurry? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Look here. The Southern Gate Army turned his head to look and let out a soft cry of surprise. He immediately flew into the air to investigate for a moment before landing and asking, Isn't this the Seeking Passion sect? The last time he came to the Seeking Passion sect, he had been a guest for a period of time, so he naturally recognized this place. However, the last time he came here, this place was full of outstanding people. Although the scenery was still there, the people were nowhere to be seen. The inheritance of the great emperors that had been left behind for tens of thousands of years made him sigh. This used to be the Seeking Passion sect, but now it is the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled slightly. High Heaven Palace? The Southern Gate Army frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. On the other hand, Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face as she vaguely guessed. Yang Kai continued, I want you to reactivate the sect defending array here and repair it. Use all your skills on this piece of land and arrange a spirit array that is not inferior to any sect in the world. Ooh. Hearing this, the Southern Gate Army's spirit immediately rose, as if he had heard a challenge that made him excited. Yang Kai observed the Southern Gate Army's expression and secretly nodded, very satisfied with his reaction. Grandmaster Yang, do you mean to occupy this piece of land? The Southern Gate Army's reaction was also very fast, naturally guessing Yang Kai's intentions. Yes, Yang Kai nodded and admitted, How long will such a huge project take? The Southern Gate Army didn't answer immediately, and instead pondered seriously for a moment before replying. The Seeking Passion sect defending array hasn't been destroyed. It has just been artificially closed. I need to carefully study the layout of this spirit array, and then come up with a way to improve it. I will definitely give Grandmaster Yang a satisfactory result in 2 months and 3 months at the latest. Good, I'll give you 3 months. Yang Kai nodded readily. The Southern Gate Army said, but the materials needed to arrange and improve such a spirit array. What materials do you need? Just make a list, and I can provide them to you, Yang Kai said without hesitation. Now that he had plundered so much wealth, even emptying the Seeking Passion sect storehouse, he naturally had the materials needed to arrange a sect defending array. The Southern Gate Army's face immediately lit up with a smile. It'll be easy if you have the materials. By the way, Grandmaster Yang, would you like to work with me? Yang Kai quickly said, This young master is busy, and I'm afraid I can't share your burden. You can deal with the spirit array on your own. If you need help... He turned his head and looked at Ji Yao. Ji Yao understood and immediately said, Don't hesitate to look for me. I'll go back to the sect and call some sisters over. Chapter 2664. Then, all right, I'll have to trouble Elder Ji Yao. Then, the Southern Gate Army commander was quite disappointed. He wanted to take this opportunity to exchange insights and experiences with Yang Kai on the Tao of spirit arrays, but Yang Kai didn't give him the opportunity at all, which made him feel a little disappointed. However, it was his long-cherished wish as a spirit array grandmaster to be able to rearrange and perfect the sect defending array in such a large area. He quickly sorted out his thoughts, excused himself, and ran out to check the sect defending array that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect. After he left, Yang Kai stroked his chin and looked at the space array next to him. It's really not broken. If there was a problem with the array, Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army wouldn't have been able to teleport over from Ice Heart Valley. What's not broken? Ji Yao asked curiously. Shi Lei immediately told her what had just happened with a grin on his face, unable to contain his joy. After hearing this, Ji Yao thoughtfully said, The space array is connected to both ends, since it's not broken. And neither is Ice Heart Valley. Perhaps there's a problem with the array in the ancient lands. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. That must be it. After saying so, he suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth. Madame Fong, you really took drastic measures to deal with the situation? The space array in the ancient lands couldn't be broken for no reason. The only explanation was that the Luan Fong destroyed it after he left. The Luan Fong did this because she was afraid that he would harass her from time to time in the future. This was understandable, but it made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger. Although it wasn't difficult to arrange a space array, the key was that the ancient lands were far away. However, it would take some time for them to travel. In his opinion, he would have to deal with the ancient lands in the future. So leaving a space array there would make it easier for him to travel. Who would have thought that the Luan Fong would destroy the space array right after he left? Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. She was a woman with a vicious heart. It seemed that the next time he went to the ancient lands, he would have to go to the Rock Spirit Clan's territory to set up a formation to prevent the Luan Fong from destroying it again. After making up his mind, Yang Kai turned to look at Shi Lei and the others and said, "It seems that you have been abandoned by the ancient land." At this moment, Shi Lei and the others also understood why they hadn't been teleported away. Although they were disappointed, they were more than happy. They all smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine." The Luan Fong master must feel that young Master Yang is very important and wants us to be responsible for protecting him. Since the master has such intentions, young Master Yang can't refuse. Yang Kai said, "It's already like this. How can I drive you away?" Previously, he was reluctant to leave the three Monster King behind. The main reason was because he was worried about the reputation of the three holy venerables of the ancient lands. After all, these three Monster King were the subordinates of the three Saint Venerables. It would be unkind of him to kidnap them. However, now that the Luan Fong had done this, he could only force him to do the same. In terms of sentiment and reason, the ancient land couldn't find any fault. Losing a space array and gaining the three Monster King, Yang Kai had made a big profit and had a clear conscience. Xie Wuwei was grinning from ear to ear. He rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, since it's like this, can we also join the High Heaven Palace? I don't ask for anything else. I just want to be a protector." Ying Fei and Shi Lei were both moved. Yang Kai said with a smile, "With your abilities, being a protector is a bit of a waste. The High Heaven Palace has only just opened its doors. It will take some time before it opens again and accepts disciples. However, if that day really comes, the three of you can stay in the High Heaven Palace and be a consecrator." Shi Lei and the others looked at each other and were overjoyed. With Yang Kai's words, it meant that everyone would be on the same side in the future. If there were any benefits, Yang Kai wouldn't forget about them. Compared to the other Monster Kings and Saint Envoys in the ancient land, they were already ahead of them. A sect that hadn't been officially established, yet already had 3 third-order Emperor Realm Foreign Elders. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people in the world would be envious of them? Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. "Congratulations, Brother Yang. When the High Heaven Palace opens its sect in the future, you must inform my Ice Heart Valley. Ji Yao will also come and drink a toast." She was happy that Yang Kai could take root here and establish a sect. After all, Ice Heart Valley and Yang Kai had a good relationship. In the future, if the two sects supported each other, who in the entire Northern Territory could shake the status of these two behemoths? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course, when the time comes, I will have to trouble Ice Heart Valley's junior sisters." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "By the way, what about the tens of thousands of captives from Ice Heart Valley?" Ji Yao smiled bitterly and said, "Honored Master is also having a headache over this matter. Although they acted as the villain this time and made things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley, in the end, they have no enmity with us. If we kill them all now, it will only ruin my Ice Heart Valley's reputation. If we let them go, it will only make Ice Heart Valley look weak and easy to bully." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If that's the case, you might as well let them come over and help me. The Southern Gate Army will have to rearrange the Seeking Passion sect defending array, so they will need a lot of manpower. Of course, we can't tolerate those whose hands are stained with the lives of Ice Heart Valley's disciples." Ji Yao nodded and said, "Those people have already been killed. Those who are still alive are just cheers. However, Brother Yang's proposal is not bad. When Grandmaster Nan Men returns, let's see how many people he needs." After the discussion, everyone began to wait. Fortunately, the earth vein here was excellent, and the world energy was rich. While waiting, they could sit in meditation and cultivate. There was also a good palace nearby that could provide a place to cultivate. 2 days later, the Southern Gate Army rushed back and gave a long list to Yang Kai, asking for all kinds of precious materials. Yang Kai glanced at it and was not stingy, filling his space ring with a few things. Not only that, Ji Yao also returned to Ice Heart Valley and continued to bring back the captives from there, ordering them to work for the Southern Gate Army. For a period of time, Towering Palace instantly became lively. Voices could be heard everywhere, and the crowd bustled about. As time passed, everyone came to know that this guy named Yang Kai had occupied the territory that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect and established a sect called High Heaven Palace. Many people from Ice Heart Valley also came to help, all of them beautiful women. Lu Qianyun, Ziyu, and the others who were familiar with Yang Kai were also among them. With them overseeing the situation, the tens of thousands of captives did not dare to act sneakily. After all, Ice Heart Valley had previously stated that as long as they could redeem themselves by helping the High Heaven Palace arrange the spirit array, Ice Heart Valley would let bygones be bygones and let them go. With this promise, who would dare to not work hard? On the other hand, there were many scattered cultivators who were interested in joining High Firmament Palace. Some of them even asked the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley about how they could join and become a member. After all, this was Seeking Passion sect's territory, so how could they dare to occupy it if they did not have some ability? Moreover, these people had recently heard that there were 3 third-order Emperor Realm Foreign Elders in the High Heaven Palace. Such a lineup was enough to show that the High Heaven Palace had a bright future. Once it opened, it would definitely become a top sect. If they could become a member, they would benefit endlessly for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, even the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley did not know how to join the High Heaven Palace, so naturally they could not provide any answers, leaving the captives disappointed. On the best mountain peak of the High Heaven Palace, inside the palace, this should have been Feng Xian's cultivation place. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, surrounded by high-rank source crystals. As he circulated his secret art, these high-rank source crystals turned into powder and converged into a stream of energy that flowed into his body, into his limbs, and into his dantian. Ever since his battle with Shihua in the ancient lands, Yang Kai felt an urgent need to improve his strength. Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, he had not yet reached the realm of being invincible. Moreover, as his strength increased, the enemies he would encounter would also become stronger. If he did not want to feel powerless in the future, he naturally had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. However, after the ancient lands and encountering Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai could not find much time to cultivate. He had refined a lot of pills, but he did not have the time to take them. Now that he had some free time, he naturally went into retreat eagerly, taking one spirit pill after another to assist in his cultivation and using up piles of source crystals. Yang Kai's strength slowly and gradually increased. Shi Lei and the others also knew that Yang Kai was cultivating, so no one dared to disturb him. 2 months later, the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was completed, and all the captives who came to help were dismissed. The female disciples of Ice Heart Valley also returned to the valley through the space array. The huge foundation of the High Heaven Palace returned to silence. The Southern Gate Army came to see Yang Kai in high spirits, wanting to report the results of their hard work during this period of time, but they were stopped by Ing Fei, who was guarding outside. After some unpleasant exchanges, the Southern Gate Army was unable to persuade Ing Fei to call Yang Kai out of retreat, so they could only sullenly study the territory crossing space array. During this period, Ji Yao also came to visit several times, but she never saw Yang Kai's face. Since his retreat, Yang Kai seemed to have been cut off from the outside world. Even the three Monster Kings did not know when he would come out. However, the three Monster Kings also knew that with the cultivation of the Emperor realm, it was common for them to go into retreat for 3 to 5 years, or even 10 to 20 years, so they were not afraid of Yang Kai at all. Every day, one of them stayed outside the palace, while the other two went out to play. Time flew by. A full year later, a series of crackling sounds suddenly rang out from the palace that had been silent all this time. It seemed like someone was stretching their muscles and bones. Ing Fei, who was guarding outside, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the palace. His eagle-like eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of barriers and see the situation inside. Not long after, a look of joy appeared on his face as he stood up and let out a long whistle. After a while, 2 figures quickly flew over from afar. After landing on the ground, the figures of Xie Wuwei and Shi Lei were revealed. Chapter 26:65. The door to the palace opened, and Yang Kai stepped out. Shi Lei and the others' eyes lit up at the sight of him, and they all went up to greet him with joy. Seeing Yang Kai in high spirits, Xie Wuwei smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, it seems that your cultivation has improved a lot during your seclusion." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's just some gains, but I don't know when I'll be able to break through." After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Yang Kai increasingly felt that the road to breaking through was still far away. He had been in seclusion for nearly a year, and his strength had indeed improved a little, but he still couldn't feel the shackles of the second-order realm. Ing Fei smiled and said, "The road of cultivation is long and full of obstacles. This matter can't be rushed." Shi Lei also nodded and said, "Look at the world. Which one of the Emperor Realm's cultivators isn't an old monster who has cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years? Young Master Yang, you have such achievements at such a young age. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through in the future." Yang Kai naturally understood this, and also understood that cultivation was not a matter of haste, so he didn't say much and just asked, "How's the arrangement of the spirit array here?" Shi Lei hurriedly handed a simple and unadorned token to Yang Kai and replied, "The Southern Gate Army is really good. It took them 2 months to completely improve the sect defending array. This is the restriction token used to control the spirit array." Yang Kai took it and probed it with his divine sense. After a little inspection, he immediately felt that he was connected to some existence in this world. With a single thought, the sect-defending array that enveloped the entire High Heaven Palace hummed, and the surrounding world energy fluctuated. Shi Lei said from the side, "The Southern Gate Army said that the spirit array he improved is much stronger. It's better than the original Seeking Passion sect's spirit array. So please rest assured, young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded casually and didn't doubt this. He just looked outside the mountain gate curiously and asked, "Why are there so many people gathered outside?" When he was inspecting the sect-defending array just now, he found that there were actually a lot of cultivators outside the mountain gate. These cultivators had varying cultivation levels. However, most of them were young people. Some were in groups of 2 or 3, and some were alone. All of them were full of heroic spirit. Many of them stared at the 10,000-year-cold heart iron outside the mountain gate and stared at the 3 words towering palace with fascination in their eyes. Ing Fei explained, "They all want to enter the mountain gate and enter the High Heaven Palace, young master." Towering Palace's name had now spread throughout the entire northern region, so in the past half a year, many young people had come here to see if they had a chance to join. However, the mountain gate was now tightly shut and they could not enter, so they could only stay outside. Yong Kai nodded lightly. He wasn't too surprised. After using his divine sense to scan the outside, he didn't pay much attention to it. Towering Palace's reputation had been completely established. Moreover, there were 3 demon kings guarding this place. Naturally, it was a reflection of their strength. As a newly established sect, it was time for them to absorb new blood. How could those scattered cultivators who had no background and no backing not be tempted by this opportunity? Lu Xianyun was an example. She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but after coming to the star boundary, she couldn't even hunt for cultivation resources. This was the disadvantage of not having a sect background. If she hadn't met Yong Kai again and been introduced to Iceheart Valley, she would probably still be worrying about cultivation resources. How could she cultivate in peace? Chiyu, Guizhu, and the others were the same. In the entire star boundary, there were many cultivators like this, but not everyone was as lucky as Yong Kai. For them, as long as they could enter High Firmament Palace, they would at least have someone to rely on in the future, even if they didn't expect to soar in the future. The High Heaven Palace's mountain gate had such an effect even before it was opened. If it was really opened, the entire Northern Territory would be in an uproar. At that time, the number of people coming would be like carps crossing the river. Shi Lei asked, "Young Master Yang, are you going to open the mountain gate and accept disciples?" Yong Kai shook his head and said, "There's no hurry." He occupied this place mainly for his family and friends on Shadowed Star. Now, he didn't even know how to return to Hung Luo Star Field. So how could he open the mountain gate? So easily. However, since Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor could go to Hung Luo Star Field back then, he could too. He just didn't know how. Perhaps I should find a way to inquire about Yang Inflammation and ask her about the situation. His mood fluctuating, Yong Kai turned around and said, "I'm going back to the Southern Territory. Which one of the 3 monster kings will come with me?" "Me." Sure enough, the 3 monster kings replied in unison, then glared at each other. Ing Fei came back to his senses and said, "Young Master Yang, we'll all go with you." "Why only one?" Shi Lei and Xie Wei also nodded, not understanding why Yong Kai made such an arrangement. Yong Kai said, "You're all monster kings. If the 3 of you travel together, you'll attract too much attention. It's hard to say what kind of twists and turns will occur. In addition, I also need to leave some people here to guard this place. Although High Heaven Palace has a sect defending array, and the mountain gate is tightly shut, who knows if there won't be some idiot who will cause trouble. If everyone leaves, this place won't be safe. Since I built the High Heaven Palace here, I will definitely settle down here in the future. There's still a long way to go, so what are you afraid of?" When the 3 heard this, they all felt that it was quite reasonable. Anyway, they had already boarded Yong Kai's ship, and they had also become the High Heaven Palace's consecrators. If they pushed too much, it would seem that they were too eager for quick success, and they were afraid that Yong Kai would be disgusted. Looking at each other, Xie Wei smiled and said, "Then young Master Yang should choose one. No matter who you choose, we won't have any objections." Ing Fei and Shi Lei nodded at the side. If they were asked to make their own decisions, they would definitely not give in to each other. It was better to give the choice to Yong Kai. No one could say anything. Yong Kai nodded and said, "Then let's go with Ing Fei. Ing Fei is faster than the Monster King. This trip back to the Southern Territory might need your help." Ing Fei heard this and was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang is wise." Shi Lei said gloomily, "Then Brother Xie, and I will stay behind to look after the sect. Then I'll have to trouble you too." Yong Kai nodded lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai took Ing Fei to Ice Heart Valley through the space array to bid farewell to Bing Yun. After returning to Ice Heart Valley after a year, the valley had already changed. After the previous ordeal, the entire Ice Heart Valley had become more united. Most of the disciples were in secluded cultivation, not daring to slack off in the slightest. They didn't stay long in Ice Heart Valley. After half a day, Yang Kai and Ing Fei left through the space array. The Northern Territory was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Southern Territory. It was a long journey with many dangerous mountains and rivers. Even an ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to cross it easily. Space arrays couldn't be connected. So many places could only be crossed by flying. Above the clear sky, atop the white clouds, a giant eagle spread its wings and soared high, its speed as fast as lightning, leaving only faint traces in the air as it turned into a series of afterimages. This giant eagle was naturally the main body of the flying eagle monster king. As the overlord of the sky, speed was his forte. Among the 32 monster king's 8 saint emissaries in the ancient lands, if he said he was second, no one would dare to say he was first. This was also the reason why Yang Kai brought him along. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the back of the flying eagle. Its back was wide and flat enough to accommodate a house. Its flight was fast and stable. Not even the slightest wind could be felt. In this world, there were probably only a few people who could make a Monster King willing to be a mount. But now, the flying eagle Monster King was willing to do all this without any complaints. The journey was dull and lonely, so Yang Kai naturally didn't waste any time. Instead, he meditated and cultivated. The entire journey was safe and sound. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to detect any traces of the flying eagle, and those who could detect the flying eagle didn't dare to provoke him, retreating long ago. After a full 2 months, the flying eagle suddenly sent a sound transmission. "Young Master Yang, we should be in the Southern Territory. Where are we going now?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his mysterious art. He stood up and looked around. "Let's find a city and scout for directions." The flying eagle received the order and began searching below. Half a day later, a relatively bustling city appeared in his field of vision. The flying eagle immediately flapped his wings and flew down. After a short while, he returned to his human form and withdrew his demonic chi, landing in front of the city gates with Yang Kai. The two of them had no intention of entering the city. Yang Kai just casually stopped a passing cultivator and asked, "Excuse me, which direction is the Thousand Leaves sect?" His main purpose for returning to the Southern Territory this time was to visit the Thousand Leaves sect. Ghost Ancestor Chi-Yu and the others were still in the Thousand Leaves sect. Now that he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally wanted to send them to the Northern Territory. Compared to the Thousand Leaves sect, the current High Heaven Palace had a much better cultivation environment and was much safer. However, the Southern Territory was vast. Although he had returned here, he didn't know the exact direction of the Thousand Leaves sect, so he could only ask around. The cultivator was in a hurry to enter the city and was inexplicably stopped by someone. He flew into a rage and was about to explode with rage because of his Tao Source realm cultivation when he saw the shining high-rank source crystal in Yang Kai's hand. His eyes immediately lit up, and he snatched it away, carefully examining it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it away and looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Are you a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No, why do you ask?" The cultivator looked around, appearing extremely cautious before whispering, "Since you're not a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect, don't ask too much. The Thousand Leaves sect is currently in trouble." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, not to the extent that everyone knew about it. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would be able to understand the situation immediately after coming here to inquire. But he never expected that the first person he asked would seem to know a lot about the Thousand Leaves sect. Furthermore, this person even said that the Thousand Leaves sect was in trouble. The cultivator asked curiously, "Friend, did you just come out of seclusion? Why haven't you heard about this?" Yang Kai quickly asked, "What exactly happened?" The cultivator whispered, "The Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed." "What?" Yang Kai turned pale with fright, unable to believe his ears. The cultivator shook his head. The Thousand Leaves sect overestimated themselves and was like an ant trying to shake a tree. They were destroyed a year ago. And now, the Thousand Leaves sect is also in a state of disarray. If friend has anything to do with the Thousand Leaves sect, it would be best for you to withdraw as soon as possible, lest you get into trouble. Chapter 2666. This person seemed to be advising Yang Kai out of goodwill because of the high-rank source crystal. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. A year ago, he led the Three Monster King to destroy Seeking Passion sect, but he never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would also be destroyed at the same time. Back when he was in Maplewood City, Yi Jinghan, the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect master, had invited him to go to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space array and reopen that small world for Thousand Leaves sect to retrieve the legacy of their ancestors. However, he had coincidentally bumped into Chiyu, AIO, and the others who had been separated from him for a long time. Thousand Leaves sect was nothing to him, and he only had some friendly relations with them. However, Chiyu and the others had stayed in Thousand Leaves sect. Now that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, what happened to Chiyu and the others? Those who came to the star boundary from Hung Luo star field with him were all very close. Chiyu was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother and could be considered his mother-in-law. Aio was Shui Yu's father and could be considered his father-in-law. Gui Zhu was his high heaven sect supreme elder and had gone through life and death situations with him. The only person he was not familiar with was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Song Yun. Upon hearing such bad news, Yang Kai's face twisted and murderous intent instantly filled the air as he glared at the person. "You lied to me?" The person did not pay much attention to Yang Kai at first, but now that he sensed Yang Kai's aura, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "The Emperor Realm!" He did not expect that the young man who had casually stopped him to ask questions was actually a genuine member of the Emperor Realm. If he had known, he would not have dared to act so casually. The cold, murderous intent lingered around him, making him feel like he was about to die in the next moment. He could not help sweating profusely. Master, this little one did not lie to you. Thousand Leaves sect has really been destroyed. Everyone in the Southern Territory knows about this." "Bullshit." Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Within the Star Territory, there were as many sects as there were hairs on an ox. So how could the destruction of a small sect like the Thousand Leaves sect be known to the world? Only the destruction of a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect would cause such an uproar in the entire Northern Territory. To put it bluntly, even if Thousand Leaves sect was truly destroyed, it would only be a pebble thrown into the vast ocean that was the Southern Territory. At most, it would cause some ripples that would quickly dissipate. Therefore, Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was lying. Being choked by Yang Kai, the man found it difficult to breathe. He kept struggling, but to no avail. "Young Master Yang," Ing Fei called out in a low voice. He could tell that Yang Kai's mood wasn't quite right, and realized that this Thousand Leaves sect held an extremely important position in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai frowned. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he loosened his grip and put the man down. He said in a deep voice, "Tell me what you know. If it's true, I won't make things difficult for you." The man coughed for a long time. He even coughed out tears. However, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction, and only spoke after he had recovered. Master, what do you want to know? This person from the Emperor realm in front of him was quite temperamental, so he didn't dare to casually guess his thoughts. He could only carefully inquire. Who destroyed the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. It said that they provoked the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering where he had heard of this sect. Thinking about it carefully, he had indeed heard of it. Back in the Four Seasons realm, he had dealt with the disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. In his impression, this sect shouldn't be considered a top sect. However, their strength should be quite good. Why did the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai continued to ask, is there any deep enmity between the two sects? The man hurriedly replied, there isn't any deep enmity, but the Thousand Leaves sect's wealth is its own ruin. A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he subconsciously asked, heavenly puppets? The so-called heavenly puppets were heaven-grade puppets. The Thousand Leaves sect had started off with the art of puppetry, and the Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder had extremely high attainments in the art of puppetry. He had left behind 10 heavenly puppets for the sect, each of which was comparable to the Emperor realm. At its peak, the Thousand Leaves sect was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory and was famous in the Star Boundary. However, the later generations were mediocre and were unable to carry forward the art of puppetry. As the art of puppetry declined from generation to generation, the Thousand Leaves sect eventually became a mediocre sect, and even the art of puppetry was lost. Fortunately, Yang Kai had helped them repair the space array and reopen the small sealed world, retrieving the secret techniques of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for a long time and reactivating the heavenly puppets. Lu Yan's soul puppet body was also obtained from that small world. If not for that, Lu Yan might not have a physical body even now. Hearing Yang Kai mention the heavenly puppets, the man nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. It turns out that Master also knows about the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. A few years ago, the Thousand Leaves sect used some unknown method to obtain the ancestral founder's legacy and regain control of the heavenly puppets that had been sealed for many years. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed to be interested in this, so they found a reason to destroy the Thousand Leaves sect. So simple? Yang Kai's face turned ugly. The man smiled bitterly. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. The sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect is only at the Third Order Tao Source realm, but he has a heavenly puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the Emperor realm. It's hard not to be coveted. What he said wasn't wrong. If the Thousand Leaves sect really had a master from the Emperor realm, having a heavenly puppet whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor realm wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that even the sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect, Yihen, was only at the Third Order Tao Source realm. Having a heavenly puppet in his hands would naturally attract covetous eyes. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said coldly, each of the 10 heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect has strength comparable to that of the Emperor realm. How could the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy them so easily? He was well aware of the strength of the heavenly puppets because Lu Yan had a white tiger heavenly puppet, which could display strength comparable to a First Order Emperor realm master. Although the Flowing Shadow Sword sect wasn't an ordinary sect, it wasn't a top sect either. How could they eat such a juicy piece of meat? The man smiled bitterly. This lowly one isn't sure either. Everyone is curious, but I'm afraid that the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect don't live up to their name. What he said wasn't wrong. Although the heavenly puppets were powerful, they still needed someone to control them. Without the Emperor realm, the Thousand Leaves sect couldn't display the full strength of the heavenly puppets. However, Yang Kai felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Since the Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, what happened to their disciples? Yang Kai asked nervously. The man replied, they either died or fled. I'm afraid that not many of them survived. However, I heard that some of them were captured. And among them, there seems to be a star master from a lower territory. Is that true? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The man smiled bitterly. How could I dare lie to master? Many people in the star boundary came from the territory of the lower stars, but there are many who are star masters. It is said that in order to become a star master, one must refine a star's source. I don't know how that guy managed to obtain a complete star's source. Although his cultivation isn't high, his future is bright. This news was released by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, how could it have spread to the entire Southern Territory? Why did they release this news? Yang Kai asked with a strange expression, his anxious mood calming down. The celestial lord that this person was talking about should be AI. Oh, if he wasn't mistaken, since AI was fine, Chi Yu and the others should also be fine. Of course, this was only the most ideal guess. It was also possible that the others had encountered some kind of accident. What else could they do? Naturally, they spread the news so that they could hold an auction and let Master know that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect is preparing to hold an auction in Flowing Shadow City a month from now. The items to be auctioned are the heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect and their Star Master. Can a Star Master be auctioned? Yang Kai was stunned. The man smiled bitterly. Master must be joking. That Star Master contains a complete star's source. If it can be extracted and transferred to a disciple with good aptitude, that disciple's future will be limitless, so it's only natural that people would flock to obtain it. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he first entered the Starlight Corridor and met Yin Lusheng seemed to be very interested in the star source in his body and even said that there was a secret method to extract it and transfer it. Now, it seemed that Yin Lusheng was not just spouting nonsense. A complete star source was extremely important to a cultivator's cultivation, so AIO's life was definitely not in danger. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was worried about Chi Yu and the others. A month from now, Flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai muttered to himself, already having a plan in mind. Now, that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, and it had been a year since then, it was useless for him to be anxious. Now that things had come to this point, he could only act according to circumstances. One last question. Where is Thousand Leaves sect and Flowing Shadow City? Yang Kai looked at the man and asked in a deep voice. How could the man dare not answer? He obediently pointed in two directions. After a long time of not receiving a response, the man raised his head only to find that the young man had already disappeared. A feeling of escaping death welled up in the man's heart, and it was only at this moment that the man discovered that his clothes were soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. High up in the sky, Yang Kai and Ing Fei flew side by side, their speed as fast as lightning. Seemingly sensing that Yang Kai's mood was not good, Ing Fei did not dare to disturb him casually, but he secretly felt that someone was about to get into trouble. Yang Kai dared to destroy a behemoth like Seeking Passion sect in the Northern Territory, so now that this Flowing Shadow Sword sect had provoked him, it was likely that they would not have a good ending. After a long silence, Ing Fei said, Young Master Yang, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel that something is not quite right. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I feel it too. Monster King, what do you think is wrong? As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the onlooker. Previously, Yang Kai was focused on inquiring about Thousand Leaves sect, Chi Yu, and the others, so he did not think too much about it. Now that he was flying through the air and the cold wind blowing, his mind calmed down and he noticed many flaws. Now that Ing Fei mentioned it, he immediately understood that he was not being paranoid, but that something was really wrong. Hearing this, Ing Fei asked, since Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed a year ago, why was the auction only held today? If they really had such intentions, they would have started the auction long ago. Not only that, this matter seems to have been deliberately spread around, as if they were trying to spread the news to someone. This year was the time for the news to ferment, and some people were afraid that this news would not reach them. Chapter 2667. Thousand Leaves Sect. The last time Yang Kai had been here, this place was still considered a majestic mountain with beautiful scenery. But when he came here again today, everything he saw was dilapidated, and the scenery was bleak. Between the mountains and plains were broken walls, and the pavilions that originally stood there had basically collapsed. Traces of a great battle could be seen everywhere, and the blood on the ground had long since dried up. Birds were flying in the sky, and the earth was in ruins. Yang Kai slowly flew through the air with a gloomy expression, sweeping the entire Thousand Leaves sect with his divine sense. Yang Kai found that not a single living person could be found. He could only occasionally find a few beasts and birds in the mountains, and there seemed to be a rotting smell lingering in the air. Thousand Leaves sect had really been destroyed. Although Thousand Leaves sect was not a great sect, it was still a sect that had existed for several tens of thousands of years. At its peak, it was the overlord of the Southern Territory, with countless disciples and masters as common as clouds. However, today, Thousand Leaves sect no longer existed in this world. An inexplicable anger surged in Yang Kai's chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although it was just his intuition, Yang Kai felt that this matter was somehow related to him. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out how he was related to Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Perhaps only by finding the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and asking them would he be able to understand the reason behind all this. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction of Thousand Leaves sect's main hall, where he could sense the auras of several living people. His eyes darkened as his figure flickered, and he flew in that direction. After a short while, he landed in front of the main hall. A statue had originally been erected in front of the main hall, a portrait of Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder. It was there for future generations to worship. However, this statue had long since collapsed, as if someone had cut it down with a single stroke of a sword. The cut was neat and tidy, indicating that the person who had done this had extraordinary strength. Yang Kai reached out and touched the cut, feeling the aura of the wind from it. The fragrance of meat wafted out from the main hall. He could also vaguely hear the voices of several people inside. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, bringing with him a burst of cold wind. Inside the main hall, several people were sitting on the ground, cooking some unknown meat soup. They drank large bowls of wine and ate large chunks of meat, looking very happy. Hearing the sound of movement, several people turned around at the same time. An older man stood up and glared at Yang Kai. "Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at them and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he discovered that they weren't disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Thinking about it, if they were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect's surviving disciples, they would have long since concealed their names and escaped. Why would they do such a thing in their own sect's main hall? The strongest of these people who were kings and king realm cultivators from the Dao source realm. So, Yang sects and the sex sect, cultivators lived. To these cultivators, cultivator was a cultivator, and a cultivator had sect been a sect. Yang Kai had no interest in being entangled with them, and simply asked, "Is there no one left alive in Thousand Leaves sect?" In case they didn't have good eyesight, he would release a little pressure when he spoke. The few of them immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and the face of the man who was pretending to be imposing changed. His body instantly shrank as he looked at Yong Kai with fear and trepidation. "I've never seen him. This was expected." Yong Kai nodded, looked around, and didn't say anything else. The man's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he stood in place, not daring to move. After a long while, Yong Kai turned around and left. Only then did the cultivators in the main hall feel as if they had been granted amnesty, and their bodies went limp. To them, a master like Yong Kai could easily take their lives if he wanted to. Moreover, these so-called masters were temperamental, so no one knew when they would kill. Therefore, when they went out to train, it was best to avoid masters who were more powerful than them and avoid them at all costs. After escaping death, these people hurriedly glanced at each other. How could they still care about the meat soup that was about to be cooked? They all fled out of the main hall at such a fast speed that they wished they had been born with an extra pair of legs. In the nameless valley, Yong Kai looked around for a while before standing at a certain spot with bright eyes. Yong Kai was very familiar with this valley as he had come here the last time he came to Thousand Leaves Sect. This was because this was a forbidden area of Thousand Leaves Sect. 4 generations, besides the sect master, no one else had been able to enter this place. On the surface, this was just an ordinary valley, but in reality, there was a large illusory array covering this place, concealing the space array that led to Thousand Leaves Sect's independent small world. Emperor, Heaven Valley. Yong Kai finally remembered the name of Thousand Leaves Sect's independent small world. It was in that Emperor Heaven Valley that Yong Kai had encountered a powerful corpse puppet, and Lu Yen had obtained his soul puppet body. A great battle had probably taken place in this valley on that day, as the surroundings were filled with traces of battle. Dried blood and white bones could be seen everywhere. From the looks of it, quite a few people had died here when Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed. At the center of the valley, where the space array was located, Yong Kai carefully inspected the damaged array. Not long after, his eyes lit up. He could tell that this space array had been destroyed by brute force. Furthermore, the person who had done it was in a hurry, as if they had something urgent to attend to at that time. Yong Kai could not help but wonder if the person who had destroyed this array was Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master, Yi Hen. If it was him, then this news was not too bad, because it was very likely that there were still Thousand Leaves Sect disciples alive in Emperor Heaven Valley on the other side of the space array. If he was Yi Hen, knowing that his sect was about to be destroyed, he would definitely move his sect's disciples and people close to him into Emperor Heaven Valley before destroying the space array to save their lives. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent, small world, although it was not very big. As long as the space array was destroyed, it would be very difficult for anyone in this world to enter it. The traces of the array being destroyed in a hurry proved this point. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yong Kai stood up and said, "Monster King, protect me." He wanted to reopen the space array and enter Emperor Heaven Valley to take a look. At that time, everything would be clear to him. Ing Fei nodded, and with a leap, he disappeared in an instant. No one knew where he had hidden himself. Yong Kai swept his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to blow away the debris on the damaged space array. He then extended his hand to touch the array in front of him. This space array of Thousand Leaves Sect was repaired with the help of Yong Kai last time. Although it was destroyed this time, it was naturally not difficult for Yong Kai to repair it again. It could even be said that he was very familiar with it. The power of the space principles fluctuated, causing the space to vibrate and hum. The place where Yong Kai was at quickly became illusory, as if the space there had collapsed. There seemed to be a mysterious power resonating with Yong Kai, and the broken other side was reconnected with this power. Asterisk, Hua asterisk, a pitch-black hole suddenly opened, and the interior of the hole was filled with nothingness. It gave off a feeling of devouring everything, causing one's heart to palpitate uneasily. A void corridor. Yang Kai urged his strength to maintain the stability of the void corridor as he stood up and called out, "Monster King!" Ing Fei reappeared beside him, staring at the void corridor with a stern gaze. Even someone as strong as him did not dare to underestimate this strange existence, because once he fell into it, it was very likely that he would be lost in the void forever, unable to find his way out. Yang Kai waved his hand casually, and with his emperor chi wrapped around him, he rushed directly into the void corridor. Soon, the two figures disappeared, along with the void corridor that had taken shape. Above the space array of Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai and Ning Fei appeared at the same time. There was not a single person in sight, but Yang Kai's sharp eyes scanned the ground, and soon his eyes lit up. He saw some bloodstains on the ground, as well as many footprints. Ing Fei sniffed and said, "There are quite a few people here." As a monster king, his sense of smell was naturally top-notch. Yang Kai nodded and locked his gaze in a certain direction. Over there, he remembered that there was a valley with many caves in that direction. The corpse puppets they encountered back then were also there. If there were any disciples of Thousand Leaves sect who had survived and escaped here, they should have landed in that valley. The two flew towards the valley one after the other. The Emperor Heaven Valley was not big, but it was a small world of its own. Moreover, the world energy here was quite abundant, which was why it became the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect. After a stick of incense's worth of time, the two arrived above the valley. Yang Kai did not hide his figure, and instead deliberately released his aura to descend. Rustling sounds suddenly rang out all around the valley, followed by a crowd of people. One cultivator after another with varying strength emerged from the forest, all of them looking at Yang Kai with pale faces. They had been hiding here for more than a year and had not seen any outsiders come here. They also felt that this was the safest place in the world, as the array outside had been destroyed, making it impossible for anyone to enter this place. But today, two outsiders had actually barged in. This caused the surviving disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to feel uneasy, as they did not know what kind of fate awaited them. The scene of their sect being destroyed a year ago was still vivid in their minds, and the sorrow of that day was still fermenting in their hearts. Could it be that even they, who had been dragging out an ignoble existence, were about to reach the end of their road? Two figures flashed out from the largest cave, one tall and straight, while the other had a graceful figure. "Senior Sister Yi Brother Du." The numerous Thousand Leaves sect disciples greeted them. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had arrived together. Unlike the panic present on the faces of the other disciples, their eyes were sparkling with joy. That was because Yi Hen had told them when he sent them into the Emperor Heaven Valley that if there was anyone who could reopen the Emperor Heaven Valley, that person would definitely be Yang Kai. Therefore, when they sensed that outsiders had barged into the Emperor Heaven Valley, the first thought that came to their minds was that Yang Kai had come. Now that they had taken a closer look, that was indeed the case. The familiar figure that entered their eyes was simply the best news they had received in the past year. Young Master Yang. Just as Yi Jinghan's words left her mouth, tears streamed down her face. The last time she saw Yang Kai, Thousand Leaves sect was in high spirits, having regained the legacy of their ancestors and retrieving the secret techniques that had been lost for many years. But now, in just a few years, the world had changed. Yi Jinghan thought of her father, whose fate she did not know, and could not help but feel nostalgic, causing her to be unable to restrain her emotions. Chapter 2668. Brother Yang. Although Du Xian wasn't as emotional as Yi Jinghan, he still cupped his fists in excitement. As long as Yang Kai was here, they would have a chance to leave this place and not be trapped in this Emperor Heaven Valley for the rest of their lives. Although Thousand Leaves sect had been annihilated for no reason, and their enemy was powerful, as the eldest brother of Thousand Leaves sect's younger generation, he had the responsibility and obligation to avenge his sect. If he wanted to take revenge, he would first need to increase his strength, and then leave this place. Increasing his strength was his own matter, but if he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Yang Kai. Missy, Brother Du. Yang Kai nodded lightly and sighed. My condolences. He didn't know what to say. Anyone who had suffered the destruction of their sect would definitely be in a bad mood. So he could understand why Yi Jinghan had lost her composure. The short exchange allowed the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who didn't know the truth to see some clues. Soon, discussions broke out as everyone guessed Yang Kai's identity. After hiding here, Du Xian had told them not to be disheartened and not to give up so easily. They still had a chance to leave this place and take revenge for their sect. All they had to do was wait for a person called Yang Kai to arrive. Now that this person called Yang Kai had arrived, many Thousand Leaves sect disciples became excited and looked at Yang Kai with fiery gazes. Is everyone here? Yang Kai swept his gaze around, but didn't see the person he was looking for. Although this was within his expectations, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There weren't many people from Thousand Leaves sect who had managed to escape this time, numbering no more than 500. Now, all of them were gathered in this mountain valley. Furthermore, their cultivations were all different. There were also less than 10 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Young Master Yang, let's talk inside. Yi Jinghan recovered a little and wiped the corners of her eyes as she gestured with her hand. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the cave, with Ing Fei following closely behind, concealing his aura. However, no one could see through his strength. Over the past year or so, Yi Jinghan, Du Xian, and the others had been residing in the cave, harboring the desire for vengeance in their hearts as they worked hard in their cultivation, hoping that there would come a day when they would be able to personally slay their enemies. There wasn't much furniture in the cave, so all of them were seated on the ground. Aside from Yang Kai and Ing Fei, there were only Yi Jinghan and Du Xian who seemed to be among the surviving Thousand Leaves sect disciples. Only the two of them had the highest cultivation and status. What exactly happened? I only heard that the Thousand Leaves sect was annihilated by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Is this true? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exchanged glances, the former nodding her head lightly before the latter spoke up. Brother Yang was right. The one who destroyed my Thousand Leaves sect was indeed the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Rumor has it that the existence of Tian Ho made the Flowing Shadow Sword sect more profitable. Is that true? Du Xian said angrily. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect mainly cultivates the way of the sword. Even if our Thousand Leaves sect has a heavenly Ho, how could we possibly tempt them? There's still a mastermind behind this matter. Yang Kai raised his brow. What do you mean? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exchanged glances again, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Yang Kai replied, There's nothing to hide. Since I'm here, I naturally have to investigate this matter thoroughly. I also have friends in Thousand Leaves sect. Du Xian heard this. Only then did he speak up. Brother Yang, do you still remember Hua Qingxi? Yang Kai frowned. Sister Hua? How could he not remember Hua Qingxi? However, from Du Xian's words, the annihilation of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to be related to Hua Qingxi, which inevitably made him suspicious. Furthermore, after separating from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, they had never seen each other again. Yang Kai also didn't know where Hua Qingxi had gone. Sister Hua knew a lot of his secrets, especially regarding the sealed world bead. However, he felt that Hua Qingxi was trustworthy, so he gave her freedom and even gave her a precious, extraordinary treasure pill. Du Xian said, after the Shattered Star Sea incident, Hua Qingxi suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect. It said that she had an agreement with Brother Yang to wait for Brother Yang in Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. It's true. When he separated from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had said that if she couldn't find him in the future, she could wait for him in Thousand Leaves sect. Because Chi Yu and the others were still in Thousand Leaves sect, he would definitely return to Thousand Leaves sect. Now, it seemed that Sister Hua had kept her promise and came to Thousand Leaves sect after leaving the Shattered Star Sea. Du Xian asked with a strange expression. Then, does Brother Yang know the true background of this Master Hua? Yang Kai replied, a disciple of Star Soul Palace. This wasn't a secret, and he had known about it for a long time. Hua Qingxi had been ordered by her master to go to Maplewood City to investigate the death of Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, when she encountered Yang Kai. As a result, she was captured by Yang Kai and taken into the Sealed World Bead as a soul slave. Du Xian was surprised. Brother Yang actually knows? He thought that Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter, but how could he have known that Yang Kai was as clear as a mirror? Du Xian originally thought that Hua Qingxi had used Yang Kai, which was why he hesitated to speak, but now it seemed that things weren't as he thought. Du Xian didn't know what was going on. Yang Kai frowned. Brother Du, speak frankly. I trust Sister Hua, so the matter of Thousand Leaves sect shouldn't have anything to do with her. If he didn't trust her, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her go free. With the soul seal in his hand, he could control her life and death at any time. Du Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Yang, when Master Hua returned to Thousand Leaves sect again, she was already an Emperor Realm Master. However, she said that she had an agreement with you and would wait for you in Thousand Leaves sect, so Honored Master invited her to stay in the sect. During this time, she became very close to Chi Yu and the other honored guests. Hua Qingxi naturally knew about the relationship between Chi Yu and the others and Yang Kai, so there was naturally no problem for them to become close to each other. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had also broken through to the Emperor realm during her trip to the Shattered Star Sea, so the extraordinary treasure pill Yang Kai had given her had not gone to waste. Originally, everything was peaceful. Our Thousand Leaves sect had regained many of our secrets, and with Master Hua from the Emperor realm as a guest, the sect was naturally thriving. A nostalgic look appeared on Du Xian's face, as if he was reminiscing about that period of time. Unfortunately, things didn't go as we wished. One day, a very powerful master suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect to look for Master Hua. Although we couldn't see through that person's cultivation, there was no doubt that he was from the Emperor realm. No one knew what that person said to Master Hua, but it was at that time that we learned that Master Hua was a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and a disciple of a Star Soul Palace elder at that. After that person left, the sect master went to visit Master Hua, but no one knew where she had gone. However, everyone thought that since Master Hua was a member of Star Soul Palace and her cultivation was from the Emperor realm, no one would dare to make things difficult for her, so they naturally didn't take this matter to heart. However, 1 month after that incident, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect suddenly attacked our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason and exterminated us. Yang Kai listened for a long time before his face sank. So, you're guessing that this matter is related to Sister Hua? How could this be related? Du Xian replied, it's not a guess, because when the sect was in trouble, the master who came to look for Master Hua also took action. I also saw that person from afar. Although I couldn't see him clearly, there was no mistaking his figure. That person was definitely a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If not for that, how could our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets be destroyed? Yi Jinghan nodded. That's right. I also saw that person. Most of our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets were subdued by that person. which is why we were unable to resist the Flowing Shadow Sword sect." Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned ugly. No wonder Thousand Leaves sect wasn't their opponent, even with heaven puppets. It turns out that a second-order Emperor Realm Master intervened. But what exactly is going on here? If that second-order Emperor Realm Master was a member of Star Soul Palace, then he could just look for Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi was also a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had not betrayed her sect. She had just failed to complete the task given to her by her honored master. So there was no reason for her to use someone else to exterminate Thousand Leaves sect in a fit of anger. Somehow, Yang Kai always felt that there was a conspiracy going on. Raising his head to look at Du Xian, Yang Kai said, "The mastermind behind the scenes that Brother Du mentioned, could it be?" He pointed his finger towards the sky. Du Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't know, but there is no reason for the Flowing Shadow Sword sect to cause trouble for our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason. They must have been instructed by someone." Previously, he had suspected Hua Qingxi and Star Soul Palace, but now that he thought about it carefully, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to harm Thousand Leaves sect, there would be no need for them to go through so much trouble. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors. They could easily crush Thousand Leaves sect. For a moment, everyone fell silent. "Young Master Yang, you came in from the outside, but did you hear any news about my father?" Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with some apprehension. Yang Kai shook his head. "I just returned to the Southern Territory not long ago, so I only have a rough idea of the situation." "Is Sect Master Yi still alive?" Yi Jinghan was on the verge of tears. "I don't know. When Father sent us into the Emperor Heaven Valley, he destroyed the space array outside, so we don't know what happened outside." Du Xian said, "Honored Master wanted to send Qi Yu and the other honored guests in as well, but they didn't agree and instead fought with the other disciples to protect the sect. Now we don't know if they are still alive." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Qi Yu and the others were all overlords of the Hung Luo star field. Although they couldn't fully display their strength after coming to the star boundary, they were greatly taken care of after entering Thousand Leaves sect. Now, that Thousand Leaves sect was in danger. With their nature, they naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. You don't need to care about their matters. Since they did this, it's their choice whether they live or die. Yang Kai sighed. Now, he could only confirm that AIO was still alive, and he didn't know whether ghost ancestor Qi Yu and Gu Yun were still alive, which worried him greatly. Standing up, he said, "In a month's time, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect will be holding an auction in Flowing Shadow City. The item being auctioned is none other than your Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly hoe. Do you want to go and take a look?" "What?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both shocked. Yang Kai sneered, "This auction is the key. As long as we go there, the truth will be revealed." Chapter 2669. Hearing that Flowing Shadow Sword sect was going to publicly auction off Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly puppets, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were furious. Their sect had been destroyed due to their lack of strength, so they couldn't blame the heavens or anyone else. However, their sect's most precious treasure was actually going to be auctioned off. This was simply a humiliation. It was equivalent to digging out their corpses and whipping them after they died. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian wished they could fly to Flowing Shadow City and destroy the auction to snatch back those heavenly puppets. However, after their anger, their faces were filled with disappointment. Their ambitions were high, but their strength was insufficient. Even if they really went to Flowing Shadow City, it would be a one-way trip. Weren't they hiding here to accumulate strength and wait for the day when they could take revenge? Seeing their concerns, Yang Kai said, "No matter what you choose, I'll still have to make a trip to Flowing Shadow City." Du Xian was shocked and said worriedly, "But Brother Yang, Flowing Shadow City is the foundation of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. Since they dare to hold an auction, they will definitely be fully prepared. If you go, won't you be walking right into their trap? Yang Kai grinned. Then we'll have to see if their net is bigger, or if my head is harder. Brother Yang, you... Du Xian was absent-minded, admiring Yang Kai's heroic spirit. His eyes lit up. Could it be that you're already an emperor? Hearing this, Yi Jinghan's expression also brightened. The two of them hadn't paid attention to Yang Kai's cultivation. After all, when they met Yang Kai that day, his cultivation was about the same as theirs. However, seeing Yang Kai's confidence, they couldn't help but release their divine sense to investigate. Their divine sense was like a stone sinking into the ocean, without the slightest ripple. However, there was a faint trace of emperor intent lingering around Yang Kai's body. Sure enough, he was already an emperor. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both shocked. They were shocked by the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation and growth. However, when they thought about it, weren't there many geniuses in this world who could climb up the martial Tao at an extremely fast pace? It was precisely because there were so many geniuses in this world that it became so brilliant and varied. Du Xian said solemnly, "But Brother Yang, even if you are an emperor, Flowing Shadow City is still a tiger's den." In other words, it was impossible to break through. Not to mention that the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect had a sect master from the Emperor realm. Just the mastermind behind the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect was not someone an ordinary emperor could afford to provoke. If this matter really involved Star Soul Palace, then Thousand Leaves sect would have no choice but to suffer in silence. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "If it wasn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, wouldn't it be boring?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian stared blankly at Yang Kai, not knowing where he got his confidence from. However, when they thought about the destruction of their sect and the tragic deaths of countless of their disciples, the two of them felt their blood boil. Nodding their heads, they replied, "Good. Let's go too. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must snatch Tian Ho back." Although the aura was not bad, both of them knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to achieve such a feat if they really went to Flowing Shadow City. Once their identities were exposed, they would probably be besieged from all sides. The enmity between Flowing Shadow Sword Sect and Thousand Leaves Sect had already been formed. They would definitely have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Yang Kai smiled. That's how it should be. Bringing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian along wasn't because he expected them to be of any help. Two Tao Source realm cultivators wouldn't be able to accomplish much in such a chaotic battle. However, they were still members of Thousand Leaves sect. One was the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect master, while the other was the eldest disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect's younger generation. Yang Kai bringing them along to Flowing Shadow City to cause trouble could be considered justifiable. Otherwise, as an outsider, if he were to intervene in the matters of Thousand Leaves sect, it would be akin to him drawing his sword to help when he saw injustice. To put it bluntly, it would be seen as him meddling in other people's business. For the time being, he did not want to expose his relationship with AIO and the others, since they had already made their decision. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian no longer hesitated. They summoned a few of their trusted disciples and carefully instructed them to stay in Emperor Heaven Valley and cultivate properly. If they did not return, the task of reviving Thousand Leaves sect would fall on their shoulders. Naturally, these Thousand Leaves sect disciples tried their best to persuade them. However, since the two had already made up their minds, how could they change their minds with just a few words? Half a day later, Yang Kai brought the two of them out of Emperor Heaven Valley and returned to the nameless valley of Thousand Leaves sect through the space array. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both born and bred in the Southern Territory, so they were naturally familiar with Flowing Shadow Sword Sect and Flowing Shadow City. They had also been to Flowing Shadow City a few times, so they immediately gave Yang Kai directions as they traveled at lightning speed. In a short 3 days, the group of 4 arrived at Flowing Shadow City. Looking at it from afar, Flowing Shadow City could be considered to be vast and majestic. The city walls were several dozen meters tall, and a giant sword was suspended above the city gates. The giant sword seemed to be forged from copper and was extremely thick and imposing, hanging above the city gates. It looked as if it would descend and slice the earth in two at any moment. However, the cultivators entering and exiting the city were used to such a sight. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian followed behind Yang Kai with uneasy expressions as they landed outside the city gates. According to the two's plan, since they were going to invade the enemy's lair, they naturally had to change their appearances. At the very least, they had to put on some disguises to avoid attracting too much attention and causing unnecessary trouble. After that, they would wait for an opportunity to act in secret. However, Yang Kai did not allow them to change their appearances. Instead, he allowed them to show their true faces to others. The two of them were on tenterhooks throughout the journey. When they arrived outside Flowing Shadow City, their bodies stiffened and their hearts were filled with unease. Although they were already mentally prepared to die, their deaths had to be of value. If they were to die for no reason, then they might as well stay in the Emperor Heaven Valley and endure hardships, spending several hundred years of bitter cultivation. However, Yang Kai's confident appearance made it difficult for the two of them to ask him about it. At the city gates, there were many cultivator queues waiting to enter the city. Every slightly prosperous city was like this. Flowing Shadow City was already a good place to begin with, and with the upcoming auction, who knew how many people in the Northern Territory were interested in the 1,000 Leaves sex puppets? There was even a star master who possessed a complete star's source. So, naturally, it attracted an endless stream of cultivators from all over. The current Flowing Shadow City could be said to be filled with Dao sources, Emperor Realm Masters, and Masters. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect Master, Li Qingyun, personally oversaw it. As a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, who majored in the Sword Dao of Slaughter, Li Qingyun could be considered an extremely powerful master in the Northern Territory. With his status, there was no need for him to be here. However, as the auction was being held, more and more cultivators from the Emperor realm arrived in Flowing Shadow City. Many top sects had sent their masters to participate, and the other members of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect were unable to handle the situation. As the sect master, he could only do it himself. During this period of time, Li Qingyun had lost count of how many masters he had visited, and none of them were people his Flowing Shadow Sword sect could afford to provoke. Now that they were in Flowing Shadow City, his territory as the city lord, he had to pay them a visit. Normally, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect would not have the opportunity to befriend so many masters. However, after a few visits, Li Qingyun was tired of dealing with them and did not even have time to cultivate. Furthermore, as the date of the auction approached, he could vaguely feel his heart palpitating. Although his cultivation was not very high, because he majored in the Sword Dao of Slaughter, he was extremely sensitive to danger. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen at this auction. If something went wrong, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect could be destroyed. However, he had no choice but to hold the auction. Faced with the orders of the master, Li Qingyun could not muster up any thoughts of resisting. Letting out a long sigh, the Emperor artifact illusory jade sword in front of him hummed slightly, as if it had sensed the change in its master's mood. Sect Master. A voice came from outside the door. What is it? Li Qingyun raised his eyes, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. If he had a choice, he would rather cultivate in seclusion in the sect. The Sword Dao had a long history, and with his ability, he would not be able to comprehend it even if he devoted his entire life to it. How could he be in the mood to stir up trouble? However, in the eyes of the master, he and the entire Flowing Shadow Sword sect were nothing more than a chess piece. They had no choice but to place themselves on the chessboard. A disciple has reported that 2,000 Leaves sect remnants have been discovered. The voice replied, "Moreover, they seem to be the daughter of the 1,000 Leaves sect master, and the eldest disciple of this generation." Where? Li Qingyun lowered his eyes. At the city gates. They are about to enter the city. Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly as the feeling of unease grew even stronger. It was as if an invisible mouth was about to bite him, and the intense sense of danger caused his skin to turn cold. How many years had it been since he last had such a feeling? The illusory jade sword hummed incessantly, making him even more certain of his senses. The person outside the door waited quietly for a long time, but did not receive any response from the sect master, so he could only wait bitterly. At the same time, outside the city gates, the crowd was panicking and running in all directions. A group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples surrounded Yang Kai's group of 4 from the sky and on the ground. Those who had nothing to do with them retreated and watched from afar. Although the destruction of 1,000 Leaves sect by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was very sudden, since they had formed a blood feud, they naturally had to investigate the other party's background, especially those who had escaped. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's status in 1,000 Leaves sect was not low, and their portraits had long been circulated outside. Furthermore, Yang Kai had led them on a rampage, with no intention of queuing up to enter the city. He acted as if he was the boss and did not place the cultivator guarding the city gates in his eyes at all. Therefore, the moment they entered the city, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were immediately recognized by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples guarding the city gates. Their enemies had come to kill them, yet they still dared to provoke them in such an arrogant manner. There was no need for any instructions, as the dozens of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples immediately set up an inescapable net, eyeing them covetously. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They never thought that Yang Kai would actually be so bold. Not only did he not allow them to hide their identities, he even took the initiative to provoke them. What exactly was Yang Kai planning? Was he so confident that he could come and go as he pleased in Flowing Shadow City? But now that things had come to this point, there was no point in regretting it. Recalling the actions of these Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples in 1,000 Leaves sect a year ago, the eyes of the two gradually turned red as killing intent slowly filled the air. Even if they were to die, they would drag a few people down with them. Only then would they live up to the name of 1,000 Leaves sect disciples. The two of you have guts to actually dare to barge into my Flowing Shadow City. It looks like the people from 1,000 Leaves sect really don't know how to write the word death. The Tao Source realm leader looked at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian with a sneer. However, when his gaze swept past Yang Kai and Ing Fei, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. He did not know where these two came from to actually be together with the people from 1,000 Leaves sect. Chapter 2670. Although the existence of Yang Kai and Ing Fei had raised this person's suspicions, he did not take it to heart. 1,000 Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, far inferior to their Flowing Shadow Sword sect. So what if they had some connections? This was Flowing Shadow City, the base of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so who could act presumptuously here? His gaze lingered on Yang Kai for a moment before he coldly snorted, "Who are you? If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Don't make a mistake." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his words and simply looked at Du Xian. "And Yi Jinghan, do you want to collect some interest first?" Yang Kai did not even have the mood to take action against a bunch of small fries, but to Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, who had a deep hatred for them, they were the best targets to vent their anger on. Hearing this, Du Xian's expression shook, and he shouted, "Good. Then we'll have to trouble Brother Yang to protect us." Yang Kai simply nodded and stood quietly in the same place. Impudent, seeing Du Xian act so arrogantly. The flowing shadow sword sect disciple was enraged, and he waved his hand. "Take him down." Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk sword cries rang out, and sword lights danced as the figures of the dozen flowing shadow sword sect disciples intertwined, covering each other as they charged forward. Sword chi filled the air, as sword intent filled the air. "Brother!" Yi Jinghan shouted. Du Xian understood, and immediately turned around to stand back to back with Yi Jinghan. The two's hands danced in the air as round ball-like objects shot out one after another. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk after a series of crisp sounds. The round ball-like objects actually started to change under everyone's gazes. In the blink of an eye, they turned into lifelike monster beasts. The world energy fluctuated as 4 puppet beasts suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A python, a lizard, a wolf, a bird. Every single one of them was like a living creature. If not for the fact that there was no sign of life coming from them, anyone would have thought that they were real monster beasts. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight of this. Although he had gone to the Thousand Leaves sect before and had interacted with them before, many of the Thousand Leaves sect secret techniques had been lost at that time, and it was all thanks to him opening the Emperor Heaven Valley. Only then did he manage to find the secret manual that had been lost for many years. At that time, he hadn't seen the true strength of Thousand Leaves sect. Now that these 4 puppet beasts had appeared, Yang Kai knew that the Thousand Leaves sect had developed quite a bit over the past few years. Each of these 4 puppet beasts possessed strength comparable to a Peak Dao Source Realm Master, so they should be the Earth-grade puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. With the secret arts and secret tomes that Yang Kai had obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley, the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect were far superior to those of the past, whether it was in terms of refining puppets or controlling them. He had originally thought that it would be difficult for Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to face so many opponents with just 2 fists, but from the looks of it now, he had underestimated them. Chi 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 chi, sword light flashed as they slashed towards Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. Each and every one of them was so condensed that if they were to be struck, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian would definitely suffer. However, the 2 of them didn't even show any signs of activating their protective source chi, instead focusing solely on controlling the 4 puppet beasts. The scales on the giant python-like puppet beast were bright and distinct. Its body suddenly curled up, wrapping around Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. It blocked all of the incoming sword chi, causing dazzling sparks to fly out. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk at the same time. The lizard-like puppet beast's body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Before the ground beneath it loosened up, it leapt into the air and drilled into the ground, disappearing from sight. No one knew where it had gone. A wolf's howl rang out as a green light radiated from the body of the wolf puppet, pouncing towards the 2 flowing shadow sword sect disciples closest to it. It bared its fangs, scaring them so much that they hurriedly raised their swords to defend themselves. However, right at this moment, the most delicate and nimble puppet bird drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a bolt of lightning. It pierced right through the chest of the flowing shadow sword sect disciple. His protective source chi was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Asterisk Pooh, asterisk the flowing shadow sword sect disciple coughed out a mouthful of blood as he felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. Lowering his head, he saw a bloody hole in his chest through which his internal organs could be faintly seen. Despite being besieged by more than a dozen people, the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were the first to die. The spectators in the distance turned pale with fright, shocked by the strength of the Thousand Leaves sect's puppet beasts. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this wasn't a mistake, but a suppression of strength. Although the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had the advantage in numbers, each of the four puppet beasts was comparable to the Third Order Tao source realm. The strength of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples varied greatly, making it impossible for them to resist. Retreat. The leading disciple turned pale with fright at the sight of this, a look of disbelief on his face. With the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had naturally obtained a lot of spoils of war, with the puppet beasts being the most abundant. Currently, there were quite a few Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who possessed Thousand Leaves sect puppet beasts, but none of them could compare to the four puppet beasts before them. The Tao of puppetry not only required the strength of the puppet beasts themselves, but also the corresponding secret arts and secret techniques to control them. In other words, the same puppet beasts in the hands of others and Thousand Leaves sect disciples would display completely different levels of strength. Even though the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had obtained quite a few puppet beasts as spoils of war and had studied them for a period of time, they were unable to display the full strength of the puppet beasts, leading them to believe that these puppet beasts were nothing special. Only after seeing them now did they realize how wrong they were. The disciples were already trembling with fear, so when they heard the order, they naturally displayed their sword arts to protect themselves as they retreated quickly. But right at this moment, the puppet python protecting Yi Jinghan and Du Xian suddenly swung its whip-like tail, causing a series of killing sounds to ring out. Its tail was as thick as a water bucket, and no one knew what material it was made of. The strength of its tail was akin to the collapse of a mountain, and a few of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who were unable to dodge in time were struck by its tail. Their abdomens instantly caved in as blood and internal organs spurted out from their mouths. Some of them were lucky enough to escape this calamity, but before they could even catch their breaths, a large hole suddenly appeared beneath their feet. The puppet lizard that had disappeared earlier actually broke through the ground and opened its mouth, biting down on one of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples before dragging him into the hole. Extremely mournful screams rang out from the ground, causing everyone who heard them to feel their hair stand on end and their hearts turn cold. With this as an example, the disciples immediately flew into the air. How could they dare to remain on the ground? However, the air wasn't safe either. The puppet wolf was constantly on the move, while the puppet bird was as fast as lightning. Every time it swooped down, blood would be spilled. Sword Array. The leading Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared with a pale face. Originally, he had thought that these two trivial Thousand Leaves sect disciples would be easy to deal with, so he didn't place them in his eyes. However, after exchanging blows with them, he finally understood who was the wolf and who was the sheep. In just a short period of time, 6 or 7 of his own side had already died. If this continued, wouldn't they all die? With this order, the remaining Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples immediately split into several groups and set up sword arrays, working together to resist the terrifying puppet beasts. With the protection of the puppet python, Du Xian and Yi Jinghan were able to kill 6 or 7 people without suffering any injuries, causing them to feel extremely satisfied. The anger and frustration they had accumulated over the past year seemed to have been released at this moment, allowing them to control the puppet beasts with greater ease. Du Xian laughed heartily. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is only SOO. Although his tone was arrogant, he was actually controlling the puppet beasts to engage the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples in close combat. Sect exterminators, don't be impudent. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared in anger. 6 or 7 of their own had been killed in front of their city gates, and they were even provoked in such a manner. If they didn't regain their face, their Flowing Shadow Sword sect would no longer be able to establish itself in the Northern Territory. After experiencing the initial panic, they gradually regained their footing. Their hearts were filled with hatred, and they only wanted to tear Du Xian and Yi Jinghan into 1,000 pieces to wash away their previous humiliation. Sect extermination? Du Xian's expression turned ruthless as he clenched his teeth. If not for the help of others, how could your flowing shadow sword sect possibly have the ability to exterminate my Thousand Leaves sect? I, Du Xian, have come here today to seek justice for the many disciples of my Thousand Leaves sect that have died. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Kill, kill. The numerous flowing shadow sword sect disciples roared in unison as their sword intent broke through the clouds. Under the sword array, sword Qi shot out like a waterfall, seemingly wanting to shatter space itself. Brother! Yi Jinghan's face turned solemn as she formed a seal with one hand. The puppet python abruptly shrunk its body, wrapping around her and Du Xian tightly. As the sword Qi slashed down, sparks flew from the puppet python's body, causing it to tremble violently. However, it did not harm Yi Jinghan or Du Xian in the slightest. Since you want to be a coward, why come to my flowing shadow city and make a fool of yourselves? The flowing shadow sword sect disciple sneered as he waved his hand and shouted, "Slash again! Asterisk Qi 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 Qi." Asterisk sword Qi after sword Qi slashed down continuously, causing the puppet python to be unable to move at all. Even the sturdiest puppet python could not withstand such an attack, and countless cracks quickly appeared on its body. Discussions broke out amongst the surrounding onlookers, all of them feeling that these two from Thousand Leaves sect had been a little too careless. Since they had managed to escape this calamity, why did they have to come here and throw themselves into a trap? Now, it was likely that their futures would be bleak. If they were really smart people, they would find a place to hide and increase their cultivation so that they could make a comeback in the future and take revenge. Ha ha! Seeing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian being beaten to the point where they were unable to retaliate, the flowing shadow sword sect disciple immediately burst into laughter. "Let's see how long you can last." Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the ground suddenly split open as the puppet lizard that had disappeared all this time suddenly appeared, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it charged towards the sword array. On top of the puppet lizard's head was a person standing with his head held high. Who else could it be but Du Xian? What? Many of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were shocked. Although they did not know why Du Xian had charged over with such a disregard for his life, it was clear that he was up to no good. Immediately, they sent out their attacks towards Du Xian. However, Du Xian did not bother to dodge and simply sneered. Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques are actually so exquisite. Suddenly, someone in the air exclaimed in admiration, seemingly having discovered some clues. It was not just one person who had discovered the clues. At this moment, pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness were focused on Du Xian, who was standing on the puppet lizard's head with looks of disbelief and shock filling their hearts. Chapter 2671. Sword light flashed, and sword Qi filled the air as the power of the sword array erupted. The dazzling light seemed to be able to illuminate the past and present, completely covering a large area around the city gate. Du Xian, who bore the brunt of this attack, could not avoid it. Countless raging energy turned into a strangling force wrapping around him. In an instant, Du Xian's body was torn apart. Ha ha ha! You overestimate yourself. The leading flowing shadow sword sect disciple had thought that Du Xian had some kind of trump card when he saw him coming over so aggressively. But who would have thought that after a round of sword array attacks, Du Xian's head was already separated from his body, causing him to burst into laughter. As soon as his laughable voice sounded out, he instinctively noticed that something was wrong, and his face went grim as he stared his eyes wide open at Du Xian that was split into pieces. He seemed as if he'd seen an unbelievable scene, and he said with astonishment, "A puppet!" This Du Xian, who had charged at them without hesitation and had faced death with equanimity, was actually not a living person, but a puppet. However, this puppet was refined so exquisitely that it was no different from a real person. During the battle, he did not have time to carefully distinguish it, and only after dissecting Du Xian's body did he notice it explode. A low roar, like the sound of the Yellow Springs, sounded in everyone's ears. The pieces of Du Xian's corpse that had been chopped into pieces suddenly flickered with a scorching light and instantly became extremely bright. An extremely dangerous aura spread out like a tsunami. The flowing shadow sword sect disciple's expression changed greatly as he roared with all his might, "Run." While speaking, the sword in his hand rotated, releasing layers of impenetrable sword chi to protect his body as he tapped his foot. He quickly retreated. Asterisk Kong, asterisk, a loud noise sounded. Outside the city gate, a dazzling white ball suddenly burst open, covering an area of 1,000 feet, and a violent energy shock wave swept up a strong gust of wind, sweeping through the void. A series of muffled groans sounded, but then came to an abrupt stop as the vitality was suddenly extinguished, symbolizing the fall of a cultivator one after another. It caused the onlookers to shudder in fear, and their faces to turn pale. After a short while, the dust settled. At the city gate of Flowing Shadow City, there was a large pit that was more than 100 feet deep and 1,000 feet wide. Next to the pit was a mess, with a large section of the city wall broken. On the ground, there were charred corpses and severed limbs. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk, it continued to hover in place. The puppet python guarding Du Xian and Yi Jinghan coiled its body, raising its head slightly as it flicked its scarlet forked tongue. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were still standing at its curled-up abdomen, completely unscathed. On the messy ground, a figure staggered up. It was the leading disciple of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Among the many disciples, he was the strongest and the quickest to react to the situation. Therefore, although he had suffered some injuries from the explosion of the puppet, he had managed to keep his life. Just as he stood up, the light in front of him dimmed. Someone was blocking his path. Looking up, it was Du Xian. Staring at each other, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared, "You cheated!" He brandished his sword, intending to slash at Du Xian. He felt unbearable pain all over his body, and his energy circulation became sluggish. His face became even paler. The self-destruction of the puppet Du Xian was extremely powerful, almost equivalent to the self-destruction of a peak Dao source realm cultivator. Many of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were close to it at that time, so almost all of them were wiped out. Even though he had managed to keep his life, he was not in a good state right now. Du Xian's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth, compared to the matter of Flowing Shadow Sword sect being in my 1,000 Leaves sect. What does this matter? It's just interest. The enmity of the destruction of his sect was absolutely irreconcilable. Regardless of whether the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were under someone else's orders, they were all murderers. Du Xian naturally would not show any mercy to them. Saying so, he sent a palm strike towards the head of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple, intending to kill him. Impudent Junior, this is Flowing Shadow City. How dare you commit murder? At the same time an angry roar rang out, an old figure suddenly appeared in the sky, waving his hand and grabbing towards Du Xian. An emperor intent spread out, causing Du Xian to feel his body turn stiff. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. The Emperor realm. Du Xian's expression changed, knowing that his actions just now had drawn out a master. However, this person did not seem to be the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so he did not know what the other party's intentions were and what relationship he had with Flowing Shadow Sword sect. You're already so bloodthirsty at such a young age. What will happen when you grow up? This old master will bring you back to cleanse your sins. The old man seemed to be explaining his actions, and by the time he finished speaking, his hand had already grabbed onto Du Xian's head. In the air, a few other figures flashed, charging towards Yi Jinghan, who was still standing on the spot. Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect, and if it was in the past, no one would pay them any attention. However, the recent uproar was due to Flowing Shadow Sword sect's unbridled promotion. However, the Tao of puppetry was an unorthodox Tao, so even if it had some uses, it would not attract much attention. However, after witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan today, the hidden forces of the Emperor realm no longer dared to underestimate them. These two remnants of Thousand Leaves sect were actually able to slaughter so many people in Flowing Shadow City just by relying on a few puppets. If they could obtain such treasures, they would definitely be able to increase the strength of their sect. Therefore, in an instant, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had become highly sought after. Many people had made up their minds to bring the two of them back and uncover the secret behind Thousand Leaves sex puppetry. Where did this shameless old thing come from? A cold snort rang out as an elite aura suddenly appeared, blasting towards the old man like a dragon emerging from the sea. The old man's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively sensed danger. He no longer cared about grabbing Du Xian, and hurriedly pushed his strength towards the incoming aura, instantly pushing his strength to 70 to 80%. Asterisk Kong, asterisk, a muffled bang rang out as the old man's figure staggered backwards, his face turning pale as the blood and qi in his chest churned, almost causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His heart filled with shock as he stared in the direction of the source of the attack and roared, "Who are you?" Yang Kai sneered and did not reply, instead sending a few palm strikes towards where Yi Jinghan was standing. Pa pa pa. A few figures stealthily moving towards Yi Jinghan suddenly appeared with ugly expressions on their faces. Without the suppression of the old man, Du Xian's source qi began to circulate once more, smashing the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple, who was still alive into meat paste with a single palm strike. Feeling extremely satisfied, he roared towards the sky. Yang Kai swept his gaze across the people from the Emperor realm and asked, "Which one of you is the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect?" Silence filled the air, as no one replied. Yi Jinghan walked over and said in a low voice, "He's not here." Back when Flowing Shadow Sword sect had invaded Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Jinghan had seen Li Qingyun once and recognized his appearance. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Are you a coward now?" He was also curious as to why the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect was still not showing himself after so many of their people had been killed. This situation was a little different from what he had expected, causing him to feel slightly irritated. "Brat, who exactly are you?" The old man had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai and had asked Yang Kai for a reply, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. Yang Kai was in a bad mood as he swept a cold glance at the old man and snorted, "You should go back and enjoy your retirement at such an old age. Be careful not to break your back if you keep jumping around." Impudent! The old man flew into a rage. No matter what, he was the sect master of a sect, yet he was being humiliated in such a manner by a young man. This was simply intolerable. If not for the fact that he was wary of Yang Kai's extraordinary strength, he would have definitely exchanged a few blows with him and taught him what it meant to be strong with age. "Which family's disciple are you? How can you be so arrogant? Didn't your family's elders teach you how to behave?" A middle-aged man frowned. He couldn't stand Kai Yang's arrogant attitude. Yang Kai grinned. "You want to teach me how to behave?" The middle-aged man snorted. "Young man, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. You should know that there is always a mountain taller than the one before it." Yang Kai waved the myriad sword and pointed it at him. "If you're not convinced, then let this young master see how tall your mountain is." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. Unreasonable! The other people from the Emperor realm also shook their heads. thinking that this young man was like a mad dog biting whoever he caught. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai had come here to cause trouble, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do so. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, how could he hold back? However, after messing around for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't shown up, causing him to feel a little dispirited. Letting out a long laugh, he put away the myriad sword and said, "It seems that all of you are just talking. If that's the case, then scram to the side, and don't waste this young master's time." He called out to Yi Jinghan and Du Xian before sweeping out with his divine sense. Locking his gaze in the direction of the city lord's mansion, he said in a clear voice, "Since Sect Master Li is avoiding me, then this young master will pay him a visit." Saying so, his figure leapt forward, leading Yi Jinghan and Du Xian towards the city lord's mansion. The people from the Emperor realm exchanged glances, all of them guessing his intentions. However, they were also puzzled in their hearts, wondering where the two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect had found this person from the Emperor realm, who actually dared to charge into the dragon's lair alone. Furthermore, he seemed to possess extraordinary strength. From the looks of it, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was in big trouble this time, and they didn't know if the auction would be held as scheduled. After witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan, these people from the Emperor realm were extremely interested in that heavenly hoe. They all felt that if they could buy one or two back, this trip would not have been in vain. It wasn't easy to raise the level of a puppet from the Emperor realm, but if they could buy one that was comparable to a puppet from the Emperor realm, it would be ready-made and could be used. The only difference was that they would need to spend some source crystals. For a moment, many people were worried that Yang Kai would ruin the auction. But then again, this was an outsider's matter after all. At most, they would just watch the show. They had no intention of interfering in this matter. In front of the city lord's mansion, a group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were on high alert, all of them trembling as their faces turned pale. It wasn't that they hadn't received the news that several dozen of their brothers had died in battle in front of the city gates. Originally, they thought that their sect master would definitely not let this matter rest, and would definitely take action to teach those two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect a lesson. However, they never expected that their sect master would show no reaction even now. Seeing Yang Kai walking towards them with his group, the palms of many of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to sweat as they vigilantly and fearfully sized him up. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying with it waves of killing intent, causing everyone's hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2672. Get into formation. With a shout, the figures of the 300 Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to move, forming a shocking sword array in an instant. Their auras were linked together, layer after layer of sword intent stacked on top of each other. Blocking the entrance of the city lord's mansion did not seem to be 300 cultivators, but a shocking sword. The chilling sword intent radiating from it could be clearly felt by all the cultivators in Flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai looked at the sword array in disdain and sneered. "Sect Master Li, is this how you treat your guests?" If the other party said yes, he would not mind killing all 300 of them. Although this sword array was powerful, it could not stop him. A gentle voice rang out from within the city lord's mansion. "Let them in." With Yang Kai already at the entrance, there was no way Li Qing Yun could avoid him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Qing Yun did not intend to make things difficult for Yang Kai, and instead ordered the disciples to let them in. Sect Master, the Third Order Tao Source Realm disciple in charge of the sword array, turned around and looked at the city lord's mansion in disbelief, thinking that he had heard wrongly. With this sword array and the combined strength of 300 disciples, even those from the Emperor realm would lose a layer of skin. Yang Kai's group had committed murder at the city gates, and their enmity with the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was irreconcilable. How could they let them go so easily? Let them in. Li Qingyun's voice rang out once again, but this time it was much more dignified. The expression of the disciple in charge of the sword array fluctuated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let them in!" Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the crowd took the initiative to disperse, and the shocking sword intent weakened significantly. The crowd moved. Naturally, the sword array could not be maintained. A wise choice. A strange look flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he secretly felt that this Li Qingyun was quite interesting. Under the hateful gazes of the crowd, Yang Kai led Yi Jinghan and Du Xian inside. In contrast to Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor, both Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were feeling nervous in their hearts, causing them to secretly gulp down their saliva while circulating their source qi. He was afraid that the flowing shadow sword sect would go back on their word and launch a sneak attack. But when they walked into the city lord's mansion, nothing happened. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but exhale. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, a figure was sitting cross-legged. That figure was as straight as a sword and had the demeanor of a master. For some reason, a 3-foot-long green peak was constantly emitting clanging sounds. As Yang Kai approached, the sounds became more and more urgent and concentrated. It was as if it was warning him of something. Yang Kai could not help but take a few more glances at the sword. Li Qingyun's eyes were still tightly shut. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, and the sword calmed down. He said, "The Jade Void Sword is the treasure of my flowing shadow sword sect, and only the sect master can wear it. It has the ability to warn others, and the stronger the enemy, the more urgent its warning sound will be. I have avoided many dangers with it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid it this time." Sect Master Li. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him and nodded lightly. Standing behind Yang Kai, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's eyes were bloodshot. They gnashed their teeth and glared at him, looking as if they could not wait to kill him. "Who exactly are you?" Li Qingyun raised his head and looked at Yang Kai, "A nameless junior. Even if I told you, Sect Master Li would know," Yang Kai replied indifferently. Li Qingyun said, "Fame is something that can only be gained through hard work. After today, your name will definitely spread far and wide." Yang Kai smiled. "False fame is nothing but dust. Life is like a dream, and the martial Tao is eternal." Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed as he looked towards Yang Kai. He felt as if every word he said was a gem, like a heavy hammer pounding on his heart. He seemed to have caught on to something, giving him a feeling as if the clouds had cleared up and he could see the moon. But when he thought about it carefully, he could not find anything causing him to frown. Sighing softly, he said, "Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation, with the new replacing the old." A dejected look appeared on his face, as if he had suffered a blow. Pausing for a moment, he said, "Is your excellency here to stand up for Thousand Leaves sect? If that's the case, then make your move. Although this Li knows that he's not a match for you, he's not a person who will sit and wait for death." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, asking, "Do you want me to kill him?" "Nod your heads, and I'll take his life." Du Xian and Yi Jinghan clenched their teeth, the red in their eyes turning even more intense as the chilling killing intent within them condensed into a solid state. It was this person who had led a large group of flowing shadow sword sect disciples into Thousand Leaves sect a year ago, wantonly slaughtering countless Thousand Leaves sect disciples who had died at his hands. Over the past year, there hadn't been a moment when the two of them didn't want to kill this person to avenge their dead brothers and sisters. But now, their enemy was right in front of them, and even though they believed that Yang Kai would do as he said and take his life, they just couldn't bring themselves to do it. As if their minds were connected, Yi Jinghan closed her eyes and said softly, "Big brother." Du Xian also took a deep breath and said, The enmity of annihilating my sect must be avenged with my own hands. Yang Kai smiled and looked at them. Then the two of you will have to work hard in your cultivation. He's from the Emperor realm. Du Xian gritted his teeth and said, "We're younger than him. Youth was the greatest asset one had." Li Qingyan nodded lightly, looking at the two of them with a complicated gaze. "This king awaits your arrival at any time." Du Xian pointed at him and said, "Don't worry, there will be a day when Flowing Shadow Sword Sect will be destroyed by my hands, and your head will also be mine." After saying this, Du Xian seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief as a complicated expression appeared on his face. Li Qingyan said slowly, "Sect Master Yi isn't dead." "What?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were shocked upon hearing this, the former trembling in excitement. "Is that true?" Li Qingyan nodded. "Sect Master Yi is currently in my Flowing Shadow Sword sect. If you want to see him, you can pick him up at any time." Yi Jinghan was stunned for a moment before bursting into tears. Du Xian pulled her into his arms and asked with a cold expression, "Why is that?" Li Qingyan frowned and said, "There is no deep enmity between our sects, and this sect was forced to deal with Thousand Leaves sect. Someone got what they wanted, so it doesn't matter whether sect Master Yi lives or dies." "What do you mean?" Du Xian looked at him blankly. Yang Kai's expression changed. "So, someone really ordered you to do this. Was it Star Soul Palace?" Li Qingyun's expression changed, and he immediately shut his mouth, as if he was afraid of something. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that he was afraid, and immediately changed the topic. "You just said that someone got what they wanted. What did that person want?" Li Qingyun shook his head and did not answer. Yang Kai snorted. "Does Sect Masterly think that this young master is easy to talk to? A mere Flowing Shadow Sword sect is something that this young master can destroy with a flip of his hand." Li Qingyan said solemnly, "Flowing Shadow Sword sect and this king are just pawns. Why is your excellency making things difficult for me? If your excellency wants to destroy my Flowing Shadow Sword sect, if I satisfy your excellency, anyone else wants to destroy my Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Either way, death is the only outcome." Yang Kai sneered. "It seems that the person behind Sect Masterly is quite extraordinary, to be feared to such an extent." Li Qingyan shook his head. "There is no need for your excellency to probe me." Yang Kai snorted. "All right, since Sect Masterly is so straightforward, I won't make things difficult for you. I will ask you some things that you can reveal. Where is the Star Master that you captured in Thousand Leaves sect now?" Li Qingyan said, "Since your excellency has already guessed, why bother asking? My Flowing Shadow Sword sect is just a pawn that has been pushed to the forefront. The person that was captured and the item that was stolen is not in my sect's hands." Yang Kai's expression sank when he heard this. Although he had guessed as much, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he heard Li Qingyun's answer. If AIO had been imprisoned in Flowing Shadow City or the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, he would have been able to save him immediately. However, AIO wasn't here, and Li Qingyan probably didn't know where AIO was imprisoned. The so-called auction was nothing more than a ploy by someone using Flowing Shadow Sword sect's territory and identity. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, "Besides the Star Master, who else did you capture that day?" Li Qingyan thought for a moment before replying. "There were a few cultivator from the lower realm, but none of them were as important as the Star Master. Are they alive or dead?" Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. Li Qingyan shook his head. "I don't know." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before asking, "One last question. What does the person behind the scenes want?" Li Qingyan still shook his head. "I don't know." In a loft in Flowing Shadow City, a pale-faced old man sat cross-legged. This old man looked like he had one foot in the grave, as if he could die at any moment, but the vitality in his body was extremely vigorous, and the aura he was exuding had reached the terrifying level of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Beside the old man, a beautiful woman in palace robes knelt on the ground. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale, as if she had been tortured. From time to time, a look of extreme pain would flash across the beautiful woman's face. Asterisk, deng, deng, deng. Asterisk, the sound of footsteps could be heard, followed by a knock on the door. "Come in," the old man called out. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man entered. He glanced at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him before quickly looking away and cupping his fists. "Honored master." The old man looked up at him and asked, "How is it?" The middle-aged man replied, "The fish took the bait." As soon as he said this, the beautiful woman in palace robes, who had been kneeling on the ground, trembled. The old man's eyes flashed, and he chuckled, "Good, good, very good." This old master's year of planning was not in vain. He finally came. The middle-aged man said, "Honored master, that little brat is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Since he is here, let this disciple take him down. He won't be able to cause any trouble." The old man smiled and shook his head. "Don't underestimate that little brat. He is someone who is proficient in the Tao of space. Although he is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, if he is not fully prepared, even this old master may not be able to take him down." The middle-aged man didn't seem to care. He felt that his honored master was overestimating that little brat. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The other party was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. He could easily take him down, so why bother? How could the old man not know what he was thinking? He glanced at the beautiful woman in palace attire kneeling beside him and said, "Your junior sister Qingxi has been by his side for quite some time. She knows best how strong that kid is. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." Chapter 2673. When the middle-aged man heard this, he turned his head to look at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him and asked, "Junior Sister Hua, do you think I can take down that boy if I do it myself?" This beautiful woman was none other than Hua Qingxi, who had separated from Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. When they separated, she was only in the third-order Tao Source realm, but she had obtained some opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and had now advanced to the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, she did not have the honor of being in the Emperor realm at all. Instead, she looked like a prisoner. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and did not answer, turning her head to the side. "Junior Sister Hua, you're not being honest again." When the middle-aged man saw this, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his hands suddenly formed a strange seal. In the next instant, a miserable shriek rang out from Hua Qingxi's mouth. She felt as if she had been subjected to the most unbearable torture in the world. Her pretty face instantly distorted from the pain, and large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead, drenching her clothes in an instant. "Honored master." She forced herself to crawl to the old man's feet, kneeling and shouting. The old man, however, was as motionless as a mountain. He did not even raise his eyebrows, as if he did not hear or see anything. The middle-aged man sneered, "As honored master's disciple, you are actually so protective of an outsider. If it weren't for honored master's mercy, I would have already taken your life. Now, I'm letting you live to make up for your mistakes, but you are so stubborn. As your brother, I really can't stand it anymore. Perhaps I will have to give you some punishment." "Honored master." Hua Qingxi's voice trembled, and her face was extremely pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you want that thing back, I will go and tell him." "Honored master, please stop. Let him live. He is not an unreasonable person. Disciple has some friendship with him, so I can persuade him." "Honored master, please give disciple a chance." "Presumptuous." The middle-aged man was furious when he saw that she was not begging for mercy despite being tortured, but was instead exonerating someone else. She changed her hand seals again, and Hua Qingxi shrieked as she curled up into a ball. The elder softly sighed, and helplessness appeared on his face. Girls truly cannot be kept at home when they are of age. You are siding with outsiders. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand seal. The old man stretched out his hand and lifted Hua Qingxi up, saying, "This old master knows. It was all thanks to him that you were able to break through to the Emperor realm, but don't forget who taught and raised you." "Yes, yes, master. Disciple will never forget master's kindness in raising me." Hua Qingxi opened her weak eyelids and said. The old man nodded and said, "It's good that you know. If it was something else, this old man might not necessarily refuse you. After all, you are now in the Emperor realm. As this old man's disciple, this old man also has honor on his face, but this matter is of great importance. So, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Back then, I sent you to scout for information because I thought highly of you, but you disappointed me." Hearing this, a look of guilt flashed across Hua Qingxi's eyes. Although she had no choice at that time, having been implanted with a soul seal by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead, she had indeed failed to live up to her master's expectations. Later on, although Yang Kai gave her freedom, she had no intention of reporting this matter because Yang Kai had shown her kindness, so she naturally couldn't repay his kindness with enmity. She only wanted to conceal her identity and never return to Star Soul Palace again. She wanted to pretend that the previous Hua Qingxi was dead, but she never thought that her master would send her brother Wu Ming to Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did he capture her, he even caused the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect. She had been implanted with a secret technique, so she couldn't remember revealing anything to her master. However, she knew that she was the cause of Thousand Leaves sect's destruction, and that it was also her master's method to lure Yang Kai out. Because there were several people in Thousand Leaves sect that Yang Kai valued highly, as long as they were captured, Yang Kai would definitely not let this matter rest. Facts proved that this move was not a mistake. Now, Yang Kai had indeed been lured to Flowing Shadow City and was caught in a trap. That little brat dared to steal this old master's treasure. So how could this old master tolerate him? Qingxi, don't worry too much. Once this matter is over, follow this old master back to Star Soul Palace and enter secluded cultivation. The old man waved his hand. Although his tone was calm, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. A year ago, when Wu Ming brought Hua Qingxi back to Star Soul Palace, he used a secret technique to force Hua Qingxi to reveal many secrets. Not only did he find out who had the treasure he had lost, he also found out that that person had a space artifact that occupied a vast area. If that was all, it would have been fine. Although the space artifact was precious and rare, it was still just a space artifact. If one did not cultivate the space divine technique, they would not be able to use it at will. More importantly, there were many rare treasures in the space artifact. What he was particularly interested in were the 2 divine trees, one of which was full of vitality, while the other was gold and silver. As an elder of Star Soul Palace and a powerful Third Order Emperor Realm Master, the old man had lived for most of his life and had seen many things. After carefully examining the characteristics of the 2 divine trees, he could almost conclude that one of them was the legendary immortal tree. The immortal tree, it was rumored that if one could refine it, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. It was a great temptation to any cultivator. He was old and had thought that there was no hope for him to break through in this lifetime, but who would have thought that an opportunity would suddenly fall from the sky? If he could obtain the immortal tree and refine it, it was very likely that he would become one of the great emperors. At that time, he would be able to stand on equal footing with the great emperors of Bright Moon. As for the gold and silver divine trees, he had some vague guesses, but he did not dare to be too sure. In any case, these two divine trees were supreme treasures of heaven and earth. Anyone who obtained one of them would have a great fortune, but he did not expect that they would be gathered in the hands of a single person. As long as he could kill that person, these supreme treasures would be his. After refining the immortal tree, where in the world could he not go? The old man did not reveal such a secret to anyone, including Wu Ming, who he relied on the most. Wu Ming only thought that his honored master was scheming for a treasure that had been lost many years ago. How could he have known that his honored master was scheming for more? At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that after this, even Hua Qingxi would be silenced. Hua Qingxi's face darkened. She knew that it was useless to say anything now. Wu Ming stood aside, glanced at Hua Qingxi, sneered, and ridiculed. "Junior sister Hua, you haven't taken a fancy to that boy, have you?" Hua Qingxi raised her head and glared at him, gritting her teeth and saying, "Don't talk nonsense, bitch. You still dare to talk back?" Wu Ming's face twitched. He straightened his palm and was about to cast a seal to teach Hua Qingxi a lesson. Hua Qingxi had been implanted with a heart-urging insect, so her life and death were all in his hands. How could he allow Hua Qingxi to be so presumptuous in front of him? Enough. The old man raised his hand slightly and stopped Wu Ming's intention. Go to the auction venue and arrange it carefully. This time, there can be no mistakes. Dealing with a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space, even a character like the old man didn't dare to be careless. That day, when Yin Lusheng wanted to deal yang Kai, he had to first set up a large spirit array to isolate the world. So how could the old man be careless? An accident was enough to make yang Kai escape. Although he had the person yang Kai wanted in his hands, he couldn't guarantee that yang Kai would obediently comply. Wu Ming resentfully retracted his hand and coldly stared at Hua Qingxi, thinking to himself, "I'll let you have some peace for a while. After this matter is over, I'll ask honored master for you and treat you well." After Wu Ming left, the old man said, "Your brother has always been arrogant, so don't blame him." Hua Qingxi said she didn't dare, but her heart was bitter. Now that she was like this, with this treatment, where was the slightest bit of brother and disciple relationship? Honored master guarded against her like a thief, and her brother also didn't like her. The world was so big, so where should she go? Her cultivation had broken through to the emperor realm, but the direction of her life had suddenly become confused. "Boy, what's your name?" Outside the city lord's mansion, yang Kai's group had just walked out when they were stopped by someone. The person in front of them was a young girl, about 17 or 18 years old. She had a petite figure and wore a clean light blue dress. Although she wasn't very tall, her figure was extremely good. Her breasts were swollen, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Her waist was slender, and her buttocks were round and full. The young girl's face was elegant, but she had a vigorous, heroic spirit. Standing in front of yang Kai, she looked up at him with an old and experienced look. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked left and right, then pointed at his nose and said, "Are you talking to me?" He was sure that he didn't know this young girl. When he entered the city, he didn't see her, so he didn't know why she suddenly blocked his path. The young girl frowned and said angrily, "Who else could it be? Do we know each other?" Yang Kai looked at her with a strange expression. The young girl said impatiently, "Just answer me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "If I answer when you ask me, won't I lose face?" This little girl was also inexplicable. For no reason, she blocked in front of Yang Kai and gave him an arrogant look. This really didn't make Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Flying Eagle on the side grinned. Yang Xiaofeng is handsome, a dragon among men. I'm afraid that someone fell in love with you at first sight. Before Flying Eagle finished speaking, a fist suddenly brushed past his cheek. If Flying Eagle hadn't seen the opportunity and dodged quickly, this fist would have hit him in the face. The one who punched was naturally the young girl. When this attack came out, whether it was Yang Kai or Flying Eagle, they couldn't help but change their expressions. This was because the power of this punch was so terrifying that it seemed like the void was going to explode. On the other hand, the young girl seemed to have just casually punched and didn't use any strength at all. Flying Eagle's face darkened, and he was a little frightened. Although he was a monster king and had great strength, if he really took a punch like that, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The young girl was petite and dainty, but he didn't expect her to have such great strength. A trivial monster king. If you dare to mention that word again, I'll immediately take your dog life. The young girl warned Flying Eagle and slowly withdrew her fist. Flying Eagle was really frightened this time. His eagle-like eyes bloomed with a terrifying light that enveloped the young girl, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her soul. He had been hiding his aura and following Yang Kai without revealing any flaws. Even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master might not be able to see through his depths, but this young girl not only saw through him at a glance, but also knew that he was a monster king. This eyesight was terrifying. Chapter 2674. Hesitating for a moment, Ing Fei asked which word. The girl's words puzzled him. He didn't know what he had just said to anger her. But Ing Fei wasn't scared. He was one of the 32 monster king of the ancient land. Even if the girl's cultivation was good, he wasn't that easy to deal with. If they really fought, Ing Fei wasn't afraid of her. While asking, he released his divine sense and scanned the girl, wanting to see what her cultivation was like. Yang Kai was also doing this, but what shocked the two of them was that the girl was clearly standing there, but when they used their divine senses to probe her, they found nothing. Forget about probing her cultivation. They couldn't even detect her presence. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the girl's cultivation was much higher than Ing Fei and Yang Kai's. The second was that she had a treasure that prevented others from prying. The first situation was unlikely. Ing Fei was still a monster king. Those who were stronger than him were either holy spirits or great emperors. This girl was so young, her cultivation definitely hadn't reached that level yet. So she must have a treasure protecting her. This girl's background wasn't small. Yang Kai thought to himself, wondering what sect she came from. You'll understand when you say that word. The girl sneered, not answering Ing Fei's question directly. As if she didn't put him in her eyes, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" She seemed to be insisting on Yang Kai's name, insisting on getting a clear answer. But before Yang Kai could answer, she suddenly waved her hand and said, forget it, you don't need to answer. Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai's veins on his forehead jumped, thinking that this girl wasn't crazy, right? She stopped him for no reason. Saying these words without rhyme or reason, he couldn't help but feel angry. The girl coldly snorted, "Who do you think you are to be played with by this girl?" Yang Kai's face darkened. Then I don't know who this girl is. He had seen a lot of arrogant and domineering people, but he had never seen someone like this. This could no longer be described as arrogant. He was simply too self-centered and did not care about the thoughts of others. "Someone who wants your life." The girl coldly replied. Yang Kai was shocked. "You want to kill me? Isn't this the first time we've met? What grudge do you have?" "Ooh." The girl seriously frowned. She nodded. "Although this is the first time we've met. You have something that doesn't belong to you. You shouldn't have her find it, or you'll die." "What?" Yang Kai's confused. "You'll know when I break your bones." After she said Yang Kai's like a girl, her fists, hers, SSSS, her SSS. But the power of this fist caused Kai Yang's face to change. A pitch-black mark was left in the void. Space suddenly shattered, and the violent fist energy was like a huge whirlpool, pulling Yang Kai towards the center of the whirlpool, wanting to smash him into pieces. Yang Kai didn't feel anything when the little girl threw her fist at Ying Fei. He only knew that the little girl looked small and delicate. In fact, he had extraordinary strength. But when he really bore the brunt of it, he realized that he had underestimated her. This kind of power was simply not something a little girl like her could possess. If the Rhino Monster King hadn't transformed into its true form, Yang Kai wouldn't have been surprised. However, this kind of power actually appeared in a little girl who was no more than 17 or 18 years old. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he thought to himself, sure enough, the world is full of talented people. This little girl that suddenly appeared is already so amazing. This world is so big, and there are so many talented people. Young Master Yang, be careful. Ying Fei's expression changed drastically. He stretched out his hand to grab the girl's fist. I can't block it. Yang Kai's face sank as he pushed his full strength to meet the girl's fist with his own. The sky was instantly filled with fist afterimages, and with a muffled groan, Ying Fei was sent flying back dozens of meters, his claw slightly twisted and trembling. Yang Kai also felt the blood and qi in his chest churn as the sound of bones cracking rang out from his arm. Even with the two of them joining forces, they were still unable to block this violent power. The girl did not stop after sending out her fist. Instead, with a twist of her waist, she sent another fist rumbling out, smashing straight towards Yang Kai's head. From the looks of it, she wanted to take Yang Kai's life in a single strike. Although her moves were ferocious, her expression was as calm as an ancient well without much killing intent, which was extremely strange. However, this didn't mean that the girl didn't want to kill Yang Kai, but rather that it was just a casual display. When a butcher slaughters cows and sheep, would he have a murderous look on his face? The vortex of power swept out once again, causing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to cry out in alarm, their bodies involuntarily rushing towards the girl's fist. From the looks of it, they seemed to be actively seeking death. This was not what they wanted. The girl's cultivation was extremely high, and she did not care about their lives when she sent out her fist. The two of them were just fish in the pond caught in the crossfire, unable to circulate their source qi. The two of them were like drowning children amidst the raging waves of power, unable to escape no matter how hard they tried. Just as his body was about to collide with the pink fist, and in the next moment his body would be smashed into pieces, suddenly another fist came from behind him. On that fist, a five-colored light bloomed, and waves of biting cold sword qi swept out. Yang Kai pushed his five elements indestructible sword qi to its limits, causing his emperor qi to surge out violently. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk as a loud bang rang out, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards. His fist was badly mangled, revealing the white bones underneath. However, he managed to borrow the rebounding force from the collision between his fists to pull Yi Jinghan and Du Xian back. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk behind Yang Kai. A surging wave of power erupted, turning his clothes to dust, revealing his muscular back. Not only that, the majestic city lord's mansion was also razed to the ground in an instant, killing many of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples who were still inside. Lunatic. Yang Kai glared at the girl. The girl frowned but did not continue to force him. Instead, she glanced at Yang Kai's bloodied fist, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as a look of disdain appeared on her face. Young Master Yang. Ying Fei's figure flickered as he stood side by side with Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had followed Yang Kai back to the Southern Territory, mainly to ensure Yang Kai's safety. After all, Yang Kai's involvement was too great. If anything were to happen to him, Even the monster king of the savage, desolate ancient land would not forgive him. However, he never expected that someone would actually injure Yang Kai right in front of him. If news of this were to spread back, how could Xie Wei and Shi Lei take this lying down? They would definitely give him a good scolding. Take good care of them. Yang Kai tossed Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to Ying Fei before turning his head to scan his surroundings. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of quite a few people from the Emperor realm. At this moment, all of them flew over and observed from afar. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had actually gotten into a fight with someone and was even injured, all of their faces lit up with joy and joy. After all, Yang Kai's actions at the city gates had been far too arrogant and despotic, provoking the anger of the masses. Now that they had seen Yang Kai suffer a loss, how could they not be happy? This was especially so for the old man and middle-aged man who had been humiliated by Yang Kai. However, what caused everyone to be even more surprised was the identity of the young girl. Despite her young age, she was actually able to injure Yang Kai. A truly shocking fact. If you want to fight, come out and fight, Yang Kai called out and took the lead to fly out of the city. After all, this was Flowing Shadow City. With the strength of this young girl, if they were to really fight here, many innocent people would be implicated. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not want to reveal too much of his strength in front of so many people. All right, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. The young girl nodded, her petite body flickering as she followed closely behind Yang Kai. Young Master Yang, Ying Fei's face turned black, and his figure flickered as he tried to chase after them. However, Yang Kai's voice rang out from afar, "You don't need to follow me. Don't let anyone else follow me. It's just a little girl. Wait for this young master to deal with her, and I'll return." Ying Fei's footsteps paused. He could hear the anger in Yang Kai's words. No one would be in a good mood if someone came looking for trouble for no reason. However, Yang Kai's order really put him in a difficult position. If he did not follow, he was afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai, but if he did, he would make Yang Kai unhappy. After a moment of hesitation, many people from the Emperor realm moved, wanting to follow them to watch the show. Ying Fei coldly snorted, his demonic chi rolling out in an instant. Hiss, Monster King! The faces of many people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. It was as if a spell had been cast on them, causing them to freeze in place. Most of them were First-Order Emperor realm masters. So how could they not be terrified when a Monster King-level master suddenly appeared in the city? The Monster King was comparable to a Third-Order Emperor realm master. If he really wanted to start a massacre, no one in Flowing Shadow City would be able to stop him. If you want to die, then go out. Ying Fei coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone from the Emperor realm who was targeted by him kept quiet out of fear. Those from the Emperor realm who did not like Yang Kai and had some conflicts with Yang Kai were even more terrified. Previously, at the city gate, this Monster King had been following Yang Kai the whole time. There was nothing special about him. But only now did they realize that even though Yang Kai was domineering and arrogant, he had the capital to back it up. Fortunately, they did not really have any conflict with Yang Kai at that time. Otherwise, they would have died. This is troublesome. In a hidden corner, Wu Ming furrowed his brows and stared in Ying Fei's direction with a puzzled expression. Why is there a Monster King here? This auction in Flowing Shadow City was mainly for Yang Kai. If it was just Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, he believed that with his honored master's arrangements, nothing would go wrong. But now, with the sudden appearance of a powerful Monster King, things might have changed. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ming hurriedly turned around, wanting to report this matter to his honored master and see what he would do. A Demon King-level powerhouse was no longer someone he could ignore. This master, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were also stunned. Although they had been together with Ing Fei for a few days, they never expected that the person who had been following Yang Kai like a bodyguard was actually a monster king. Only now did they understand why Yang Kai was so confident and dared to barge into Flowing Shadow Sword sect alone. Now, it seemed that his greatest reliance was not his own strength, but the Monster King. With the Monster King in charge, what was there to worry about? Chapter 2675. Two figures flew through the void, one after the other, like a sudden clap of thunder. Yang Kai was leading the way, the wounds on his fists gradually healing thanks to his powerful regenerative ability. He was secretly shocked by the girl's brute strength and wondered where she had come from. Scanning her with his divine sense, he found that she had her hands behind her back and was calmly following behind him, like a shadow never leaving his side, her face calm and peaceful. Her expression was as if she had come out to play, not to fight with him. Yang Kai was immediately angered to the point of laughter. Gently taking a deep breath, the irritation and anger in his heart gradually calmed down, his expression becoming as calm as an ancient well. Although the other party didn't look old and was unreasonable, it was indeed enough to deal with him. Although there was no enmity between them, and it could even be said that this was the first time they had met since the other party wanted to kill him. Yang Kai wasn't going to back down. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Let's see who dies first. Leaping tens of thousands of kilometers, far away from Flowing Shadow City, he rushed into a continuous mountain range. Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned around. The girl's figure also stopped 300 meters in front of him. Looking around, she opened her tender red lips and said, "This is the place you chose to bury yourself? Your eyes aren't very good." "Ha!" Yang Kai laughed. "Little girl, you think you're so great just because you have a little brute strength? You really don't know how high the sky is." It had always been others who spoke to him like this, and this was the first time he had been ridiculed like this. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was the bad guy, not to mention how uncomfortable he felt inside. And generally speaking, those who dared to speak to him like this didn't have a good ending. The girl said, "It doesn't matter. You won't be able to use them anyway. If you dare to refine those things, I'll break every bone in your body and let you die without a burial place." As she spoke, she actually stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her red lips. She looked like she had seen something delicious, and her appetite was aroused. Her pure appearance suddenly added a flirtatious charm. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and couldn't help imagining what it would feel like if this little tongue licked his body, his mind rippling. Damn it, in front of a great enemy. How could he be bewitched by her beauty? Sure enough, it was because he couldn't find a release after so many years in the star boundary. Yang Kai's mind instantly cleared. "Are you ready?" The girl looked up and asked with a smile. Harmless to humans and animals, Yang Kai laughed and beckoned. "Come here. Today, this young master will respect your parents." Before he could finish his words, Kai Yang felt his abdomen being struck by a huge force. 300 feet away, there was no trace of the young girl. All that was left was a faint afterimage. In a flash, she had closed the distance between them. His little body, he threw a punch forward. It was as if an emperor, realm master, had just self-destructed in front of him. Yang Kai felt his stomach convulse as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the young girl's head and face. His whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, directly crashing into a mountain peak. Asterisk, Hong, long, asterisk rocks rolled, and the 1,000-meter-tall mountain slowly collapsed, leaving a huge hole in the middle of the mountain. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. The girl retracted her fist and stared at the hole in the mountain and sneered. "You overestimate yourself." Just by relying on her strength, even a third-order emperor, realm master wouldn't feel good after taking a hit from her. a trivial First-Order Emperor, realm master, actually dared to be presumptuous in front of her. He really didn't know how to write the word death. This time, she had come to the Southern Territory under the orders of her family's elder to investigate the whereabouts of a family treasure. She had gone to many places, but still couldn't find any clues. When she passed by Flowing Shadow City, she suddenly discovered something strange about Yang Kai. If it was an ordinary the Emperor realm, it would be fine. But the key was that Yang Kai had actually refined a taboo item. As a disciple of her family, she naturally had the responsibility and obligation to erase it. It was laughable that this human was so arrogant that he dared to fight her alone without even knowing her true identity. His courage was commendable, but his intelligence was limited. She stretched out her tender little hand and wiped her face. There was a trace of blood on her hand. She looked down and frowned. "It's golden." This was the first time she had encountered a human with golden blood. Moreover, the blood contained the power of qi and blood, which moved even her. Sticking out the tip of her tongue and licking the golden blood, the girl's expression changed slightly, demonic nature and spirituality. How strange. She tasted an aura from this blood that she deeply hated, but also felt close to. Yang Kai's golden blood originated from the demon mystic tome he obtained in the past. He used his demonic secret art to refine his blood into pure golden blood, so it naturally had a rich demonic nature. However, he had also refined the golden divine dragon source, so his blood had a strong restorative ability and a pure spirituality. The two perfectly combined and blended together. Logically speaking, the demonic nature refined from the demon mystic tome should not be able to resist the spirituality of the golden divine dragon source. But now Yang Kai had a pure ancient demonic qi sealed in his body. Although it was still sealed, it had affected his physique imperceptibly after several attempts, allowing him to reach a balance with the golden divine dragon source. Just as the girl was wondering, a muffled, thunderous explosion came from the cave, and a stream of light shot out from it, transforming into Yang Kai's figure and standing in front of the girl again. The girl was startled and looked forward in amazement. She had thought that after taking her punch, Yang Kai would be seriously injured even if he did not die. How could she have known that he would still be able to move? Not only that, he seemed to have been stimulated by something, his fighting spirit soaring, his emperor qi roaring as his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. It hurt so much. Although Yang Kai said so, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he grit his teeth and said, "Little girl, it seems I have underestimated you. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Eat this old master's fist as well." Saying so, Yang Kai's aura sank and his whole body seemed like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Gathering all his strength into his fist, space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of the girl in a flash and punched towards her chest. If this punch landed, her full breasts would burst open in an instant. It was not that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of her, but because this girl was so petite, Yang Kai's punch could only reach her chest. Just like how she had chosen Yang Kai's abdomen as her target just now, it was not deliberate but natural. In front of such a powerful enemy, who cared about her body? Even if a stunning woman stripped naked and danced in front of him, Yang Kai's punch would still land. A five-colored glow blossomed as the five elements' indestructible sword qi lingered around his fist, increasing the power of his blow. Inexplicably, Yang Kai only felt an indescribable joy in his heart. It seemed that this kind of simple and crude battle was the most in line with a man's ferocious instincts. What secret techniques or artifacts? They were simply too weak. A vortex of strength suddenly appeared, and a brand was formed in the void. What flew out was no longer a fist, but a lifetime's comprehension of the martial Tao, the condensation of Yang Kai's essence, qi, and soul. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little surprised. She had not expected that Yang Kai, a trivial first-order Emperor Realm human, could possess such violent strength, coupled with his vigorous golden blood. The girls secretly felt that Yang Kai must have cultivated some kind of body-tempering technique. Otherwise, how could he reach such a level? In her heart, she sneered. Such a young man actually dares to call himself an old master in front of me. Don't judge me by my appearance. I have lived for hundreds of years. You will regret not dying so easily just now. The young girl's red lips parted slightly as she stood motionless in her original position. Raising her hand slightly, she placed her delicate palm in front of her. Facing Kai Yang's full-powered punch, this delicate little hand was like a delicate piece of art that had been intercepted by a violent storm, ready to shatter at any moment. Asterisk paw. Asterisk fist and palm collided, but the girl didn't move at all, only her clothes fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai's confident strike was blocked in such a bizarre fashion, as if what she had blocked was not a violent blow, but rather a brainless fly flying towards her. A gust of wind blew, and the girl's black hair fluttered, her beautiful eyes filled with ridicule. Fuck. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms, he could not help but stare at this moment. The conflict between his ideals and reality at this critical moment was too abrupt, making him somewhat unable to accept it. Although he knew that this girl's strength was immense, Yang Kai did not expect it to be so great. It was a height that he could not reach. It's my turn. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Her bell-like laughter spilled over the ground, but to Yang Kai's ears, it made his hair stand on end. The palm that opened to block Yang Kai's fist suddenly clenched. It felt warm and soft like jade, and Yang Kai instantly felt that his fist was firmly locked, unable to break free. Then, the girl's other arm bent back, like a bow being pulled back. Her body leaned back slightly, and her full chest became even more prominent. Her light blue dress almost could not support it. Hong, the bowstring was pulled back, and the arrow flew. Her fist was wrapped in an aura that could destroy all things. Yang Kai's eyes were bigger than a cow's. His other fist was like a dragon, and it turned into a sky full of fist shadows. The sound of explosions rang out one after another, accompanied by Yang Kai's muffled groans. Asterisk chi, asterisk Yang Kai tapped his foot and retreated, his 5 elements indestructible sword chi collapsing as the fist he had used to meet his opponent's attack was twisted and mangled. His other fist had a deep 5-finger imprint on it, and a large chunk of flesh had been scraped off, revealing the white bones underneath. Blood tumbled in his chest, and Yang Kai could not hold back. He spat out another mouthful of blood, but he still wanted to save face. He slanted his eyebrows and said, "Just S-O-O." "Is that so?" The corners of the girl's mouth curled into a sneer. Humans were really pitiful. They were clearly at death's door, yet they still did not repent. What they said was different from what they thought. She was afraid that he would die from regret right now. She did not know if he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps he would immediately turn around and run away. After all, he knew that he was no match for her. No one would be stupid to such an extent. Again, Yang Kai roared, gathering his strength again, and without waiting for the girl's reply, his figure flickered as he rushed towards her. He actually rushed over. The girl's heart skipped a beat. She felt that the development of the situation was a little different from what she had imagined. Had this person been beaten silly? Chapter 2676. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. The battle with the girl reminded him of the helplessness he felt when he faced Shihua in the ancient lands more than a year ago. Even if I can't kill Shihua, can I kill you, little girl? This anger was like magma gushing out of Yang Kai's mouth, making his blood boil. Although he still couldn't compare to the girl's terrifying brute force, defending more than attacking, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The more he fought, the more his fighting spirit soared, and the more he was able to use his strength freely. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the two figures crisscrossed and entangled, constantly leaping through the mountains. Countless mountains collapsed, birds flew, and beasts fled. From time to time, Yong Kai would be blasted away, leaving behind a trail of blood, but every time he would stubbornly rush back without hesitation. His clothes were in tatters, tattered and tattered, his upper body was bare, and only a few pieces of cloth were left on his lower body to cover his vital parts. He had never had a defensive artifact like artifact armor, but it was not that he did not have one. Over the years, he had killed many masters, and there were always some artifact armors in the rings of those masters, but Yong Kai did not refine them because he felt that he did not need them. Although artifact armors could provide a layer of protection, they could also isolate a trace of danger. Relying too much on external forces was not a good thing. How could ordinary clothes be able to withstand such a violent battle? If the battle continued, Kai Yang would be naked from head to toe. The girl, however, acted as if she did not see him, not showing much embarrassment. She had never eaten pork, but she had seen pigs run. In any case, it was just like that. Moreover, for someone who was about to die, she did not think it was a big deal to look at him. Compared to Yong Kai's sorry state, the girl could almost be said to be taking a leisurely stroll. No matter how fierce Yong Kai's attacks were, she could still easily deal with them. She was able to easily neutralize it. That terrifying brute force was simply not something that a human could possess. Even the strongest demon might not necessarily be able to compete with her in terms of strength. Pooh! Yong Kai spat out another mouthful of blood, his whole body flying backwards, plowing a deep gully in the ground. The piece of cloth covering his crotch was completely destroyed. The girl frowned slightly. He felt that this person was unbelievably tenacious. If it had been any other cultivator from the Emperor realm, they would have been smashed into meat paste by her long ago. But this guy was actually still alive and kicking. Although he looked extremely disheveled, his fighting spirit was rising steadily. If not for the surging vitality contained in his golden blood, this person would have died long ago. His golden blood was indeed a bit strange. Yong Kai got up shakily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the young girl with an unruly expression, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. Unyielding in the face of adversity and desperate struggle, it was as if he had returned to the moment he had obtained the demon mystic tome many years ago. It was because of this unyielding pride. In the past, he was able to obtain the recognition of the demon mystic tome. It would open up a path to martial arts. How similar was it to back then? However, the world had changed, and he had almost forgotten that feeling. However, this bitter battle had finally allowed him to regain the capital that he had abandoned. Proud and unyielding, who can stop me? His heart trembling slightly, Yong Kai vaguely gained some enlightenment. The blood in his body surged more and more violently as the blood on his wounded body began to coagulate. Almost in the blink of an eye, a powerful restorative force began to appear. After all his wounds were healed, Yong Kai stretched out his hand and wiped the blood away, revealing new skin. So that's how it is. Yong Kai's eyes flashed. Over the years, he had relied on his secret techniques and artifacts to fight, causing him to almost forget the unyielding nature in his bones. Today's epiphany had given him a great harvest. The young girl frowned slightly, instinctively feeling that Yong Kai had changed a little, but she couldn't tell what this change was. Yong Kai took out a set of clothes from his space ring and put them on again, his eyelids flashing a brilliant light. Beckoning to the young girl, he said, "Again." The young girl became angry and ground her teeth. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." She didn't seem to make any movements, but she suddenly rushed in front of Kai Yang and threw out a simple punch. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to block, but the moment they touched, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he erupted with all his strength. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk Yang Kai was sent flying again, but the young girl also involuntarily took a step back. What happened? The young girl was shocked. Before, no matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he couldn't shake her in the slightest, but after this blow, she was actually forced to take a step back. The power behind this punch was many times greater than before. In such a short time, what kind of changes had happened to him? Why was he able to grow so much? Ha! A burst of laughter rang out as Kai Yang flew back, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. He attacked from the sky and said, "I give you 3 points of color, and you want to open a dye house. So soft and soft. You really are a sissy." The young girl was furious and threw out a punch towards Yang Kai. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows. After a short while, the two figures separated, and the ground under the young girl's feet cracked open. Yang Kai's brand new clothes were torn apart again, and his skin cracked. Streams of golden blood flowed, all over his body like streams. Although he looked embarrassed, he didn't care, and instead fought bravely. The young girl finally became serious as she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked, "What's your name?" She had asked this question before in front of the city lord's mansion, but at that time she had just casually asked and disdained the answer because she didn't put Yang Kai in her eyes, because she felt that Yang Kai would die without a doubt, and that a dead man had no need to know his name. But now she was asking the same question again. This human she didn't put in her eyes was already qualified for her to know his name. The strong were always respected. "Yang Kai." The young girl's red lips squirmed as she whispered, "Zhu Qing." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he realized that it was her name. He nodded and said, "I'll remember it." Zhu Qing looked at him in surprise and asked, "Don't you have any thoughts after hearing this young lady's name?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously and said, "This name is very good. It's simple and catchy. Not bad, not bad." Zhu Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking that this guy really didn't think of anything. Sure enough, the ignorant had nothing to fear. How did he cultivate to the first-order emperor realm? Although she felt that this guy was a promising talent since he had violated the taboo, there was no place for him in this world, and he would die without a doubt. "Forget it." Zhu Qing waved her hand dispiritedly and said, "I'm going to get serious. Humph, this young master didn't use his full strength. Just now I saw that you were a woman, so I went easy on you." "Ooh, what does this little girl mean? Is she saying that she was just playing around? Her tone is bigger than the heavens, but I can't show any weakness." "I know." Zhu Qing smiled slightly, appearing harmless to humans and animals. Yang Kai thought that she would argue with him and use her poisonous tongue, but he didn't expect that she would give such an answer. "What do you know?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Zhu Qing brushed her black hair behind her ear and said slowly, "You refine those things, but I didn't see you use them. Naturally, you didn't use your full strength." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Those things you keep talking about, what are they?" Earlier, Zhu Qing had also said that he had refined something that he shouldn't have refined. That was the reason why this battle had started. However, he hated it when people played riddles with him. If it weren't for the fact that this little girl was curvy, he would have slapped her already. Zhu Qing's expression turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "You refine them and don't remember anything?" Her aura changed dramatically in an instant. If she was a harmless little girl before, she was now a fierce dragon that went out to sea. Yang Kai sneered and said, "I refine many things. How would I know if you don't tell me?" "I see." Zhu Qing touched her red lips and said with a sweet smile, "Then let me help you remember." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly approached Yang Kai. She formed a claw with one hand and grabbed at his chest. Her speed was so fast that no one could react. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to hear a dragon's roar. Zhu Qing's little hand seemed to have turned into a dragon's claw in an instant, tearing through all his defenses and grabbing Yang Kai's heart out. This girl really didn't use her full strength before. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but Zhu Qing followed him like a shadow and couldn't get rid of her. She was so close to him that her breath smelled like orchids. If you don't use it now, you won't have another chance. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai's mind was suddenly enlightened, and he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Yang Kai's already powerful aura soared to a new height, and his aura was comparable to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Scales suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's exposed skin, and at the same time, Yang Kai's hands transformed into dragon claws. A golden light flashed behind his back, and the phantom image of a golden divine dragon flashed. Zhu Qing felt her heart palpitate for no reason. She raised her head and looked behind Yang Kai, but she didn't see anything. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had been struck dumb. However, this momentary delay caused her momentum to plummet. Yang Kai reached out to grab her hand. Not good. Zhu Qing's pretty face paled as she hurriedly tried to pull back, but with such a close distance, how could she retreat? Her hand was caught by Yang Kai's dragon claw, and an irresistible force surged from it, causing Zhu Qing to feel a rare sense of pain. "Got you." Faintly discernible dragon scales appeared on Yang Kai's face, and his entire temperament changed drastically, becoming extremely strange and evil. "Let go!" Zhu Qing shouted. Her other hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't move, allowing this punch to land on his chest. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and sparks flew everywhere as his chest caved in a few centimeters. His figure staggered, but he still held on to Zhu Qing's hand tightly. Zhu Qing was stunned. She didn't expect her attack to be so weak. No, it wasn't that she was weak, but that her opponent had become stronger. When she wanted to punch again, Yang Kai had already grabbed her arm. In an instant, both her arms were restrained, and she couldn't move. The two were very close, only 3 inches apart. Chapter 2677. A scorching hot aura rushed towards her, making Zhu Qing feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking up, Yang Kai's eyes were actually flashing with a lustful light as he looked at her with interest. Zhu Qing's beautiful face instantly turned pale. How could she not know that Yang Kai was under the influence of the dragon transformation secret technique? If an ordinary person approached him like this, he might not have such a big reaction, but she was different. Her existence would definitely allow him to dig out the most primitive desires hidden in his heart. Dragons were inherently lustful. Perhaps he himself did not realize this, but this was an instinct that could not be erased no matter what. Yang Kai also felt very strange. He had clearly made up his mind to teach Zhu Qing a lesson, but when he grabbed her like this and smelled the fragrance coming from her delicate body, the hostility in his heart inexplicably dissipated by a lot. Instead, it was another kind of feeling that surged like boiling water. This was a kind of feeling that he had suppressed for many years, a kind of manly instinct. Looking at Zhu Qing up and down with a critical gaze, Yang Kai couldn't help secretly praising this little girl's figure. Her chest was full and round, her breasts bouncing up and down like a mountain, and the snowy white skin peeking out from under her lapel was enough to dazzle anyone who looked at it. Her deep white lust was even more enticing, like a vortex that attracted the eyes of others, making them unable to extricate themselves. The fragrance lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose made him even more restless, making the blood in his body surge. He took a deep breath and revealed an extremely intoxicated expression. He lowered his head slightly, and his burning gaze was even more unbridled and bold as he stared at the snow-white skin that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The hands that grabbed Zhu Qing's fists and arms were no longer satisfied with restraints and even began to gently rub them. They were as soft as jade and felt wonderful to the touch. 2 clear streams of heat spurted out from his nostrils and rushed to Zhu Qing's neck, making her feel numb all over. Presumptuous! Zhu Qing's beautiful face turned pale as she shouted. A mere human dared to look at her with such a presumptuous gaze. This was simply unforgivable and should be cut into pieces. What made Zhu Qing even more shocked was that she was actually affected by his aura. If it was someone else, let alone a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, even if a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master were to grab her like this, her state of mind would not fluctuate in the slightest. However, when his aura hit her, Zhu Qing clearly felt some subtle reactions involuntarily arise in her body. This shocked and angered her. "What's wrong with this person?" she shouted. A vigorous and powerful leg was quickly lifted up, mercilessly kicking towards Yang Kai's crotch. This attack did not succeed, because Yang Kai opened and closed his legs, directly sandwiching her round and straight thigh between his legs. In an instant, brute force burst forth, and Zhu Qing was unable to break free. Zhu Qing's legs were not slender because of her height, but they were well proportioned. The muscles on her legs were soft and firm. The touch was also very wonderful. Under this clamp, Yang Kai showed an expression of enchantment. With both arms restrained and one leg clamped, Zhu Qing looked as if she was hanging from Yang Kai's body. This posture was very ambiguous, especially since Yang Kai's clothes were ragged and he was half naked. Although this intimate contact was not at the level of skin-to-skin contact, it was not far from it. It was just a layer of clothing separating them. Zhu Qing's beautiful face changed again, and she finally panicked. Yang Kai took a deep breath again, his expression both happy and conflicted. He frowned and said, "What did you do to me?" He instinctively thought that Zhu Qing had used some kind of trick on him. He really did not expect that this woman not only had extraordinary strength, but was also proficient in charm techniques. He did not know when she had used this trick, but it had unknowingly affected his lust. However, he also felt a little strange. He had come into contact with many women who cultivated charm techniques, and which one of them was not coquettish and charming? This Zhu Qing did not seem to have cultivated any kind of charm techniques. When Zhu Qing heard this, she could only grit her teeth and said, "What can I do to you? Let go of me, or you will die." Yang Kai used his strength and directly pulled her into his arms. In an instant, the two of them were tightly hugging each other. Those full and straight breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, giving him an amazing feeling of elasticity. Kai Yang could clearly feel the 2 protrusions pushing against his chest, causing his heart to suddenly expand a bit. Gently blowing into Zhu Qing's delicate earlobes, Yang Kai said, "Do you know what it means to play with fire and burn yourself?" Zhu Qing felt a strange numbness all over her body. She couldn't help but shiver. Although she didn't know what she looked like right now, she knew that her ears must have turned red. Sure enough, Yang Kai tilted his head back slightly and stared at her earlobes with interest for a while before grinning and saying, "So sensitive." Zhu Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, she coldly looked at Yang Kai, who was close at hand, and said, "Let me go. I won't joke with you. Otherwise, although the star boundary is big, there will be no place for you." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand, grabbed her hair, and pulled her back. Zhu Qing screamed. She couldn't help but lean back a little. Her face was filled with pain. "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Yang Kai's face was full of hostility, as if he was a completely different person. You unilaterally came to make trouble for me, unilaterally wanted to kill me. And now that I have captured you, you dare to threaten me? Is there something wrong with your head? You forced me to do this. Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Yang Kai clearly saw a huge fiery red dragon phantom suddenly flash behind Zhu Qing. Immediately afterward, Zhu Qing's delicate body filled with the pressure of a dragon. Her long black hair suddenly turned fiery red. Not only that, 2 small dragon horns grew out of her head. The dragon horns were also fiery red and looked very delicate. This change happened in a flash. After the dragon's roar, Zhu Qing's aura suddenly became extremely dangerous. Yang Kai was stunned, but soon curled his lips and said, "Dragon sores? I have one too." No wonder when Yang Kai first saw Zhu Qing, he felt a little strange. At that time, he didn't realize it himself, but now that he thought about it, he did feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, Zhu Qing's bossy attitude made Yang Kai not think too much about it, and this sense of familiarity quickly turned into disgust. Only now did he know that this sense of familiarity was not an illusion, because the other party also had a dragon source. This explained everything. This little girl looked to be young, and her figure was petite and exquisite, yet she possessed boundless strength. Obviously, it was because she'd refined the quintessence of a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook. A loud dragon's roar pierced the sky and shattered everything. The huge golden divine dragon phantom suddenly descended and floated behind Yang Kai. Its eyes, which were as big as a house, were filled with endless majesty as it stared ahead. Ancestral dragon. Zhu Qing's aura stagnated as she stared blankly at the golden divine dragon phantom behind Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief, shock, panic, and joy. The golden divine dragon slowly glanced at her, and Zhu Qing's delicate body trembled. Under that glance, she found that she felt a sense of inferiority for no reason. In the next moment, the golden divine dragon phantom entered Yang Kai's body and disappeared. "What did you say?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. He found that after activating the golden divine dragon source, he suddenly had an extremely absurd feeling that he could kill Zhu Qing in front of him. This feeling was inexplicable, but it made him believe it without a doubt. While he was in doubt, Yang Kai did not hear what Zhu Qing was muttering. However, when he looked around, Yang Kai was slightly startled because Zhu Qing's aura, which had suddenly changed because of activating the dragon source, had returned to normal. Her fiery red hair had also become pitch black again, as if suppressed by some inexplicable force. Even the 2 dragon horns on her forehead had disappeared. Jian Shui's pair of watery eyes stared blankly at Yang Kai, reflecting an indescribable emotion. The blood in his body surged, and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Yang Kai felt that he could no longer suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. Being stared at by those watery eyes and feeling the warm and fragrant jade in his arms, the last trace of reason in his mind was shattered. He hugged Zhu Qing with great force, as if he wanted to crush Zhu Qing into powder. Zhu Qing could not help but let out a muffled groan as her plump body involuntarily clung to Yang Kai's body. Leaning over, Yang Kai caught her red lips and kissed her in a tyrannical and overbearing manner. "Oh!" Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly widened as a feeling she had never felt before swept through her body. The shame of being violated shrouded her heart. She tried her best to resist, but under the innate suppression, she could not even use 30% of her brute force. "Even now, you're still playing the game of seduction." Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Feeling that Zhu Qing's strength was much weaker than before, he was certain that Zhu Qing was using her charm technique to seduce him. Otherwise, how could he, a first-order Emperor Realm Master, not be able to suppress her? Since you want to play with fire, this young master will play with you. Let's see who will suffer in the end. The red lips of the woman in front of him were scorching hot like flames, giving Yang Kai an unimaginable pleasure. Just as Zhu Qing was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already opened his mouth and captured her small tongue, greedily sucking on it. Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He simply let go of her hands and grabbed her waist from behind with one hand, climbing up her round buttocks and kneading them wantonly. His other hand covered her peak and played with it vigorously. Having lost control of her hands, Zhu Qing naturally struggled to resist. However, she couldn't even exert 30% of her strength. Even though she hammered Yang Kai, she still couldn't stop him from violating her. On the contrary, her actions only served to stimulate his ferocious nature. Gradually, the strength of her resistance weakened, and the suppressed nature in her bones gradually revealed itself. Zhu Qing hugged Yang Kai back, her 10 fingers scratching deep bloody marks on Yang Kai's bare back as she let out strange murmurs. A drop of crystal-clear tear fell from the corner of her eye and silently fell down her cheek. Pain and pleasure coexisted, the confrontation between nature and reason making one feel at a loss. Chapter 2678. Nothing will happen to young Master Yang, right? That woman doesn't seem easy to deal with. Yi Jinghan asked with a worried look on her face. Thinking back to the scene in front of the city lord's mansion, she still felt some lingering fear. Since Brother Yang took the initiative to lure her out, he naturally has the confidence to do so. Although Du Xian said so, he didn't dare to be certain and could only look towards Ying Fei with an inquiring gaze. Ying Fei did not say a word, but a trace of hidden worry appeared on his cold face. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were only in the third-order Dao source realm, so they were completely unable to understand how terrifying that woman was. However, as a Monster King, he could naturally clearly feel the strength of that young girl. Her performance in front of the city lord's mansion was just the tip of the iceberg. If she used her full strength, Ying Fei didn't have the confidence to defeat her. Although Yang Kai was extraordinary, he was still a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, even though Yang Kai told them not to follow, Ying Fei still chased after them to prevent any accidents from happening. Following the aura left behind by Yang Kai, they didn't go in the wrong direction. After entering the mountain range, they saw traces of a great battle everywhere they went. Mountains were broken, forests were collapsed, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was obvious how dangerous this battle was. Ying Fei couldn't help but furrow his brow as he secretly prayed that Yang Kai was fine. After taking a sniff and confirming the direction, Ying Fei's monster chi surged, wrapping Yi Jinghan and Du Xian in a certain direction. After a short while, Du Xian suddenly pointed and said, "Over there." Although they were separated by a distance of dozens of li, Du Xian was still keenly aware that there were 2 figures on the ground there. He did not know what the situation was at the moment, but there was no sound of fighting. Instead, the 2 people were closely entangled together, as if they were wrestling with each other. Ying Fei's eyes narrowed, and he immediately flew over. The distance of several dozen kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. "Young Master Yang," Ying Fei exclaimed, but just as the words left his mouth, his jaw dropped. He stared blankly at the ground in front of him. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were also stunned, and their expressions gradually turned strange. Along the way, they saw traces of great battles everywhere. Although they did not see it personally, however, they could almost foresee the difficulty of this battle. They had thought that Yang Kai's situation was bleak, but the scene in front of them made them unable to think. On the ground, Yang Kai and the girl were hugging each other tightly. Yang Kai's upper body was almost naked. He pressed the young girl on top of his body and groped her from top to bottom. The young girl also hugged Yang Kai back. Her 10 fingers drew lines of blood on Yang Kai's back. It looked extremely violent. Murmurs that could not be determined whether it was pleasure or pain entered the ears, making one's mouth dry. Ing Fei was speechless. He only wanted to ask what the fuck was going on. See no evil. See no evil. Du Xian hastily extended his hand to cover Yi Jinghan's eyes, but he himself was watching with great interest, unable to take his eyes off it. Yi Jinghan's face turned red as she slapped Du Xian's hand away in annoyance. Twisting his ear, she pulled his head to the other side. Du Xian laughed dryly. Let's go. In the end, he was still a monster king. Ing Fei immediately reacted and whispered to Du Xian and Yi Jinghan. Then he immediately turned around and returned to where they came from. Although he did not know what had happened, Yang Kai was undoubtedly not in any life-threatening danger. Instead, he seemed to have subdued the rude young girl. How could Ing Fei continue to stay and disturb Yang Kai? Unfortunately, the trio's arrival still attracted the attention of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, who was originally immersed in her natural instincts and bloodline suppression, suddenly regained a sliver of clarity in her mind, causing her to grit her teeth fiercely. As Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if his tongue was about to break from biting down. He hurriedly raised his head. Zhu Qing stretched out her hands and placed them before his chest, blocking him and increasing the distance between them. Gasping for breath, her face was flushed red. With a lingering look, she said coldly, "That's enough." Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai found it quite amusing and smiled. "It's not enough?" Zhu Qing said angrily. "Don't push your luck," glancing at him from the corner of her eyes. She glared at his hand that was still meeting her chest and said, "Take your dirty hands away." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and pinched them fiercely, causing Zhu Qing to furrow her brows. Only then did he get up. After being interrupted by Ing Fei and the others, Yang Kai didn't want to act recklessly anymore. His skin wasn't thick enough to do such a thing, and after doing so, he felt that he had vented a lot of his inner energy. Although it was still uncomfortable to hold it in. Seeing the other party's unwilling appearance, Yang Kai didn't want to force it. After breaking free from Yang Kai's control, Zhu Qing immediately jumped up and pulled a distance of 300 feet away from Yang Kai. Only then did she look at him coldly, with an extremely complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She only felt that Yang Kai had refined some forbidden items, so she came to find trouble with Yang Kai. Who would have thought that she would be the one to suffer such a big loss in the end? The feeling of being taken advantage of still lingered, making her feel uncomfortable all over. First time, Yang Kai reached out and tore off his tattered clothes, then took out a new set of clothes and put it on. He did not even raise his head as he asked. He was puzzled, since Zhu Qing had practiced the art of seduction and even did not hesitate to use her body. How could it be her first time? However, that feeling of unfamiliarity could not be faked. Vaguely, Yang Kai felt that Zhu Qing did not practice any art of seduction. Thinking back to his performance just now, it did not seem to be because of the art of seduction. It was a kind of instinct that originated from his body. Did he lack women to such an extent? It could not be. What? Zhu Qing was stunned, but soon understood Yang Kai's meaning. The blush on her cheeks deepened as she said angrily, "It's none of your business. Are you going to take responsibility?" Yang Kai winked at her and secretly circulated his emperor qi, gradually calming down. "Get lost." Zhu Qing was furious and said hatefully, "This is not over. Just you wait." She turned around and ran away. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Thank you for your patronage. You are welcome to come again." Zhu Qing's running body staggered, and she almost fell from the sky. Yang Kai's presumptuous laughter came from behind her, making her feel even more ashamed. After flying for a while, she saw the Monster King standing to the side with two humans. Seeing her flying over, the Monster King smiled and nodded at her with a friendly look. If it was in the past, she would have already thrown a punch at him. However, the embarrassing situation just now had been exposed. So how could Zhu Qing still have the face-to-face with Ying Fei? With a flash, her body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Young Master Yang's luck with women is not bad. Ying Fei looked at Zhu Qing's flying figure and said with raised eyebrows, although this woman was a bit rude, she was truly powerful. He didn't know what kind of shocking method young Master Yang had used to capture her in such a short period of time. As a fellow man, Ying Fei couldn't help but admire Kai Yang from the bottom of his heart. That's right. Du Xian expressed his agreement. Yi Jinghan cast a sidelong glance at him and snorted, "Why do I smell something sour?" Du Xian was shocked and said with a flattering smile, "How could that be? Such a rude woman is not even fit to carry junior sister's shoes. In Big Brother's eyes, only junior sister is unique." Yi Jinghan shivered and rubbed her arms. All right, I'm getting goosebumps." The corner of Du Xian's mouth twitched, and he shook his head and sighed. "Didn't I tell you not to come over?" Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of Ying Fei. Ying Fei smiled embarrassedly. "I was originally here to support young Master Yang. If I had known that this would happen, I would not have come over. Please forgive me, young Master Yang." If he had not brought Yi Jinghan and Du Xian along, the two of them would not have separated so quickly. What's done can't be undone. At that time, that woman would have become Yang Kai's woman. Ying Fei felt ashamed of himself. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and stared at the void in front of him. Today's matter was really strange. Zhu Qing had mysteriously come to him, and he had mysteriously made love with her. It was like a dream that had disappeared without a trace. Licking his lips, there seemed to be a trace of her fragrance left. Young Master Yang. That woman, what's her background? Ying Fei asked carefully. Such a powerful woman definitely had a great background. If he could subdue her, she would be a great help. "I'm not sure." Yang Kai shook his head. Although he had a physical relationship with Zhu Qing, he only knew her name. He did not know anything about her background. Young Master Yang is amazing. Ying Fei was filled with admiration. He had subdued her without even knowing her background. He was simply a role model for men, a role model for his generation. "Ha ha, her charm is too great. There's nothing I can do about it." Yang Kai laughed. Yi Jinghan immediately shot him a look of disdain. Flowing Shadow City, in an inn, Zhu Qing hurriedly returned and activated the restrictions in the room. She fell onto the bed in a daze. Today, she had gone for wool and come home shorn. This was the greatest humiliation in her life, a stain on her life. However, when she recalled that the other party possessed the source of the ancestral dragon, she felt much better. That kind of natural suppression was not something she could resist. Fortunately, she did not get completely lost in the source chi and managed to escape this calamity. However, the implications of this matter were too great, and it was not something she could deal with casually. After pondering for a while, Zhu Qing took a deep breath and calmed her tumbling emotions. She then took out a jade pendant from her space ring. The jade pendant was in the shape of a dragon and looked extremely lifelike. Looking at it, it looked as if a giant dragon was pouncing towards her. Zhu Qing bit her finger, and a drop of blood instantly seeped out. Strangely, the blood was like a ball of flame, burning fiercely. The blood imprinted itself on the jade pendant and quickly disappeared, causing the entire jade pendant to emit a dark red glow. Suddenly, The dragon eye on the dragon-shaped jade pendant moved, and an aura as deep as the sea descended. Elder! Zhu Qing's expression turned solemn as she spoke out respectfully. Is there any news? An aged voice rang out from the jade pendant. This voice seemed to contain a great majesty, causing even someone as strong as Zhu Qing to stiffen. No, Zhu Qing hurriedly replied. Since there is no news, why did you use the dragon talisman? Zhu Qing said, I saw the source of the ancestral dragon. As soon as she said that, the dragon symbol suddenly flickered, and the aged voice asked anxiously, What did you say? Chapter 2679. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and replied, I saw the ancestral dragon source. Is that true? The old voice suddenly became very excited. Yes, Zhu Qing nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely not wrong. Where did you see it? When did you see it? Quick, tell me everything you know. Zhu Qing immediately told him what happened after she met Yang Kai today, but she hid the fact that she was severely molested by Yang Kai. After all, she was a woman and it would be too disgraceful to talk about it. Recalling Yang Kai's rough treatment, Zhu Qing couldn't help but gnash her teeth in hatred. She never thought that her first contact with a man would happen under such circumstances. After listening, the dragon eyes on the dragon talisman flickered for a while before saying, He can easily suppress your source strength and is golden in color. Sure enough, it is the ancestral dragon source. The old voice was very excited, as if he had encountered something that made him very excited. After a pause, he asked, Are you sure that person is human? I'm sure, Zhu Qing replied, but he seems to have refined a few dragon artifacts and knows some basic dragon transformation secret techniques. The old voice said, Since he has obtained the ancestral dragon source, what's so strange about him refining a few dragon artifacts? Elder, the ancestral dragon source is of great importance. Do you want me to bring him back to the island? Zhu Qing asked. The old voice said, Do you have the ability to do so? Zhu Qing was speechless. Although Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, she could easily crush him under normal circumstances. But the ancestral dragon source in his body was too strong for her. The previous entanglement with Yang Kai also proved this point. She was subdued by Yang Kai before she could even display half of her strength. Against such a person, unless an elder personally took action, no one could resist the suppression of the ancestral dragon source. Then what should we do? Zhu Qing frowned. The ancestral dragon source was different. Her clan had been searching for it for tens of thousands of years, and now they had finally found it. How could he ignore it? Long Fu was silent for a while before he said, Follow him and try to build a good relationship with him. When the time is right, invite him to the island as a guest. Befriend him? Zhu Qing was stunned. She frowned and said, He's just a human being. What right does he have? The ancestral dragon's origin is his qualification. The old voice interrupted Zhu Qing before she could finish her sentence. His tone was unquestionable and carried a hint of anger. Are you questioning me? Zhu Qing's body trembled. She lowered her head and said, Zhu Qing wouldn't dare. Yes, the old voice said, no matter what price we have to pay, we must invite him back to the island. Then, my mission? Zhu Qing asked hesitantly. Continue the investigation. There's no need to force it. The old voice replied. Compared to the appearance of the ancestral dragon's origin, Zhu Qing's original mission was nothing. It was just a token. Yes, Zhu Qing nodded respectfully. The light from the dragon eye on the dragon talisman gradually dimmed. The profound aura also slowly disappeared. Zhu Qing put it away and sat on the bed with a frown. Her mind was in a mess. This time, she had suffered such a big loss at Kai Yang's hands. According to Zhu Qing's plan, She needed to find an opportunity to tear his body into 10,000 pieces to wash away the hatred in her heart. However, the elder's order was to maintain a good relationship with him. A lowly human being actually wanted this young lady to lower herself and befriend him? This was simply a great humiliation. Pleasant arrival in the largest inn in Flowing Shadow City was the property of the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. Yang Kai would return here in a while. After booking a few rooms, he went downstairs to the main hall to have a meal. At his level of cultivation, there was naturally no need for him to eat. His body was the furnace, his fortune was the fuel, and the world energy was the best food. It was fine for him to eat it occasionally. The main reason was that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had been feeling rather gloomy and worried. Yang Kai did not know how to console them, so he brought them here to drown their sorrows in wine. Jar after jar of strong wine was brought up, and Yi Jinghan did not reject any of it. In just a short while, she was completely drunk and fell into a deep sleep in Du Xian's arms. Du Xian cast an apologetic look at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating for him to take Yi Jinghan away to rest. Yang Kai and Ing Fei were left alone to drink. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "Monster King, that girl said she was called Zhu Qing. You might have thought of something." He suddenly recalled that when Zhu Qing had introduced herself, she had said something very strange. At that time, Yang Kai did not think too much about it, but now that he thought about it, those words seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, no matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he was still unable to figure it out. Although Ing Fei had lived in the ancient desolate lands for a long time, he had cultivated for a long time, so his knowledge and experience were not something he could compare to. Perhaps he would be able to find some clues by asking him. At the very least, he had to figure out Zhu Qing's background. He did not think that the girl would give up so easily. After all, she had said some harsh words before leaving. Ing Fei raised his wine cup and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. "You said her name is Zhu Qing? What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Ing Fei's reaction seemed to be a little too big. Ing Fei's expression changed for a while. Then he suddenly showed a look of understanding. He drank the wine in one gulp and said solemnly, "On the Eastern Sea's Dragon Island, the great elder of the dragon race is called Zhu Yan." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Monster King, you mean she is a member of the dragon race?" Ing Fei said, "It's just a guess, I can't be sure." But before that, Zhu Qing said that if I said that word again, she would kill me. After thinking about it carefully, I did not know which word violated her taboo, but now it seems that there was one word that really annoyed her. "Which word?" Yang Kai asked. Ing Fei said, "Young Master Yang, do you remember what I said at that time?" Yang Kai thought about it and said with a grin, "You said that I was handsome," and his words suddenly stopped, and he said, "So that's how it is." Ing Fei also nodded and said, "If she is a member of the dragon race, then it makes sense." The dragon race has always been wild and arrogant. They don't even put other divine spirits in their eyes, let alone me, a member of the monster race. If I praised young Master Yang, it would have indeed annoyed her. At this point, Ing Fei's face turned pale, and he felt a little scared. Although he was a monster king, the other party was a divine spirit. No wonder she was so strong. The strength of the dragon race could not be estimated with common sense. No wonder he could not see through her cultivation. Zhu Qing was actually a member of the dragon race. Thinking of this, his admiration for Yang Kai grew. That was a member of the dragon race. What kind of method did young Master Yang use to subdue her in such a short time? Furthermore, he took advantage of her from head to toe. On the other hand, she did not seem to have any intention of resisting. If he had not brought Yi Jinghan and Du Xian over, they might have already given birth to those little dragons. How could such a thing happen? The dragon race was arrogant and regarded themselves as the leader of all living things. They did not put any race in their eyes, let alone the lowly human race. How could Zhu Qing, a member of the dragon race, endure such blasphemy by a human? Young Master Yang, you can't be a member of the dragon race, right? Ing Fei suddenly thought of a funny idea. Thinking back to the various inconceivable things about Yang Kai, it seemed that only a member of the dragon race could explain it. The only way to subdue a member of the dragon race was to be a stronger member of the dragon race. Yang Kai laughed and patted his chest, a genuine member of the human race. Ing Fei smiled bitterly, not knowing whether to believe it or not. May I ask, are you Yang Kai, Lord Yang? Right at that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly approached the table and asked in a trembling voice. Ing Fei swept a glance at him and found that he was just a member of the First Order Tao Source realm, so he did not pay much attention to him. Unexpectedly, under Ing Fei's gaze, the man suddenly cried out and knelt on the ground, wailing, "Master, please spare me! Master, please spare me! This lowly one is only here to deliver a letter." Previously, although Yang Kai was extremely presumptuous in Flowing Shadow City, he did not attract much attention. However, when Ing Fei revealed his identity and cultivation, everyone was shocked and knew that this guy was a genuine monster king. At this moment, the middle-aged man who came to deliver a letter was not afraid of Yang Kai. Instead, he was terrified of Ing Fei. "No one wants your life." Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his chin slightly. "What letter are you delivering?" The middle-aged man quietly glanced at Ing Fei and found that he was not looking at him at all, so he took a deep breath, reached into his bosom, took out a gilded page, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and grinned. "An invitation?" The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. "Yes." "Who told you to deliver this?" Yang Kai asked. "It's—" The middle-aged man was about to answer when his eyes suddenly became blank. After thinking for a while, he still could not remember what it was, and instead felt a splitting headache. "Young Master Yang, someone used a secret technique to erase that part of his memory." Ing Fei's eyes flashed as he saw the clues. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his sleeve, sending the middle-aged man out. Since someone had done something to the messenger, there was no point in continuing to ask. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Picking up the invitation in his hand and carefully examining it, Yang Kai could not help raising his brow. "Young Master Yang, what kind of invitation is this?" Ing Fei asked. Yang Kai casually handed over the invitation and took a sip of wine. "It looks like someone can't wait." "An invitation to the auction?" Ing Fei looked at the contents of the invitation and frowned slightly. They had come to Flowing Shadow City for this auction, but they did not expect that before they could do anything, someone would take the initiative to hand over an invitation, as if they were afraid that they would not go. "Young Master Yang, this is a trap, and it is very dangerous." Today, he had already exposed his identity and cultivation, yet the person hiding in the dark still dared to take the initiative to deliver an invitation. There was no doubt that they had a way to deal with a monster king like him. "I'm not a fool. How could I not see through something so obvious?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Should we call Old Ox? And Wu Yu as well?" Ing Fei quietly asked. Chapter 2680. Since the unknown enemy had considered him as a threat, their arrangements must have been very thorough. But even if the enemy had calculated everything, they probably wouldn't have been able to predict the existence of Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei. Yang Kai only needed to arrange a space array to bring the two monster kings from the Northern Territory. When that time came, in front of absolute power, no matter what kind of scheme they had, they would be nothing more than illusions. And he did have this ability. There was still some time before the auction began, so Yang Kai only needed to arrange a space array somewhere to bring the two Monster Kings over without anyone noticing. After thinking about it seriously, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. No need. Firstly, he didn't have many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades left, so he didn't want to waste them. Secondly, if he really brought the two Monster Kings over, he might inadvertently alert the enemy. After all, the four of them had entered Flowing Shadow City. If two more suddenly appeared, he was afraid that anyone would be suspicious. He could hide Shi Lei and Xie Wu in the Sealed World Bead, but the fewer people who knew about the Sealed World Bead, the better. Seeing Yang Kai like this, Ing Fei couldn't persuade him anymore, and could only secretly make up his mind to keep him safe no matter what. Let's go. Let's go for a walk, Yang Kai said, throwing some source crystals as payment for the food and wine, and walked out of the inn with Ing Fei. Before coming to Flowing Shadow City, he vaguely felt that this auction was a conspiracy, as if it was deliberately arranged, waiting for someone to walk right into the trap. And after arriving in Flowing Shadow City and seeing the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect Master, this guess became even more confirmed. Now that he suddenly received an invitation to the auction, he couldn't help but wonder if this conspiracy was targeted at him from the beginning. He couldn't think it through, but he didn't want to act according to someone else's arrangements. Since the auction was to be held in Flowing Shadow City, the items to be auctioned would naturally appear in Flowing Shadow City. He wanted to see if AIO and the others were in the city now. If they were, he could just directly snatch them. Along the way, Yang Kai's powerful divine sense covered the surroundings like a tide, concealing himself to the extreme. He was very familiar with the auras of AIO and the others. If they were really in Flowing Shadow City, he would have sensed them. However, half a day later, Yang Kai sighed. Sure enough, the enemy was not that stupid. He didn't find anything. He brought Ing Fei back to his residence and entered the Pleasant Arrival Inn. The waiter walked up and stood in front of Yang Kai, saying, "Master, a guest is waiting for you." Who? Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know anyone in Flowing Shadow City. It's a woman. The waiter revealed a meaningful smile. He's waiting in front of your room now. Yang Kai frowned and scanned the area with his divine sense. He immediately understood who was waiting for him and couldn't help but ask in surprise, how could it be her? Ing Fei also noticed this and whispered, "Young Master Yang, be careful. This woman is not to be trifled with." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. It was fine if he didn't know her origin, but now that he knew her origin and identity, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. After giving the waiter some source crystals, Yang Kai strode upstairs. Outside the room, a petite woman was pacing back and forth in front of a room, muttering something under her breath with an impatient expression. She seemed to be in a daze and didn't even notice when Yang Kai and Ing Fei scanned her with their divine senses. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps nearby that the woman suddenly stopped and looked up. What entered her sight was a face that made her want to smash it with a single punch. "Qing, are you looking for me?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and walked towards her step by step. Zhu Qing's face sank. She shouted in a low voice, "What did you call me? This is too presumptuous. A mere human dares to call me by my name." Ing Fei's face was also full of black lines, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. Knowing that the other party was a dragon race cultivator, he still dared to provoke her like this. He secretly circulated his monster chi, ready to attack at any time. Although he was unwilling to become an enemy of the dragon race, Yang Kai's safety was the most important thing right now. "Why are you so cold? I still like your previous appearance." Yang Kai came to stand in front of her. Looking at her with a smile, his eyes swept over her full breasts. When that obscene light swept over, Zhu Qing's body trembled for no reason. The feeling of being taken lightly again hit her heart, making her feel both ashamed and angry. Suddenly, she threw a punch at Yang Kai's face. She immediately regretted it after she attacked. The elder had ordered her to build a good relationship with Yang Kai and invite him to the island as a guest. She had come here to bury the hatchet with him, so how could she not hold back and attack him? Her fist immediately shrank by 70%. Immediately afterwards, it was grabbed by a big hand and gently stroked. A strange feeling swept through her body, making her feel limp and numb. Zhu Qing's face turned red as she said, "Let go." She shouldn't have held back. Smashing that hateful face into a pulp was the best choice. As she spoke, she raised her other small fist, as if she wanted to perish together with Yang Kai. Okay, I'll let go. Don't be so irritable." Yang Kai reluctantly stroked her a few more times before letting go. Zhu Qing immediately jumped back, putting some distance between her and Yang Kai. Her breasts heaved up and down as she fiercely shook her small hand a few times, as if she wanted to get rid of something dirty. Ying Fei was already covered in cold sweat. When Zhu Qing attacked just now, he almost couldn't hold back. Fortunately, he found that Zhu Qing had held back some of her strength, but this made him even more confused. This dragon race, what was she trying to do? Could it be that she really fell in love with young Master Yang at first sight? Otherwise, why would she hold back her strength in a fit of rage? But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she had fallen in love with young Master Yang. Instead, it seemed like she wanted to kill him. Ying Fei's head was filled with confusion. Yang Kai laughed mischievously. His laughter was indescribably wretched and obscene. He took out the room token, opened the restriction, and pushed open the door. He leaned against the door frame and said, "What do you want to say? Come in and talk." He didn't know why Zhu Qing was looking for him, but since she was already here, there must be something. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that she would shrink back. After all, this was a proud dragon race. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai hatefully, as if she wanted to cut Yang Kai into pieces, but her feet didn't move. Yang Kai's smile didn't fade, nor did he urge her. His contemptuous smile undoubtedly provoked Zhu Qing's pride. She clenched her teeth and rushed into the room. "You have guts." Yang Kai grinned, thinking, "Since you took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms, you can't blame me if I eat you up this time." He turned around and was about to close the door. Ying Fei blocked the door and looked like he was going to follow in. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, get out." Yang Kai pursed his lips. The door slammed shut, almost flattening Ying Fei's nose. "Young Master Yang, you..." Ying Fei was anxious and shouted, "Young Master Yang, there is a knife above lust. Don't fall for the beauty trap." There was no response from inside the room. Ying Fei was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pot. Du Xian heard the noise and poked his head out of the next room, asking, "Master, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Ying Fei replied angrily. He was anxious, but he didn't dare to break in. However, on second thought, Yang Kai could conquer Zhu Qing last time. This time, there shouldn't be any big danger. Besides, Zhu Qing didn't have any intention to kill him from the beginning to the end. It seemed that he was a little nervous. In the room, Yang Kai turned around and hugged Zhu Qing's waist. He put his head on her shoulder and sniffed her intoxicating fragrance. He stared at her white neck and whispered, "Qing, you miss me so soon?" Zhu Qing was stiff. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so bold as to touch her. When she reacted, it was too late. She shouted angrily, "Take your dirty hands off me." Yang Kai ignored her and licked Zhu Qing's earlobe. The delicate body in his arms suddenly shivered, and her head, which was full of flying black hair, suddenly tilted back. With a bang, Yang Kai was hit and saw stars. 2 streams of golden blood flowed out of his nostrils. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Qing immediately jumped away and stood in the corner, glaring at him fiercely. She gritted her teeth and said, "Please have some self-respect." Yang Kai reached out and wiped his face. The pain calmed his agitated mood a little. He stared at Zhu Qing and sneered. "I didn't expect that a member of the dragon race would practice the charm technique." Zhu Qing frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I practice the charm technique?" Yang Kai snorted and said, "If you didn't practice the charm technique, why couldn't I control myself when I saw you? You were born lecherous. How can you blame me?" Zhu Qing felt wronged. How can you blame a dog for eating feces? No, how can I think like that? Isn't this humiliating? Bullshit. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Although this young master is not a gentleman, I can still keep my composure. When have I ever been lecherous?" Zhu Qing sneered and said, "Your behavior is frivolous. If it isn't lecherous, then what is?" Yang Kai stared at her. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman." Taking a deep breath, he silently operated his secret technique to suppress the restlessness in his heart. He looked up and said, "Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me that you really like me. Although I am a responsible man, if you don't want to, I won't force you." Zhu Qing sneered and said, "Have you always felt so good about yourself?" Yang Kai casually said, "I don't know who is holding this young master so tightly. Speaking of which, this young master still has fingerprints on his back." As expected of the dragon race, their strength is so great. "Shut up." Zhu Qing couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. She fiercely stomped her foot, and the violent brute force almost destroyed the inn. What happened before was the biggest humiliation in her life. Yang Kai just had to touch the pot that didn't boil. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing said in her heart, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. The clan's affairs are the most important. My sacrifice is just a small matter." After a while, she finally calmed down. Looking at Yang Kai, she said, "You know that I'm a member of the dragon race?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, but his heart was in turmoil. When he was chatting with Ing Fei earlier, although he speculated that Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, it was just speculation. Chapter 2681. Now that she took the initiative to admit it. Even though Yang Kai was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked. The dragon race, the leader of all spirits. Although this title was a little self-proclaimed, it was not far from it. In ancient times, there were countless holy spirits, but the dragon and the phoenix still reigned supreme. Even now, most of the holy spirits had gone extinct, but the dragon race was still able to occupy an island in the Eastern Sea and reproduce. It could be said that this sacred and powerful race had witnessed the changes of heaven and earth and the passing of the endless flowing time, Great Emperor. The dragon race was not just a title, but also a symbol of inheritance and strength. Yang Kai had the power of the golden divine dragon in his body, so when facing Zhu Qing, a living dragon race member, he did not feel much restraint or fear. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. This sense of intimacy quickly turned into greed and covetousness. He was thinking that if he could really subdue this dragon girl and make her his exclusive property, TSK. If life was like this, what more could he ask for? "How do you know?" Zhu Qing asked again. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This young master is proficient in the art of divination, so I just casually divined." Zhu Qing glared at him, thinking that she would be a fool to believe him. However, when she was fighting with Yang Kai before, she revealed a lot of information, so it was not surprising that Yang Kai could guess her identity as a dragon race member. It's fine if you know, but please keep it a secret. After all, the identity of a dragon race member is a little too shocking. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Although there was a rumor that there was a dragon island in the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory, and many dragon race members lived on the dragon island, it was still a rumor. The world did not know the details. However, if a living dragoness was exposed to the eyes of the world, then it would definitely cause an unimaginable shock. No problem. Yang Kai agreed readily. I'm not a person who likes to gossip. Zhu Qing had a grateful look on her face. She thought that this person was actually not bad when he talked to her nicely. Perhaps she had a bad first impression of him. So no matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was a little annoying. It was time to change her opinion of him. But what benefits can you give me? Yang Kai changed the topic. That invasive gaze once again swept past the sensitive parts of Zhu Qing's body, as if a large hand was about to strip her naked. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her body trembled slightly. I was really naive when I thought he was a good person. What do you want? Zhu Qing opened her eyes and asked through gritted teeth. The more she looked at this face, the more she hated it. That depends on what you can give me. Yang Kai rested his cheek on his hand and looked at her calmly. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with his condition. Ever since he met Zhu Qing today, that long-suppressed and forgotten desire had been constantly surging. After separating from her, that feeling had disappeared. Now that they met again, they were once again alone in a room. That desire once again surged up, even though he told himself that this dragon girl was not to be trifled with. But this kind of thrill of playing with fire made him unable to stop himself. Zhu Qing stared deeply at him. After a while, she opened her red lips and said, "Friend." "What?" Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and said, "I said, I can be friends with you." Although her tone was calm, there was an unconcealable pride between her brows, as if this matter was a kind of blessing. Yang Kai was stunned and stared at her in a daze. Zhu Qing met his gaze without any hesitation. For a long time, Yang Kai didn't respond. Zhu Qing frowned and said, "You heard what I said." "Ha ha ha." Yang Kai laughed loudly and slapped his thighs. Zhu Qing said angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Yang Kai stopped laughing. He looked at Zhu Qing mockingly and said, "The arrogance of the dragon race is indeed worthy of its reputation." Zhu Qing also sneered. "It's still better than the treachery of you humans." Yang Kai muttered to himself and nodded, and "You're right. Humans are indeed very treacherous. No one can deny this. But you said you want to be friends with me. Do you know what a friend is?" Zhu Qing proudly said, "I don't need to know." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at her. "You don't have any friends, right? Why would the powerful dragon race need friends?" Zhu Qing snorted in her heart as a look of disdain flashed across her face. But then she suddenly noticed that there was a trace of pity and sympathy in Yang Kai's expression, causing her to become annoyed. A trivial human actually dared to look at her with such an expression. Zhu Qing's slender fingers twitched as she suppressed the urge to dig out his eyes. Because she was not his opponent. If she rashly fought with him, she would only be asking for humiliation. "Elder, the task you gave me is really difficult. Qing really doesn't know how to complete it. Perhaps this is a test from the clan for me? Why do you want to be friends with me?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Of course, it's because of the elder's order and the ancestral dragon's source." Zhu Qing thought in her heart and replied, "Do I need a reason? Don't you need a reason?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing showed an impatient expression. She gritted her teeth and said, "Just tell me if you agree or not." She, a dignified member of the dragon race, wanted to be friends with him. It was simply a blessing from his ancestors. He actually dared to make excuses. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. So what if I agree? So what if I don't agree? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. His expression suddenly became serious. And he said, being friends is not as simple as just saying. He had never met such a person who said she wanted to be friends with him and even showed an expression of, you're lucky. Yang Kai didn't know whether to say that Zhu Qing didn't know the ways of the world or that she was too arrogant. Then what should I do? Zhu Qing frowned and pondered for a moment. She actually showed an expression of asking shamelessly. Yang Kai glanced at her and waved his hand. He said in a deep voice, for a friend, I should be willing to risk my life to share my worries and difficulties. For a friend, I should be honest with you and treat you with sincerity. For a friend, be more specific. Zhu Qing impatiently interrupted him. What do you want me to do for you to be willing to be friends with me? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. He patted the bed next to him and said, I'm lacking someone to warm my bed. If you can take off your clothes and accompany me for a night, I can consider it. Get lost. Zhu Qing only said one word. He was really a pervert. Every 3 sentences he said didn't deviate from his profession. Moreover, this kind of thing wasn't something a friend needed to do. Although Zhu Qing didn't have any friends, how could she not understand common sense? Yang Kai shrugged and looked helpless. Zhu Qing tilted her head and said reluctantly, change it to something else. Then there's nothing else. Yang Kai spread his hands. What do you want? Zhu Qing was so angry that her face turned red. She angrily looked at him. Yang Kai slapped the table in front of him and smashed it to pieces. He angrily said, this young master wants to ask you, what do you want? It was really strange. She ran over and said she wanted to be friends with him. Yang Kai had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could the word friend be bought and sold by force? Zhu Qing pursed her red lips and said, I just want to be friends with you. Yang Kai looked her up and down. After confirming that this woman's mind was normal and she wasn't crazy, he shouted, okay, I heard that there is a wine sword manor in the Western Territory. The wine they make is the best in the world. Even the great emperors praised it. If you can get some. Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. She said, you want to be friends with me? Yang Kai touched his chin and said, we'll see when the time comes. You. Zhu Qing flew into a rage. You've gone too far. Yang Kai sneered again and again. I'm like this. If you can't stand it, then get lost. Okay. No one has ever dared to treat me like this. You'll regret it. Zhu Qing bitterly glared at him. After leaving behind these words, she turned around and walked out. Yang Kai turned around and said with a smile, it's already late. Qing, don't you want to stay for the night? Zhu Qing had just walked to the door and was about to open it. When she heard this, she suddenly threw a punch forward. In an instant, a big hole was broken through the door. Zhu Qing turned around and looked at Yang Kai. Then she turned around and rushed into the darkness. Outside the door, Ing Fei's head was dripping with cold sweat. After Zhu Qing was far away, he poked his head out to take a look. When he found that Yang Kai was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Young Master Yang, what happened to her? Who knows? Yang Kai laughed happily. He also felt a lot more relaxed. After this incident, Zhu Qing wouldn't bother him again, right? Although it was a good thing to be liked by a dragon girl and forced to be friends with her, Yang Kai couldn't suppress the desire in his heart when he was with her. This was a big problem. He was afraid that one day he couldn't control himself and forced himself on her. If that happened, he would offend the entire dragon race. In short, although Zhu Qing didn't seem to have any evil intentions, her existence was too dangerous for him. Yang Kai was puzzled. Zhu Qing didn't cultivate any kind of bewitching technique, and her face wasn't so beautiful that he couldn't control himself. So why was it that when he smelled her scent, he couldn't control himself? This, this, this. A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, who looked like an old landlord, suddenly ran up, but after seeing Yang Kai's broken door, he was immediately shocked and exclaimed in shock. Every room here was reinforced with a barrier and spirit array. Even an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to break through it, but now a large hole had suddenly appeared on the door. He really didn't know who did it, but it was simply too daring. "Who are you?" Ing Fei glanced at him and asked. The old man seemed to know Ing Fei's identity and replied respectfully, reporting to Master. "This one is the shopkeeper of this inn. I didn't know that just now. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Ing Fei glanced at him indifferently, took out some source crystals from his space ring, and tossed them over. "This is compensation for my young master." "Yes, yes, yes." The inn shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and hurriedly went to work. If it was someone else causing trouble in this inn, he wouldn't have let it go. Although he was just an inn shopkeeper, he had the support of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, and was also part of an organization in Flowing Shadow City. But who was Ing Fei? He was a powerful monster king, and the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was nothing in front of him. After a while, he arranged a new room for Yang Kai, and respectfully left. Chapter 2682. The next day, Yang Kai was still meditating when knocking sounds suddenly rang out from the door. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he discovered that it was actually Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. Yang Kai opened the door and looked at the two. "What's the matter?" Yi Jinghan said with a trembling voice. "Young Master Yang, Flowing Shadow Sword sect has sent my father over. He's currently outside the inn." "Sect Master Yi?" Yi Hen's appearance appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and he nodded lightly. "Li Qingyun is tactful. Since he sent him over, I'll accept it." Du Xian said shamefully. "Li Qingyun personally sent him over." Li Qingyun was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, while Du Xian and Yi Jinghan were only Dao Source Realm cultivators, so they weren't qualified to speak to him on equal terms. Furthermore, they didn't know what Flowing Shadow Sword sect's intentions were, so they could only ask for Yang Kai's help. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll accompany you." "Many thanks, Brother Yang," Du Xian said gratefully. "No need to be so polite." Yang Kai had a faint smile on his face, but he was sighing in his heart. If his previous guess was correct, then the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect this time was probably caused by him. The three of them walked out, with Ing Fei appearing out of nowhere, and following closely behind Yang Kai. When they arrived outside the inn, they saw Li Qingyun standing there, dressed in white, and carrying a long sword, giving off the aura of a swordsman. Standing in front of him was Yi Hen. Although his expression was somewhat dispirited, he didn't show any signs of torture. It was probably due to the destruction of his sect and the deaths of countless of his disciples that had taken a heavy blow to his heart. "Father, honored master," Yi Jinghan and Du Xian shouted in unison, before glaring angrily at Li Qingyun. Raising his head, Yi Hen glanced at the two of them and revealed a bitter smile. Thousand Leaves sect had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and now that it had been destroyed in his generation, he was truly ashamed to face his ancestors. Seeing his daughter and eldest disciple again after a year, Yi Hen felt rather complicated. Li Qingyun didn't say anything, simply cupping his fists towards Yang Kai before leaving without looking back. It was as if he had made this trip just to send Yi Hen over. It was just as he said. The mastermind had already gotten what he wanted, so it didn't matter whether Yi Hen lived or died. It was because of this that Yi Hen was able to keep his life after being captured by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. "Father!" Pouncing forward, Yi Jinghan carefully inspected Yi Hen's body. After confirming that he was not missing any limbs, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Sect Master Yi, Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his hands. Young Master Yang. Yi Hen and Yang Kai could be considered old acquaintances. Seeing him together with her daughter and eldest disciple, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Young Master Yang." How could he not know that it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he was able to escape so easily this time? He couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. "Let's talk inside." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Nodding his head, Yi Hen walked step by step into the inn with Yi Jinghan and Du Xian supporting him. After entering the room, Yang Kai asked the waiter to serve them a banquet. Several people sat, cross-legged, and drank until they were injured. After learning that Yi Hen had not been tortured in the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and had only been placed under house arrest, Yi Jinghan's hatred for the Flowing Shadow Sword sect dissipated quite a bit. However, after this blow, Yi Hen seemed to have aged quite a bit in an instant, appearing somewhat senile as he downed cup after cup of wine, with a desolate expression on his face. He had long been a cultivator of the Third Order Tao Source realm. After Yang Kai brought back the many secret techniques and ancient records of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for many years from the Emperor Heaven Valley, Yi Hen was confident that he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm in his lifetime. However, before he could display this ambition, his sect was exterminated by a powerful enemy. Sure enough, the heavenly Tao was unpredictable. Now that his will had suffered such a blow, he didn't know if he would ever have the chance to become an emperor in this lifetime. Yang Kai raised his cup. "Sect Master Yi, what happened to the Thousand Leaves sect this time may have something to do with me." Yi Hen looked at him in surprise, as if he had misunderstood something. With a bitter smile, he said, "It's because of that flower master. It has nothing to do with young Master Yang." Yang Kai shook his head. "Sister Hua's matter is just a trigger. Chi Yu Aio, and the others are the real targets of those guys." Yi Hen asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian also looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't know how to explain it either. It's just a feeling. This may be a plot against me, and the Thousand Leaves sect is just a coincidence. Everything was done to lure me to Flowing Shadow City." Yi Hen was stunned. If that was really the case, then the Thousand Leaves sect was really too unlucky. "My apologies." Yang Kai looked at Yi Hen and said in a deep voice. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yang, there's no need to apologize. My Thousand Leaves sect deserves this. This Yi Hen has never dared to forget young Master's great kindness to my Thousand Leaves sect, even if this matter was caused by young Master. I, Yi Hen, have no complaints. I only hate that my Thousand Leaves sect is too weak to defend against such strong enemies." Yang Kai said, "Rest assured, Sect Master Yi, no matter who the mastermind behind this is, I will definitely avenge your Thousand Leaves sect." Yi Hen smiled. With young Master Yang's words, this he can rest assured. However, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. Does young Master have confidence? Yi Jing, Han glanced at Ing Fei before whispering something into Yi Hen's ear. Yi Hen's body shook when he heard this. Raising his head to look at Ing Fei, he said in shock, "So it's the Monster King, Master." Yi Hen has been impolite. Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, and now that he had the Monster King by his side, there was indeed nothing to worry about. Ing Fei smiled and waved his hand. Yang Kai said, "The auction will be the time when the dagger will be revealed. When that time comes, no matter what the mastermind behind this has in mind, he will definitely bare his fangs. When that time comes, I will definitely kill him." Yi Hen stood up and said solemnly, "Please accept my bow, young Master Yang." Thousand Leaves sect no longer had the ability to take revenge. If Yang Kai could avenge Thousand Leaves sect, he would truly be their benefactor. Yang Kai reached out and lifted Yi Hen up, shaking his head. Sect Master Yi is too serious. I can no longer stay out of this matter. Let's see who is stronger when the time comes. After drinking for a while more, Yang Kai took his leave and returned to his room. The next half a month passed peacefully. Sure enough, Zhu Qing seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, no longer bothering him, which greatly satisfied Yang Kai. Although this woman was incredibly beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and flirting with her was quite pleasing, she was still a dragon girl in the end. So Yang Kai really didn't want to provoke her. During this time, many people from the Emperor realm had come to Flowing Shadow City, most likely for Thousand Leaves Sex Heaven's Ho. After all, each Heaven's Ho was equivalent to an entire the Emperor realm, so buying them to guard their sect would be an excellent choice. Perhaps the star source in AIO's body would also be attractive enough. Yang Kai had also investigated Flowing Shadow City many times, but he couldn't find the auras of Chiyu, AIO, and the others, so he could only give up. However, it was unlikely that the enemy would be so stupid. Before the auction began, these chips would naturally not be exposed so easily. On this day, the silent Flowing Shadow City suddenly became noisy, and the entrance of the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was filled with people gasping for breath. As one of the two top chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce naturally had a branch in Flowing Shadow City. This time's auction would be held in the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's branch. All the masters from the Emperor realm who had received an invitation arrived on time. In front of the Chamber of Commerce, 2 rows of young girls were waiting respectfully, but when an honored guest arrived, one of them would greet him with a smile and lead him into the Chamber of Commerce. These young girls were all as beautiful as flowers, with graceful figures. Wearing thin gauze, all kinds of wonderful things were faintly discernible, attracting the eyes of those who saw them. Without a doubt, they had also undergone professional training. Every smile made people feel at home, and their soft and gentle voices made people feel good about them. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect Master Li Qingyan also stood outside the Chamber of Commerce, hugging the Void Jade Sword, and standing there with his eyes closed like a statue. His sword intent was restrained, and from his appearance he looked like an ordinary person. However, those who knew him knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, he was like a sheathed sword. Once unsheathed, he would transform into a powerful sword cultivator, and his killing intent would soar to the sky. Suddenly, Li Qingyun's eyes opened, and he looked forward, a trace of fear and helplessness flashing across his sword-like eyes. In front of him, a group of 5 people was walking forward, rampaging through the crowd. The surrounding guests all glared at them angrily, but when they saw the faces of this group of people, they all paled and retreated to the side, as if they were avoiding a fierce tiger. This group of 5 was led by a young man, followed by a man with an aquiline nose, a young man, a young woman, and an old man. It was Yang Kai's group, walking straight to the Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai glanced at Li Qingyan and grinned. Sect Master Li is also here to welcome guests? What a big deal! The helplessness on Li Qingyun's face became even stronger as the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing an indescribable expression. Ha ha ha! This should be Yang Kai, young Master Yang, right? Young Master Yang's arrival is a great honor for this humble one. Please come in. A hearty laughter rang out from the side, filled with enthusiasm. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walk out from the side, smiling as he greeted him. Seeing this smile, Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked as he narrowed his eyes. "It's you!" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exclaimed in low voices as they looked at the middle-aged man, fear filling their faces. Yi Hen's body trembled as her eyes spat fire. "You know him?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. Yi Jinghan gritted her teeth. He was the one who subdued my 1,000 leaves Sextion Ho. He was also the one who went to look for Master Hua. This humble one is Wu Ming. The middle-aged man smiled as he stared intently at Yang Kai, completely ignoring the three from 1,000 Leaves sect. These three ants were indeed not worthy of his attention. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said indifferently, "So it was you who did this?" Wu Ming smiled faintly. "Young Master Yang must be joking. How could this humble one? What are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, Wu Ming was greatly shocked as Yang Kai had actually sent a palm strike towards him. Emperor Qi surged as the surrounding world energy surged. Although there was a small gap between them, Wu Ming was shocked to find that he was unable to dodge this attack. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so bold as to attack him right from the start, catching him completely off guard. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Chapter 2683. What made Wu Ming even more uneasy was that the Monster King, who had always been by Yang Kai's side, suddenly attacked. A powerful pressure comparable to that of a third-order emperor realm master poured out, pressing down on him like a mountain. Wu Ming was immediately immobilized, unable to circulate his Emperor Qi properly. Asterisk pa, asterisk with a crisp sound. Wu Ming's head was slapped to the side, his cheek burning with pain, and his mouth filled with the taste of blood. The many cultivators from the Emperor realm who came to participate in the auction all stared at the scene with wide eyes, horrified. Wu Ming was a second-order Emperor realm master, yet he was slapped in front of so many people. How arrogant was this young man named Yang Kai? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had a Monster King behind him? How dare you? Wu Ming clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and growled at Yang Kai like an enraged beast. Before he could finish his words, a palm rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, slapping him hard on the other side of his face. With a loud sound, a few teeth flew out. Wu Ming was dizzy and his head was in a daze. Firstly, he was angry, and secondly, he was hit. He was a second-order emperor, realm master, and a deacon of Star Soul Palace. He had always been superior to others, but who would have thought that he would be humiliated like this in this small flowing shadow city? Enraged, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi madly and managed to break free from the suppression of Ing Fei's aura, leaping back a few steps and shouting, "Enough! How dare you shout? Come here!" Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless as he opened his hand. Under the influence of space principles, Wu Ming was horrified to find that he couldn't control his own movements, and he took the initiative to meet Yang Kai. Yang Kai swung his fist and smashed it hard on Wu Ming's face, causing it to bleed. But this wasn't the end. Yang Kai jumped up high, bent his elbow, and slammed it into Wu Ming's back. A violent force poured out, and Wu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked to the ground. What greeted him was a storm of punches and kicks. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. She stared at him blankly. The young man, named Yang Kai, was like a street gangster, pinning Wu Ming to the ground and beating him up. As he beat him up, he kept cursing him. He was extremely arrogant. On the other hand, Wu Ming tried to resist several times, but before he could gather his strength, it was defeated. After trying a few times, he seemed to know that he was a fish on the chopping board. She covered her head with her hands and curled up, allowing Yang Kai to do whatever he wanted. They had never seen a fight in the Emperor realm like this before. Today was an eye-opener for them. The group of people clicked their tongues in wonder and trembled with fear. In a short while, Wu Ming was beaten black and blue. His whole body was covered in blood, and it was almost impossible to see his human form. Fortunately, his cultivation was not bad. Otherwise, he would have to endure Yang Kai's venting. He had probably lost his life long ago. Yang Kai breathed heavily and kicked him a few more times before stopping. He turned around and glanced at Yi Hen and the others. Do you want to collect some interest? Yi Hen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Young Master Yang, you can make the decision. He knew that Yang Kai was helping Thousand Leaves sect vent their grievances. Now that Wu Ming was lying on the ground, unable to fight back, Yang Kai could indeed go up and collect some interest. However, borrowing someone else's strength to intimidate others, what was the meaning of this? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't force the issue. Instead, he bent down and grabbed Wu Ming's hair, lifting him up and bringing his face closer. Almost touching Wu Ming's face, he said in a deep voice, "This young master knows that there are people behind you. Tell the people behind you that if my friends lose a single hair, I will break their bones one by one and make them into wine to drink." Wu Ming chuckled with a terrifying expression. He replied, "That depends on whether you know what's good for you." Yang Kai stared at him and said lightly, "Do you want to die?" Wu Ming's body trembled as a chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing his hands and feet to turn cold. He originally thought that since he had a bargaining chip in hand, Yang Kai would hesitate to attack him. But how could he have imagined that this guy would act so unscrupulously? He wanted to kill him. He really wanted to kill him. Although this murderous intent was concealed, it still stabbed into Wu Ming's heart like a sharp sword, causing him to remain silent out of fear. He had no doubt that if he tried to provoke this young man again, he would become a corpse in the next moment. "I can fulfill your wish." Yang Kai grinned. "I've always been a soft-hearted person. If you beg me, I'll immediately give you a quick death." Wu Ming remained silent, not daring to speak. Yang Kai coldly snorted and casually tossed him aside, as if he was a piece of trash. When Wu Ming landed on the ground, he saw that Yang Kai had already led the people behind him into the auction hall. "You little bastard, just you wait. You dare to be so presumptuous with me just because you have a Monster King as your bodyguard? Today's humiliation will be repaid 100, 1,000 times over." As if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai kneeling and begging for mercy, Wu Ming felt a burst of joy in his heart. He sneered, attracting the attention of the people from the Emperor realm who came to participate in the auction. They all wondered if this Wu Ming had been beaten silly. The auction hall was designed like a staircase, with each level spiraling upwards. It was large enough to accommodate thousands of people without feeling crowded. Looking up, the oval-shaped lid of the cauldron was engraved with the drawings of ferocious beasts, making the entire auction hall look like a beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing all the cultivator who entered. Yang Kai and his group were led by a beautiful servant girl into a side room. This side room seemed to be at the top of the auction hall. Standing in the side room and looking down, it was like looking down from a bird's-eye view. Everything in the auction hall was clearly imprinted in one's eyes. The servant girl had seen Yang Kai display his invincible might at the entrance and his violent appearance. At this moment, she was trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. After leading Yang Kai and his group in, her small face turned pale as she said, "Dear guests, please wait a moment. The auction is about to begin." Although she was only a little servant girl, she could feel that the purpose of Yang Kai and his group was to destroy the auction hall. After saying that, she ran out of the side room as if she was escaping. One by one, the people from the Emperor realm were led into different side rooms by the servant girl. The hall below was gradually filled with people. Although the majority of the people who had come did not have enough wealth to participate in the auction, the more people there were, the better it would be for an auction. Yang Kai's powerful divine sense swept across the entire auction hall without restraint, causing the noisy hall below to instantly fall silent. Feeling the power of his divine sense, no one dared to make any noise. Ing Fei was also doing the same. A moment later, The two of them retracted their divine senses. Young Master Yang, did you discover anything? Ing Fei asked. Yang Kai shook his head and sat down on a chair. It's hidden very deeply. Where's the Monster King? Ing Fei shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had not discovered anything. Frowning, he said, however, since we can confirm that this is a trap, young Master Yang should be careful. The deeper something is hidden, the more dangerous it is. Yang Kai nodded his head. Beside him, Yi Jinghan was brewing tea. Her movements were skilled, but there was a trace of worry between her brows. Du Xian and Yi Hen were similarly worried. Master, everything has been prepared. Wu Ming, who had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai, had appeared at some point and was standing respectfully in front of an old man. It was unknown what kind of pills he had taken, but although there were still some bruises on his face, it was obvious that he was much better than before. However, there were some internal injuries in his body that could not be healed so quickly. Every time Wu Ming circulated his emperor qi, his internal organs would ache faintly. That little bastard was too heavy-handed. The old man nodded his head lightly. How many people from the emperor realm have come? Wu Ming replied, more than 30. The old man said with satisfaction, that's enough. After a pause, he waved his hand. Since all the guests are here, let's begin. Wu Ming said respectfully, yes. Turning his head to the side, Wu Ming extended his hand and said, Junior sister, please. Hua Qingxi slowly got up and looked at the old man with a complicated gaze. Master, this disciple will take her leave. Go. The old man waved his hand. After taking a few steps, Hua Qingxi suddenly turned around and knelt in front of the old man, respectfully kowtowing 3 times. The old man's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand Hua Qingxi's intention. Instead of stopping her, he closed his eyes. Your life is your own, and you choose your own path. Since you want to be my enemy, there's no need to talk about friendship between master and disciple. Wu Ming stood to the side and sneered. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Hua Qingxi was unmoved. After kowtowing, she stood up and took a light breath as if she had unloaded a burden. Her body and mind were much lighter, and she walked out. When she passed by Wu Ming, she paused and said, Wu Ming, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. You'll die a horrible death. You traitorous bitch. Wu Ming was furious. He slapped Hua Qingxi's face, leaving a palm print on her fair face. Hua Qingxi touched her cheek and smiled. What's wrong? You were hit by others, and now you want to get back at me? That's all you've got. These words instantly angered Wu Ming. The scene of him being humiliated by Yang Kai replayed clearly in his mind. Surging his emperor qi, he raised his hand and slapped down on Hua Qingxi's head. Instead of dodging, Hua Qingxi puffed up her chest and took the initiative to meet him head-on. Enough! The old man who had his eyes closed shouted faintly. Wu Ming was startled. His raised hand froze in midair as he looked Hua Qingxi up and down and grinned. Junior sister, you're courting death. This big brother won't let you have your way. You're a precious chess piece. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, Despicable. Wu Ming smiled. Whatever you say, honored master has promised to reward you to me after this matter is over. Don't worry, this big brother will definitely treat you well. He emphasized the word love with a meaningful expression on his face. Hua Qingxi's expression changed abruptly as she looked at the old man in disbelief, only to find that the old man did not react at all. Knowing that Wu Ming was telling the truth, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. She had never thought that her honored master would have such an unknown side. Perhaps her strength was too low in the past, and she could not come into contact with too many secrets, so she did not understand this so-called honored master at all. But after advancing to the emperor realm, everything became clear. Go! Don't let the guests wait too long. The old man waved his hand. Yes. Wu Ming replied respectfully, glaring at Hua Qingxi before walking out with her. Chapter 2684. With the sound of the gong and drum, the auction officially began. From the backstage area, a beautiful woman in palace robes slowly walked out and stood on the round platform. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, causing many men's eyes to light up. Generally speaking, the auctioneers were all men, and most of them were old men. Women rarely appeared on such occasions, but such a beautiful young woman was extremely pleasing to the eye, causing many people to secretly look forward to this auction. Sister Hua. In the room at the top, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared in shock at the beautiful woman who had just walked out. Master Hua, Yi Hen, and the others also wore complicated expressions. They naturally knew Hua Qingxi as she had lived in Thousand Leaves sect for some time. It was after Wu Ming came to find Hua Qingxi that Thousand Leaves sect suffered a calamity of destruction. Previously, Yi Hen and the others had guessed that this matter might be related to Hua Qingxi. At this moment, Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared in front of them again, and this time she appeared as the auctioneer, so they couldn't help but think. With a slight gust of wind, a figure appeared on the auction stage. Everyone focused their eyes and found that Yang Kai had run up at some point. Sister Hua. Yang Kai stood in front of her and greeted her with a smile. Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Although she already knew that Yang Kai had come here, she was still surprised to see him appear in front of her. Long time no see. How have you been? Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and did not answer, but her expression suddenly became solemn. She said, "You shouldn't have come here." Yang Kai said, "I didn't come here. How can I take you away?" Hua Qingxi said, "But you can't leave even if you're here. So, this matter is really directed at me?" Yang Kai's expression sank. Hua Qingxi sighed and said, "Do you still remember the Dragon Island command?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "Of course I remember." In fact, he had forgotten about it long ago. If it weren't for Hua Qingxi reminding him, he wouldn't have remembered that there was such a thing in his space ring. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly. "When I left the Star Soul Palace back then, I was ordered by my master to go to Maplewood City to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Island token. You know this as well. The Dragon Island medallion is very important. You can head to the Dragon Island with the medallion and make a request that the Dragon Island can satisfy a." Yang Kai nodded slightly, and the distant memories gradually became clear. He found the Dragon Island token in the spatial ring of a guy named Han Lung after he killed him. It was said that Han Lung was an abandoned disciple of the Star Soul Palace. He and Hua Qingxi could be considered as brother and sister. It was unknown where Han Lung had stolen the Dragon Island token and escaped from the Star Soul Palace. After he died in the hands of Yang Kai, the Dragon Island medallion naturally changed owners. After that, Hua Qingxi tracked down the Dragon Island medallion and found out that it was Yang Kai. In the end, she was captured. Hua Qingxi told Yang Kai about the function of the Dragon Island medallion at that time. "The Dragon Island medallion belongs to my master. 1 year ago, my brother Wu Ming found me. He brought me back to the Star Soul Palace. Although I didn't want to reveal the truth, my master used a secret technique on me, and I couldn't do anything about it. You should know what happened after that. I don't know what I told my master, but he definitely knows that the Dragon Island medallion is with you. That's why he attacked the Thousand Leaves sect and captured Chi Yu and the others. He wanted to force you to show yourself." Yang Kai frowned and said, "So, Your master might know other secrets about me. Hua Qingxi's expression turned gloomy. She said, I'm sorry. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's fine as long as it wasn't your intention. Although he never doubted Hua Qingxi's character, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to let it go if she really betrayed him. Now that he heard Hua Qingxi's explanation, his mood became much more relaxed. Are my friends still safe? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Hua Qingxi said, Master didn't hurt them. After all, his target is you. Before he takes you down, those people are just pawns. Wasn't it the same for him? All these years of relationship between master and disciple were nothing in the face of absolute benefits. Yang Kai glanced at the place where Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared and said, That space array, don't be rash. They've all been implanted with the heart-urging insect. Even if you go and find them, you won't be able to save them. Hua Qingxi slowly shook her head. My master can make them wish they were dead with a single thought. Heart-urging insect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. With the exotic insect scripture, Yang Kai naturally knew what the heart-urging insect was. It was also one of the exotic insects on the exotic insect list. Although it wasn't as famous as the soul-devouring insect, it was still a good thing for killing people. Just as she was speaking, Hua Qingxi suddenly let out a muffled groan, an expression of extreme pain appearing on her beautiful face. Under her fair complexion, it seemed as if something was emerging and swimming through her skin. Sister Hua, you're also... Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Hua Qingxi endured the pain and said, Hurry up and leave. My master has always been cautious. If he wasn't absolutely sure, he wouldn't have come to deal with you. Yang Kai's gaze was cold as he looked in a direction. He saw Wu Ming sneering at him and forming a seal. It seemed that the reason Hua Qingxi was in so much pain was because he had used the heart-urging insect. Sister Hua, I'll save you, Yang Kai said hurriedly, and made a throat-slitting gesture at Wu Ming before suddenly disappearing. If he had stayed any longer, Hua Qingxi would have to endure even more torture, so retreating now was the best choice. The two's intimate exchange on the high platform had long been seen by many cultivators, and all of them clicked their tongues in wonder, wondering what the relationship between Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi was. After Yang Kai left, Wu Ming stopped tormenting Hua Qingxi. After all, she still needed to host this auction, so it wouldn't look good if he tortured her too much. The heart-urging insect swimming under Hua Qingxi's skin gradually disappeared, and the unbearable pain also slowly subsided. Hua Qingxi was already sweating profusely, but she forced herself to raise her head and expressionlessly said, The auction will now begin. The first auction item, the 1,000 Leaves Sex Heavenly Howling Moon Wolf. The starting price is 1 million high-rank source crystals. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Although they had long known that many heavenly centipedes from the 1,000 Leaves sect would appear in this auction, they never expected that the first one would appear. This was unusual. Generally speaking, the value of the items that appeared in an auction would go from low to high. Only in this way could it arouse the competitive mentality of the people and make them lose themselves in the fiery fighting atmosphere, unknowingly raising the price. A heavenly centipede was enough to be the finale of the auction, yet the first one was actually taken out. This was completely against common sense. However, when they remembered that the 1,000 Leaves sect had more than one heavenly centipede, and that this first item might just be used as a bait, many cultivators felt somewhat relieved. 1 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount. After conversion, it was equivalent to 100 million mid-rank source crystals and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to participate in such an auction. However, compared to a heavenly centipede, whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor Realm, 1 million high-rank source crystals was definitely worth it. Buying it was equivalent to buying the Emperor realm, and one that could be used as one pleased. There were many cultivators from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in this auction, so they had naturally made preparations. At this moment, when they heard the starting price, all of them rubbed their hands together, ready to go all out. "I'll take this 1 million. I hope everyone can give me some face." A loud shout suddenly rang out, almost immediately following Hua Qingxi's words. When everyone heard this, they all curled their lips in disdain. Who did this person think he was? Did he think he could take away a heavenly centipede at a starting price with just a few words? If he had so much face, why would he hold an auction like this? Looking towards the source of the voice, many people's expressions changed. This was because they discovered that the one who had spoken was none other than the arrogant and domineering Yang Kai. The bidding voices that had been at the tip of their tongues were instantly swallowed. When Yang Kai had first arrived in Flowing Shadow City, he had led a group of people to kill many disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, but even now the sect master of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, Li Qingyun, had no intention of taking revenge. Instead, he had taken the initiative to send the Thousand Leaves sect master back not long ago. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but he had also beaten up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction venue. Just this boldness and courage alone was enough to make people think twice, not to mention the fact that he had a Monster King by his side. This face really couldn't be ignored. The entire auction venue fell into a strange silence. Knowing that Yang Kai was a fierce cultivator, those who didn't know the truth also sensed the strange atmosphere and faintly guessed what was going on. Naturally, they didn't dare to be the first to make a move. As a result, after Yang Kai finished speaking, no one else made a bid. Hua Qingxi looked around and simply said, "Since that's the case, the first heavenly grain will go to the friend in room 1. Hearing this, everyone's minds went blank, thinking that this auctioneer was a weirdo who didn't follow the rules. Generally speaking, the auctioneer would naturally raise the price at this time and ask if anyone wanted to make a bid. It was best to use an exaggerated expression and tone to instigate the bidding. If no one wanted to make a bid, the auctioneer would have to count down 3 times before the transaction was completed. However, this young woman didn't even ask before making the final decision. But when they thought of the intimate interaction between Yang Kai and her, everyone secretly felt that she should be acquainted with Yang Kai, which was why she was so straightforward. What was this? Was this still considered an auction? This wasn't the first time that the people from the Emperor realm had attended an auction, but this was the first time they had seen such an auction. From the time Hua Qingxi opened her mouth to the end of the auction, only 5 breaths had passed. At this time, a maidservant came out from the back with a tray in her hand. Before she had time to show the heavenly grain in front of everyone, the auction was already over. The maidservant seemed to be in a daze, but she still carried the tray straight to room 1. When she arrived in front of the room, the door opened, and the maidservant stood at the door and said, "Guest, this is your auction item. Please pay 1 million high-rank source crystals." Chapter 2685. Kai Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the tray. Lifting the red cloth covering the tray, he took a look and discovered that on top of the tray was a puppet about a foot tall in the shape of a wolf. "Is this the right item?" Yang Kai turned to look at Yi Hen and asked. Yi Hen excitedly replied, "This is my 1,000 Leaves Sect's heavenly ho, the moon-howling heavenly wolf." Yi Hen almost burst into tears when he regained what he had lost. Yang Kai nodded lightly and tossed this heavenly ho to Yi Hen, put it away. He had seen the original forms of these heavenly house in the past, each as large as a mountain and guarding the vital points of 1,000 Leaves Sect, but he had never imagined that they could shrink to such an extent. Thousand Leaves' sex Tao of puppetry was indeed extraordinary. Yi Hen was stunned, but this is young Master Yang's auction item. This Yi is ashamed to accept it. This was an item worth 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals, so how could Yi Hen be shameless enough to take it for free? Yang Kai smiled. This thing can only be used to its fullest potential in your hands. Take it, there may be a fierce battle later. Thousand Leaves' sex puppets were refined using secret techniques and controlled using secret techniques. Even if others obtained them, they would not be able to display their full power. Only a cultivator who had cultivated the corresponding secret techniques would be able to unearth the greatest value of these puppets. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen's heart trembled, and he silently put away the heavenly hoe. The maidservant's heart trembled as she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Forcing a smile, she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Honored guest, the auction item has been delivered to you. Please pay the source crystals." Yang Kai waved his hand. "There's no rush. I still have things to bid for, so I'll pay them all at once after the auction to avoid trouble." "Ah," the maidservant frowned and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. But we don't have such a rule, and this servant can't make the decision." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. "Since you can't make the decision, ask someone who can." He glanced at her. The maidservant suddenly shuddered and didn't dare to say anything more. She excused herself and hurriedly went to report. At this moment, another maidservant walked up to the stage with a tray. Hua Qingxi declared expressionlessly, "The second auction item is the Thousand Leaves sex heavenly centipede silver spider. The starting price is 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals." Ooh. After he finished speaking, he stood there quietly. Yang Kai immediately said, "I'll take 1,000,000. I hope everyone can give me some face." As soon as he said this, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Those from the Emperor realm gnashed their teeth in hatred. When the first auction item, the Moonhowl Wolf, came out, Yang Kai said the same thing. Those from the Emperor realm gave him face and didn't compete with him. However, when the second item was auctioned, he actually dared to say such a thing, which made him seem a little greedy and ignorant. However, when they thought of the monster king behind Yang Kai and his lawless actions, most of the people from the Emperor realm chose to remain silent and didn't want to take the lead. However, some of the people from the Emperor realm who didn't know his background began to mock him in their private rooms, but they didn't raise the price. Although these people spoke softly, there were quite a few people from the Emperor realm present who had sharp ears and eyes. So how could they not hear them? At first, they were worried that Yang Kai would suddenly attack them. However, to their surprise, Yang Kai's private room was completely silent and didn't have any special reaction. At this moment, the maidservant who delivered the Moonhowl Wolf to Yang Kai found Wu Ming and carefully recounted what had happened. Wu Ming was furious when he heard this and clenched his teeth. "Bastard, you actually want to eat for free?" 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was a considerable amount of wealth for him, but looking at Yang Kai's actions, it was clear that he didn't want to pay, so he casually found a reason to send the maidservant away. Wu Ming believed that even if the auction ended, Yang Kai wouldn't pay a single source crystal. Such an approach was simply a despicable and shameless act. "Master, what should we do now?" The maidservant also panicked. If word spread that someone had bought something for free at their own auction house, what credibility would the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have? However, she was just a maidservant of the Chamber of Commerce and had no right to make such a decision. Wu Ming's eyes flashed for a moment before he coldly snorted, "It doesn't matter, just ignore him." In any case, Yang Kai was going to die today. No matter how many good things there were in that space ring, they would all become his spoils of war. "Since you want to eat for free, I'll catch you in one fell swoop and see who's stronger." The maidservant was startled when she heard this and said, "But he's starting to bid again. If he wins again, what should we do?" Wu Ming waved his hand and said, "Send everything to him Ah, the maidservant was shocked, as if she hadn't expected Wu Ming to give such an answer. However, before today's auction began, these maidservants had already been informed that they had to obey Wu Ming's orders, so they didn't dare to refute. They just felt strange in their hearts. What was the meaning of today's auction? Wu Ming sneered softly as his eyes swept over Yang Kai's private room, thinking to himself, "I'll let you be proud for a while, but once my honored master finishes his arrangements, I'll let you die without a burial place." The entire auction was both a means to attract Yang Kai and a strategy to stall for time. While the auction was being held, his honored master had been secretly preparing to lay out an inescapable net here. No one would be able to escape from here. Sure enough, no one bid for the second auction item. Soon, another maidservant delivered it to Yang Kai's private room. As if she had been instructed, this maidservant tactfully did not ask for any more source crystals from Yang Kai this time. Instead, she respectfully left after delivering the item. Yang Kai casually tossed a tea hen. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were secretly excited as they watched from the side. They felt that they should be able to retrieve all of Thousand Leaves Sect's heavenly puppets this time. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves Sect might be able to make a comeback. They had brought many secret scriptures into Emperor Heaven Valley. If they could retrieve these heavenly puppets and recruit more disciples in the future, Thousand Leaves Sect would definitely be able to regain its glory one day. The third auction item. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi continued to carry out her task as the auctioneer with an indifferent expression. However, before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai shouted, 1 million, I'll take it. Needless to say, it was definitely another heavenly puppet. Thousand Leaves Sect originally had 10 great heavenly puppets, but after Lu Yen took away the white tiger, there were only 9 left. It would take a lot of time to bid for them one by one. An old voice immediately rang out from room number 7. One that was filled with dissatisfaction and indignation. "Friend, do you want us to give you some face?" Yang Kai grinned. "It would naturally be good, if that's the case." The old man from room number 7 coldly snorted. "Face is something that can only be gained through fighting, not given by others." "That's right. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice." Someone immediately chimed in. From the sound of it, it seemed to have come from room number 13. Since it's an auction, it should naturally be won by the rich. "Friend, aren't you looking down on us a little too much by doing this? Little brat, you should be satisfied with obtaining 2 heavenly puppets. You don't need to participate in the rest." That's right. We came all the way here just for these heavenly puppets. If you want to take them all by yourself, be careful that your stomach doesn't explode. With someone taking the lead, there would naturally be others who would follow suit. Previously, they didn't know Yang Kai's background, so they didn't make a move, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of 2 heavenly puppets. However, when they were privately criticizing Yang Kai, they immediately felt that this little brat wasn't all that great, so they all became bolder and began mocking and persuading him. Everyone wanted good things. Looking at Kai Yang's attitude, if they didn't open their mouths now, he really would end up buying everything in this auction. How could they tolerate such a thing? Giving him 2 heavenly puppets at the lowest price was already a great deal of face, so he should be satisfied. Many people were secretly regretting it. If they had known that this little brat wasn't all that great and was just putting on an act, they would have started bidding a long time ago. Generally speaking, the price of the first few auction items was relatively low, and the price would be pushed up as time went on. Only those from the Emperor realm, who knew that Yang Kai had a Monster King by his side, and saw Yang Kai beat up Wu Ming, kept silent. They sneered in their hearts, thinking that the Emperor realm was in big trouble. Yang Kai dared to beat up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction, so it was obvious that he was a reckless and daring person. Provoking him now was just asking for trouble. There weren't many people from the Emperor realm who were more powerful than Wu Ming. As the saying went, if it didn't concern them, they wouldn't care. They were all secretly looking forward to a good show. However, what surprised them was that Yang Kai didn't seem to want to fight with those people. He only stayed silent for a while before saying, "Since you don't want to give me face, then let's just bid. What's the point of saying so much?" As soon as he said this, many people were shocked. They wondered what was going on with this brat. Could it be that he had a change of heart? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he was worried because there were so many people here? After all, it was difficult to offend the crowd. It didn't matter if he beat up Wu Ming, but if he continued to pester them endlessly and asked them to give him face, he might offend everyone from the Emperor realm. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to fight against so many people with two fists. Thinking of this, those from the Emperor realm who had been silent couldn't help but feel excited. They felt that it was time to participate in the auction. Without Yang Kai as the biggest obstacle, they didn't need to be afraid of anyone. They just needed to see who had the most money to get the heavenly puppets. With this thought in mind, many people from the Emperor realm sat up straight and rubbed their fists, preparing to fight to the death. The old man from room 7 smiled slightly and took advantage of his seniority to say, "This is the kind of atmosphere an auction should have. In that case, this old man will throw a brick to attract jade. 1 million. 2 million. 5 million. 2 million. Shouts immediately came from all directions as the people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms began to move. In less than 10 breaths, the base price of the heavenly puppet of 1 million high-rank source crystals had risen to 3 million, and this was far from over. Chapter 2686. 10 million. An abrupt voice rang out. The noisy auction venue fell silent in an instant as countless people turned their heads to look at room 1, the corners of their eyes twitching. Naturally, they recognized that the voice who bid 10 million belonged to Yang Kai, and their hearts were filled with hatred. This price increase was too terrifying, directly increasing from 3 million to 10 million, almost 3 times the original price. Such a price gap shocked even those from the Emperor realm. But then again, the value of a heavenly puppet was indeed worth that much. Although 10 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount, it was worth it if it could buy a heavenly puppet. It could only be said that the boy in room 1 was decisive enough to directly bid such a high price to deter most of the competitors who wanted to take advantage of the situation. An auction was a place where people fought with their wits and courage. So if someone couldn't bear the new price, they could only give up. Damn. Wu Ming, who was hiding behind the high platform, cursed bitterly. Others thought that Yang Kai was being generous and was determined to win the heavenly puppet, but he knew Yang Kai's plan. This bidding price was nothing more than a number to Yang Kai. He had never thought of paying source crystals, let alone 10 million. He could even bid 100 million. Thinking of this, Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This boy, he won't really bid 100 million later, will he? Boy, you're so generous, the old man in room 7 shouted, his voice filled with slight anger, as he secretly cursed Yang Kai for not understanding the rules. How could he raise the price like this in an auction? The bidders were going to kill each other. In the end, only the organizer would benefit. If it weren't for Yang Kai bidding for 2 heavenly puppets before, he would have suspected that Yang Kai was a fraud. 10 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly puppet. Boy, your calculations are not bad, but unfortunately, you met this old master. The old man in room 7 sneered and bid again, 11 million. This price was almost close to his psychological bottom line, but Yang Kai's approach was too arrogant. He couldn't swallow this insult. and secretly decided to fight to the death with this boy, and let him know that the older, the wiser. 100 million. Yang Kai sat on the chair, his hand on his cheek, and took a sip of the tea. Puffed. Yi Jinghan could not help but laugh out loud. By now, how could she not see through Yang Kai's plan? This auction was a complete joke to Yang Kai. 10 million, 100 million, a billion, or even 10 billion didn't make any difference to him. Anyway, it was just a number that he casually said. He wouldn't fulfill it at all. Yi Hen and Du Xian also had strange expressions as they secretly wiped away the sweat on their foreheads. Backstage, Wu Ming's face was dark. He thought to himself that what he was most afraid of would come true. This kid really called out a bid of 100 million. On the contrary, from the various private rooms outside, waves of gasps could be heard one after another. In the hall, countless gazes gathered towards room 1. All of them were flabbergasted and shocked. Did I hear wrongly? 100 million? Low-grade or high-grade origin crystals. Dream. I must be dreaming. This kid is crazy. Does he have so many origin crystals that he can't spend them all? If he can't spend them all, he should just give me some. Why do I have to be such a sucker? Young master, this servant is willing to serve you. This servant's chest is very big, very soft, and very white. In the hall, everyone was shocked by Yang Kai's bid of 100 million. That bid was like a thunderclap, causing everyone to feel dizzy and confused. In room 7, the old man was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He slammed the chair under him and said, "Kid, you're going too far." Yang Kai curled his lips and glanced at room 7 indifferently. It's an auction where the rich win. How is this young master going too far? You're just randomly bidding. How preposterous. He didn't believe that Yang Kai was really willing to spend 100 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly hoe. A heavenly hoe was only worth 10 or 20 million at most. What kind of concept was 100 million? Even first-class sex might not necessarily be able to take out so many source crystals. Yang Kai snorted. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You're already so old. Why don't you just find a place to live out your remaining years? Why run out here and make a fool of yourself? This old master is so angry. The old man from the 7th room flew into a rage and turned to Hua Qingxi, who was on the stage, and said, "Madam, do you think the auction house will allow this person to cause trouble and make unreasonable bids? Is there no one to maintain order?" This was a branch of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, and everyone could trust the credibility of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The old man thought that Hua Qingxi was a member of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, so he asked this question. Hua Qingxi glanced at room 7 indifferently and said, "Him bidding is his business. I didn't see him causing trouble, but you've been chattering nonstop." The old man was startled, and only then remembered that the little brat from room 1 seemed to be very familiar with this auctioneer. Before the auction started, the two of them had been whispering on the stage for a while. At this time, the old man was naturally speaking up for that little brat. So how could he possibly care about an outsider like him? Snakes and rats really are in cahoots. The old man flicked his sleeves, feeling extremely disappointed with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, but he still said, "This old master doesn't believe he can take out 100 million high-rank source crystals. He's definitely just randomly bidding. If anyone could take out 100 million high-rank source crystals, then it wouldn't be high-rank source crystals." The old man had almost emptied his entire sect, but he had only brought less than 20 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai was so young and his cultivation was only at the first-order emperor realm, so how could he possibly have such great financial resources? Old man Zhou is right. This little brat is here to cause trouble. Throw him out. Someone immediately shouted. It was none other than the owner of room 13 from the emperor realm. Throw him out. This kind of person shouldn't be allowed to participate in this auction. He actually picked up two big advantages. What the hell is wrong with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce? For a time, the crowd became agitated and everyone clamored for Yang Kai to be thrown out of the auction. The main reason was that the bid of 100 million high-rank source crystals was simply too frightening. This was only the third item to be auctioned, and there were many more heavenly puppets to be auctioned. It was rumored that there was even a Star Master. If he continued to raise the price like this every time, who could compete with him? Even if it was for their own interests, they couldn't allow this little brat to stay any longer. 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm shouted together. Each of the private rooms filled with oppressive Emperor intent, as if a fight was about to break out, causing the cultivator in the hall to go pale with fright. Hua Qingxi also frowned as she stood on the high platform. If it was just one or two people shouting like this, she wouldn't have paid them any mind. In any case, this auction was just a cover. But now that so many people from the Emperor realm were attacking together, she didn't know what to do. If she didn't handle this well, it would bring a lot of trouble to Yang Kai. Wu Ming stood in the background, grinning, secretly pleased. He had no intention of stopping this at all. In his heart, he was looking forward to Yang Kai drawing as much hatred as possible, which would make it easier for him to carry out his next plan. Shut up for this young master. Inside room 1, Yang Kai picked his ears and shouted. The noise from all directions was giving him a headache. Little brat, how dare you shout? The old man from room 7 seemed to be on bad terms with Yang Kai. At this moment, he had the upper hand and didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. He snapped, "If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. If you don't, we'll teach you how to behave." As soon as his voice fell, a figure strangely appeared in the air above the auction hall. It was none other than Yang Kai. What are you doing?" Even though he was hiding in private room 7, the old man was still shocked. How did Kai Yang appear just now? He didn't even notice it. That pair of eyes pierced straight through the walls and spirit arrays as if they were nothing, piercing straight into his heart. Yang Kai looked at room 7 indifferently, then glanced around and said unhurriedly, "You bunch of dregs said that this young master is randomly bidding because you don't think this young master can take out 100 million high-rank source crystals. This young master wants to ask you, what would you do if I could take it out?" Impudent, arrogant. This is really infuriating. This brat is so rude. Although the cultivators from the Emperor realm who came here were not very strong, they were all mainstays of their respective sects and forces. None of them had low status, so being called dregs by Yang Kai immediately caused the crowd to be furious. "If you take it out, this king will eat 3 kilograms of shit." A voice drifted from one of the private rooms. Obviously, it was just a random shout and didn't want to expose his position. Yang Kai accurately locked onto room 13 and said in amazement, "Friend, your taste is quite strong. I admire you." Inside room 13, a middle-aged man's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he couldn't hide his position even after using a secret technique, and was immediately discovered by Yang Kai. He regretted it so much that he wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have shouted. The main reason was that he didn't like Yang Kai and instinctively wanted to disgust him. Everyone else also looked towards room 13 with different expressions. "Good. Since your excellency is so ambitious, this young master will definitely satisfy you once," Yang Kai said while clapping his hands. He then turned to look at room 7 and asked, "Old thing, what about you? With just you?" The old man sneered disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't think that Yang Kai could really take out so many source crystals. "With just me, so what? Don't talk so nicely. Take out something real." Yang Kai snorted. He had come here to rescue Chiyu and the others, as well as to retrieve Thousand Leaves Sex Tianho. Since someone dared to obstruct him, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The old man said, "If you can take it out, this old master will twist his head off and let you kick it like a ball." This brat was just a trivial first-order Emperor realm master. Even if he could really take out 100 million high-rank source crystals, the old man wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he would just fight him and let him know that there was always someone better than him. "Very good." Young Kai grinned viciously. "This young master wants your head?" Saying so, he turned around and flew towards the high platform where Hua Qingxi was. After landing, he looked around and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly whether this young master is randomly bidding." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a small mountain of source crystals instantly appeared on the high platform. The source crystals exuded a bright white light, and an astonishing amount of spirit chi burst out. Filling the entire auction venue with spirit chi, you're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.